Mission, I'm trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. I'm on a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission, on a mission, on a mission. Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and today we are going to discuss the difference between witchcraft, priesthood, brujeria, and the other aspects of spirituality. The question is African spirituality, is it witchcraft? So I'm going to go over some stories that I found on a website, on a page, that's actually discussing some witchcraft-like stories. And then I'm going to break those stories down, and then we're going to get into the difference between priesthood and witchcraft. So without further ado, let's get into this content. Yes, let's do it.
Around 1 a.m, you just came from having fun, hanging out, clubbing with your friends, only for you to have to face yourself. Scary story time. Hey y'all, sorry it's been so long. My life has literally been flipped upside down, but I love and appreciate you guys for the patience. So there's this girl, let's call her Marissa. She got off of work around like 5 p.m. and her best friend hits her up like, hey girl, let's go outside. It's Friday, let's go out. She's like, bet, we're outside. So they go out, they have fun, they have a great time. As they're leaving, she meets this guy and he's charming, he's handsome, he's perfect. Exchange numbers, and before she leaves, he gives her a kiss on the cheek. She's blushing and has butterflies going home. So her friend drops her off at home, she's drunk. She goes inside and she starts to notice that the cheek where he kissed her seems a little itchy. And so she's thinking, oh my God, these men in their beards, blah, 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 whatever. So she decides she's gonna get in the shower before she goes to bed. And so she gets her pajamas, goes to the bathroom, only to notice that there is a rash on her cheek. This sobers her up really quick because the area that she was in, that she lived, because this was in her home country, they are very deep and very heavily into voodoo. And so now she's like, oh no, did I just get got? And so she just decides, you know what, maybe I'm just drunk and overthinking it. Let me get in the shower, put some cream on it, and it'll be better in the morning. And she does just that. She gets in the shower, she takes her shower, she puts some cream on it, and she goes to bed. But little does she know, she ain't going to sleep no time soon. So she's in bed, and as she's about to fall asleep, she hears her name being called. And so that wakes her up, and she's like, oh, am I crazy? Did I just hear my name being called? She's like, oh, I'm probably just drunk. And she tries to go back to sleep again. Only this time, her name is being called, but it was her full name. The first time was just her first name. This time, it's her full government. And at this point, she shook. She sat up, and she waited to see if she was going to hear it again. And she heard it again, only this time, it screamed. And she realized that it was coming from out of her window. And so she walks to her window, only to see herself standing outside, calling her name.
Do you believe in hexes or curses? Well, I'm going to tell you what made me a believer. When I was in my early 20s, I got on a dating website called Adult Friend Finder, and that was where I met Chad. We started hanging out, and within no time, me and him had hit it off, and we were dating. But within a few days of dating Chad, I started to notice that my health was rapidly declining. It all started with a sore throat, runny nose, coughing, stomach ache, stomach cramps, bleeding, the shits, the sweats, and within a month or so, my damn hair was falling out. I started talking to him in early June, and by the end of August, big patches of hair was falling out in the bathtub. It got so bad that I couldn't even enjoy my time around Chad because when he was around, my sickness got worse, and I thought for a minute maybe he was poisoning me, but I was the one preparing the food. He was never alone with any of my food and drink.
Exactly. See, sometimes people can get so spooked out that they will take something that's a regular occurrence and it'll become a witchcraft or a weird spooky thing. Like, sir, he probably was on something and kissed her and whatever he had going on. The shroom. He probably had some shrooms or whatever seeped in through her skin or whatever. Who knows what was going on? But whatever it was, we never know. But we're gonna say that that's witchcraft. But let's go.
So I knew he wasn't poisoning me. So about a third month of dating, I'm now going to doctors and specialists, and no one can figure out what's wrong with me. They give me pregnancy tests, hormone tests, done blood tests. Everything comes back negative. It gets to the point that I can barely get off the couch. My skin is now gray, my eyes are bloodshot, and my teeth are so soft I can wiggle them. Well, I had 2 neighbors that were originally from Haiti and had moved here a few years back, and they lived 2 houses down, and they came over one day to check on me, and when they walked in, they said, "Oh my God, you look bad." So Marcus's wife, Shayla, starts waving her hands around me, and I couldn't understand what she was saying, but he told me that it was a prayer and she was trying to heal me. And she stands up and she looks at him and goes, and he says, "Look, you need to come with us to Granny's house now." They had to peel me off the couch and walk me to the car just so I could move because I could not get up on my own. I was so weak. So I go with Marcus and Shayla to Marcus's granny's house, which was in the deep woods of South Carolina. As soon as I got out the car, Marcus's granny was standing there and she had his long cigarette in her hand and she said, "Whose husband you been sleeping with?" I said, "No way, I don't mess with married men." She said, "Well, I don't know about all that, but that man you've been seeing, he's married." She said, "I can smell that man's guilt all over you, and it's strong." I said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know he was married." She said, "Well, sorry doesn't change the fact that he's spiritually connected to someone else, and she wants both of you to suffer." She said, "You trying to get pregnant?" I said, "No, ma'am." She said, "Well, if you don't stop sleeping with that man, you can be pregnant in the next 2 weeks, and I see a very tragic ending for you and that child." She said, "You need to understand, the more you're with him, the worse off you're going to get, because this woman isn't going to let up, and this curse or hex is going to get a lot worse, possibly even dangerous." I said, "Was there any way we can stop whatever they're doing to me?" She said, "Yeah, I can help you, but you're going to have to listen and do exactly what I say." I said, "Thank you. I'll do whatever you say. I just want to feel better." Hell, I was about to puke right there in her yard. So we go in her house, and she tells me to take off my shoes and socks and has me put this creamy stuff on my hands and feet. She had me sit down while they prayed over me, and they lit this stuff, and then she gave me a cup of liquid to drink, and I chugged it, and I swear in a matter of minutes I felt better. Oh, and she took a mason jar and said she was going to catch whatever this thing was that woman had put on me, and she would keep it in that jar. I said, "Thank God, because I don't want it." She got that close to my face and said, "Do you want to live? Do you care about your life?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Well, when you get home, you call that man and you tell him you don't never want to see him again, because if you don't stop seeing him, you're going to be dead in 6 months." She said, "Do you got that?" I said, "Yes, ma'am. As soon as I get home, I'm dumping him, I promise." Granny sent me home with 2 cloth bags, one to keep on me at all times and one to put in my house. I'll never forget how hungry I was when I left. I had not had an appetite like that in months, and I was so glad to be able to eat again. On the way home, Marcus said, "Whoever did this to you must not know what they're messing with, because we all know you don't put dark thoughts or prayers on innocent people, because it always comes back on you and your family." So Marcus and Shayla bring me back home, and I'm already feeling better at that point. I get on the phone, I call Chad, I say, "Look here, I know you're married, I know you've been lying to me. I don't care, I'm not mad. Just you and your wife, leave me alone." Chad said, "Whoa, how did you know about my wife?" I said, "Don't matter, just do not contact me ever again." And I hung up. The next day, I get a knock at my front door, and when I open up the storm door, there's Chad. And I swear to God, as soon as I saw his face, my stomach started cramping, and I damn near shit my pants. And I knew right then, just like Granny said, the more I'm around him, the sicker I'm going to get. So I slammed the door in his face. And what's crazy, within 6 months, him and his wife had lost everything: their house, their nice cars, their business, all of it. Now, I know a lot of people call Granny crazy and think she makes stuff up, but I believe her, and I think she saved my life that day, because I know how I was feeling when I got there and how I felt when I left. Before this happened, you could not make me believe in hexes, curses, or karma, but when she healed my body like she did, I'm a full believer, honey.
This is a story time of how I found out that someone has been working witchcraft over my life, and I found out who it was.
So here's the thing. There could be a situation where this could be, that there is someone that knows how to do. And sometimes it could be like a thing where they'll put something on that person to where whoever they're with, they'll start having calamity in their life. So that could be a true thing. Now, the difference between witchcraft and priesthood is that priesthood is about healing. Witchcraft can blur the lines of healing or doing baneful work against a person. All magic and witchcraft and all these things is just the manipulation of energy. Right? So a lot of time people want to make this hocus pocus type of like really think about it. But really what it boils down to is that, a person could like speak a certain way, say certain things, and it could be a hex, right? It could curse you, right? Because that thought of that word, if you hear what they're saying, you hear the words, it could cause you to like go crazy. Sometimes it could be just something that someone does. And the biggest part of it is that if you just say, "I don't believe it happens," or whatever, that doesn't stop it from actually happening. That's the sad part about a lot of this stuff. So let's go.
A couple weeks ago. Let me start off by saying that witchcraft does run in both my bloodlines of the family. I am Jamaican. I just never believed in it, and I always thought that if I don't believe in something, that it can't reach me. But boy, was I wrong. So I'm gonna start by 2 years ago, which was everything went downhill for my life. Prior to this, my business was up, business was booming, bought my car, everything. I was prospering. I moved into a new place, and a couple months into that, I actually had a raptor dream. And the dream was God was calling me. So I took that very serious. Couple months after that, me and this person wasn't talking at this time, but a couple months after that, I got into a car accident. The day of my accident, I just felt uneasy and I felt like something was gonna happen. I just didn't know what. 5 minutes later, after I left my house, I got into a car accident that left me with back injury, nerve damage in my arm and my knee. Again, I wasn't speaking to that person at the time, but I had to speak to them in order to sort out my car situation. So we rekindled whatever, we're cool, whatever. Couple months after that, I had a sleep paralysis in my dream. I was sleeping on my stomach this time and I just felt a dark figure overshadowing over me and I just couldn't move. But I was awake mentally or whatever. I didn't read the Bible as much growing up or whatever, but for some reason I recited this one Bible verse in my head and that's how I woke up out of that. It was the walking through the valley of death, shadow valley of death, whatever. See, I don't even know it right now by heart, but I knew it in my sleep to wake up. Then I ended up having to move, and I moved into a new place. This person didn't know where I moved, but they ended up getting my address because they wanted to deliver something to me or ship something to me or whatever. Ever since then, things started to take a turn. Let me say this, I didn't pick up on any of these things until a couple weeks ago when I asked God to reveal these things to me. I started seeing flies in my house, black flies, like regular flies. And I was killing 6 to 10 flies a day. There was no open spaces in my house for me to see where the flies were coming from. Like I was spending day and night trying to figure out where they're coming from until I found out that's one of the signs that someone is working witchcraft over you. And it was just so ironic when they found out my address that all these things are happening. The next thing is I've been having snake dreams. And when I mean snake dreams, I'm talking thousands of snakes in my dream. Until I found out that's another sign of somebody working witchcraft over you. Take your dream serious. This person had delivered something to my house and I had it in my house because it was furniture. I ended up losing my place and had to find somewhere else. For the past 2 years, my mental health has been so bad. I've been stagnant. I've been in a repetitive cycle in my life and I just could not figure out what it was. I had to stop running my hair business because of this. I had finance issues. I've lost my job, like a whole bunch of stuff. And it's like every time I don't speak to this person, this is what happened. Until a couple weeks ago, I deleted all my social media so the person no longer has access to know what I'm doing or me personally.
Let me tell you how witchcraft almost ruined my life. And a lot of y'all may not have an understanding, but that's okay. We don't judge over here. We all come over here to hear and possibly relate because there's a lot of people who go through witchcraft but don't have nobody to talk to without being called crazy. But you're not crazy. Now, when I was going through a lot of witchcraft, spell work or whatever, I did not have an understanding on what it was. I just thought God didn't love me. He hated me and my life was over. Okay. But when I did figure out what was going on with me, it came to me in a dream. But let me learn you something. I was being affected in every area of my life. When I tell you, I could not sleep. I could not eat. I had bags under my eyes. Baby, I went from 225 to 150 and I got pictures to prove it. I was not eating at all, friend, but when I did, I would throw it up. My stomach was hurting so bad. Like I felt like something was just caving in. I went to the doctor so many times and they always would tell me, you're healthy. There's nothing wrong with you. It was so bad to the point where they almost sent me to a mental hospital, right? Because they felt like I was going crazy or I just wanted something to be wrong with me. They thought I was abusing drugs because I was always going in and getting prescriptions, but I wasn't taking the prescriptions. They would just prescribe it, but they felt like I would make up things that was going on with me to get the prescription. So they thought I was on drugs. Baby, people thought I was weird. I started losing friends. I stopped hanging around family. Baby, relationship was just horrible. Every relationship I came across, it failed. When I say I was losing money, I lost my car. I lost my job. I lost everything around me. Baby, it was so bad. You wouldn't even believe it. Like I wasn't even thinking. Nothing was going through my mind. Like straight crickets. It was silence. Praying. I would sit in the living room and I would just look like my son would be calling my name and I wouldn't hear him until I randomly snap out of it. And that's when I knew I really needed a God, when I couldn't engage with my child anymore. That's when it became serious to me. I just started crying. I couldn't feel nothing. I couldn't connect to nothing. I felt hopeless. I felt empty. Baby, when I say I had no feelings, no emotions, no nothing, it was horrible. But that's when I didn't have no connection with God. I didn't have no bond, no relationship, no nothing. I didn't take it serious. I was out there smoking, drinking, partying, clubbing, doing whatever I wanted to do. I never prayed. I never opened up my Bible. I was just out there freely. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, I didn't even really put no thought or even belief in witchcraft until I was made into a believer. Fast forward. Now I'm healthy. I'm happy. I'm thriving. I got my mind together. I understand who God is. I know my word. I know prayer. You feel me? And it took years, baby. I've been in the game for 10 years on my journey. And I learned a whole lot. So that's why when I get up on here and I tell y'all what to do and not to do, friend, I mean it because I know. I've been through it. I've seen it. I've done it. Don't be out here just roaming freely. Get you some protection. All right? Baby, when I started to call out for God,
and I started breaking down and praying and going to church, God came in quick and delivered me from all evil. When I say all hell broke loose over my enemies, I started to see exactly who was doing it on me, because the chains were breaking and God was bringing forth my enemies. He was exposing the hands of my enemies, baby. Why? Because I started to believe in Him and call out and put my trust and faith in Him. And ever since that day He delivered me, I have not missed the beat of giving Him His praise and glory, because He deserved it. Because He could have let me die. He could have let me drown. He could have let me go. But He seen me. He heard my cry and delivered me, friend. That's why when I say never fight fire with fire, go to God about it, I mean that, friend.
So when she's talking about fighting fire with fire, that means like you don't do one good deed against another. If someone does something bad to you, that does not mean you need to be going out and trying to find out how to do witchcraft on other people. The best way to do it is to go to your supreme, God, and uh, the main thing is prayer. Another thing is like, I would say there's certain like healing baths you could take, like salt and vinegar baths. There's different things you can do to kind of remove negative. So all this is a vibration. Someone is putting negative energy into your life, whether it be spoken, whether it be that somebody is having a negative thing they want you to experience bad in your life. And when you see a series of events and you're seeing that, you know what, I go to the doctor, they're saying I'm fine, but I know that I'm going through this, then that's when you need to start thinking about, okay, what could this really be? So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna show you a live stream I did with a Bokor, because I want to show the difference between witches and priests, right? So a Bokor is a Haitian priest of voodoo who he doesn't have to necessarily go through initiation to be labeled a Bokor, but a lot of Bokors, it's a bloodline. So let's go into this discussion with the Haitian Bokor.
Yes.
Oh, Elmira, you know what? And I want to welcome Scam Chan. I want to also welcome your audience to the Alchemizing Energy platform. Shouts out to Vakabin, Cite, and whoever else. I think that's you in the chat. So anyone that comes from Bokur's chat, we want to welcome you to the Alchemizing Energy platform. We are going to be interviewing Bokur Elmira, and we're going to be talking about Haitian voodoo. Now, he did talk a little bit, in the last live that we did with he doesn't like to be called a shaman, but he practices he's like a medicine man from Peru. And Bokur, came at the end to discuss the differences between voodoo medicine and the plant medicine that might exist in Peru and things like that. But the main thing was to bring us to where we are now. So Bokur, welcome to the platform.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I want to give a little bit of background on who you are as a person. Bokur Elmira is widely regarded as the most recommended sorcerer in the United States. As a third generation practitioner of Haitian voodoo traditions passed down from the esteemed Elmira family, Bokur Elmira follows a strict and disciplined approach to their craft. Their unparalleled expertise and unwavering commitment to their spiritual schedule has earned them a reputation as a stern, no-nonsense practitioner who has always delivered results. With an extensive range of services that includes readings, magic, and spells, daily lessons, and a member chat, Bokur Elmira has helped countless individuals navigate the complex and often mysterious world of spirituality. Through their work, Bokur Elmira has demonstrated an unwavering dedication to the spiritual development of their clients, always striving to provide them with tools and knowledge they need to unlock their full potential. Welcome to the panel. Welcome.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. And please, you guys that love Bokur, please, Bokur Elmira, please excuse me for that flaw in my intro, but I got it right though the second time. So
thank you.
All right, let's go. So Bokur, could you please I gave you an intro. Let's even let you really discuss, how did you get into voodoo?
Well, like most who have family members that travel, you'll find a lot of people that is into the religion of voodoo kept away from it, right? So I came in a family that was heavy into it. My father's side, my mother's side, I would say from the time I was young until I was like 16, they kept me away from it, right? Okay, there'd be little mishaps where I would walk in on my grandmother with a bathtub full of leaves, and that was that. So I was brought up in the church. My father was a preacher, but his brothers and my grandfather and my grandmother, they were raised in the religion of Vodou, right? But my father, he chose to take the path of Christianity. So for me, from the time I was a youngster, a baby, until I was like 16, I was in the church. Now, in the midst of this, I had an experience that kind of, I would say, well, that's after. There were certain things that sparked my curiosity, in the church, why certain things the way they are. And what happened was I started doing my research and I started questioning a lot of things in the church. Now, that led to me going out to do my own personal research. And when I found certain things out, that kind of changed my perspective on the religion of Christianity, right? So I had an experience once, and I would say this was my calling, because after that experience, I was shooken up and I wanted to learn more about the religion. So what did I do? I went to my uncle's house and I started getting my lesson there. One of my uncle's brothers, he sat me down for a number of years and he was giving me lessons. So I would go there with my notebook and take my notes, and from there on, it was education. From there, then I linked up with another uncle of mine, and from there on, he started teaching me Vodou as well, but more of the deeper practical aspect of it, From there, it led to me traveling to Haiti, and then basically learning about the tradition even more. But in between that time period, I had my miscellaneous experiences with different people of different practices. So that kind of gave me that universal understanding. And that's how I pretty much got into the religion of Vodou. I can't hear you. I
wanted to say this, and I welcome you to the panel. I actually practice Lukumi, aka Santeria, Ifa. And I'm a baby in the religion, so I'm beginning to learn about other modalities as when it comes down into African spirituality. So I was really interested when I actually ran across your information, man. You're a plethora of information. I just did a live stream with a shaman not about an hour ago, and when it really came down to it, you were able to even just set me straight, because what I've been doing is trying to connect everything. Because in my mind, I'm like, okay, all this stuff is connected in some kind of way. Can't figure out what it is. I'm like, it's all connected. But you're saying, okay, but it's a connection, but there's a difference. So let's discuss the difference between these different modalities.
I would say Vodou. Okay, I would say the part that we can say there is a connection with Ifa is the fact that in Vodou we have what you call nation, right? Nation is nations. So you find that in every nation in Africa, well, you can say, a good portion of the nations in Africa found their way in Haiti. You have some people that was from Senegal, you have some people that was from Congo, you have certain people that was from Nigeria, you have people from Benin. So Vodou became a melting pot. The connection to Ifa is that some deities of Ifa made their way into Haiti, right? We have Ogu, which in Nigeria is Ogun. We have Shango. Shango is a spirit, may not be popular like Ogu in Haiti, but he made his way from Nigeria. So we have a connection to that, in a sense, culturally, in the nationality aspect, right? So that's a small connection. But when it comes to serving spirits, offerings, sacrifice, we do that as well. When we talk about serving spirits, and I see that you mentioned leukemia, same practice. Basically, people, they serve spirits, and in a leukemia sense, Santeria, you find that we have a connection to Catholicism, and you find the same in Vodou as well, right? we know the experience is pretty much similar. Africans were brought to the diaspora. Basically they couldn't practice how they did in Africa. So what they had to do was basically camouflage it through Catholicism. And that's how you pretty much had the voodoo, which is similar to how Santeria occurred, the same experience of syncretism.
Well, you know what? This chat's on fire tonight. I mean, we have people asking questions. So can you ask him to please explain how other mystical practices like Wicca and Goetia integrate into this whole world of Santeria, voodoo, magic, etc.? Aren't all these spirits similar?
No, the spirits are not similar. But what I can say is that there's certain practices that were brought into the Caribbean, via, the Europeans. So you find some people, Rosicrucian tradition, some of them practice Kabbalah. These things have been brought to the island through foreigners whatsoever. And you find some people that have incorporated that into the mysticism of, Haiti, etc. Yeah.
So there was a documentary that came out by Tariq Nasheed a long time ago called, I think, 1804, where it discussed Haitian voodoo and how it came into, based on the African tribes that came there and how they were able to overcome slavery from that. Can you go into that? I mean, was that like a true depiction of what really happened, or were there like some things left out?
Of course, they talk about the ceremony of Wakaima, right? This was a group of people that came together, made their service to the spirits before war. And basically, how that, we all know how that turned out. Basically they unleashed, a can of they definitely did what they did whatsoever, and that is true.
So there's talk of like light spirits and spirits of darkness. Now I know that what's her name? It's a rapper. Her name is Azalea Banks, and she practices Palo. Now, would you say that voodoo is closer to Apollo than it is to Ifa, whereas you're dealing with spirits of chaos versus spirits of light, or like you say, you have like spirits. So light is like would be like, okay, you would, instead of like, okay, so say you're going to get into a car accident, right? The spirits of light will deal with the person so that they don't experience the car crash. The spirits of chaos would deal with the car crash, and then the person wouldn't. So it's like almost a different way of actually doing the so-called magic that happens in the religion. Instead of you dealing with it directly from the person aspect, you would deal with the actual catastrophe that's going to happen. Would you say that that's what the difference is?
I would say yes. There are spirits that are here to uplift, and there are spirits that are here to put down, right? And and it all depends on. Well, I would just say that is true. There's people there's spirits that are here to help, and there's spirits that are here to be a detriment to wrongdoers.
So when it really comes down to it, because when we were speaking to the shaman, his aspect is probably dealing with spirits of light through the plant medicine of ayahuasca, right? And
yes.
You were saying something to the point of that, that's fine and all, but because he actually made a statement that said, if you feel like someone is putting something on you, then that comes true, right? But if you don't feel like that, then it's not true. What would you say to that?
I would say partially, because, I would say it's a little, I'd say not little, I would say it's a big difference, but I understand what he was saying, because the thing about it, in Latin America, we have a terminology, which is maldición. In Spanish is maldición, right? And this is, how can I say this? This would be like, you're cursing yourself, you're jinxing yourself, when you're thinking certain things, you can bring things into existence. But for us, when we say in Latin America, the maldición or maldición, it's like you're saying things. It's not necessarily mental, but sometimes we want to watch the things we say, because the things we say can take form. And that's how we see it. Thinking, not necessarily, but we usually say, it's usually with the words you say, right? But thinking can be looked at as a form of maldición as well, or maldición as well, because it's still energy that is basically bringing things into existence, right? Evil eye, when we talk about, mal ojo, right? Or, we don't have that term in Creole, but, when you're evil eyeing someone, it's like it's charged by feelings and emotions, intent, right? Your intentions. So you're in that aspect. That's not totality of sorcery. That is one part of it. There's greater things that lie beyond that. But yes, he was right in a sense in that category.
So what is
So if you think it, it shall be. Same thing with the placebo effect, right? If you're thinking positive, you're thinking good, you're thinking, then there it shall be. So what happens is that a person could make you feel like something's going that they're doing something, and then you begin to feel calamity in your life based on how your thoughts are. So the secret, the law of attraction, is thoughts equals things. So if you can imagine, if you feel and you give reverence to it, then it could manifest itself even more. So let's go.
the difference, right, between religion and sorcery? What is, because I can pray and speak good things to and say, well, God, bring me certain things, or God, I pray to God. Is there a difference between me praying to God versus me praying to a certain other thing within voodoo that might say, okay, I want to bring about a certain thing? What's the difference between, is voodoo a religion, first of all? Number two, is it sorcery? Number three, what's the difference between the prayers that you send up to Jesus versus the prayers that you would send to a deity within voodoo?
I would say it's different energies, right? I don't look down upon a Christian or a person praying to Jesus, because that is a deity in itself. When we start talking about names, I mean, names are very powerful. And if you want to go back into ancient Egypt, you'll hear about the thing of Hekua, or words of power. When you talk about different deities, it's like, yes, they exist. Any type of word, I say words have energy. And if you go into the study of numerology, you'll know that. So whether it's God, whether it's Bon Dieu, whether it's Olodumare, it's like you're tapping into something, but you want to make sure what you ask for is within that stream of energy.
So what is the difference between religion versus sorcery within Haiti and voodoo?
Now, religion is ritualistic, right? Ritualistic is like, okay, we do things redundant at times, and we do things over and over, right? It becomes a custom, right? Now, there's a lot of people that are into customs and rituals that don't understand exactly what they're doing or the purpose of what they're doing. Now you find in the sorcery aspect, a person takes what people do unknowingly, ritualistically in religion, and put it to practical use. Now, a person in sorcery knows exactly what the rituals mean. They know what the rituals are capable of. Someone practicing religion, usually they're doing what they have been told or shown. So sorcery is putting to practice what someone learns ritualistically for their own agenda and purpose.
So would you say that all of these African practices are using sorcery?
I wouldn't say they're using sorcery. A prayer, you can use a prayer to praise. You can use a prayer to uplift, but you can also use a prayer for the opposite. You can use a prayer to bring destruction and woe to someone, right? There are certain scriptures, even in the Bible, that people have used to bring condemnation to people they don't like. So it's almost as though you don't have to have, it's like this. It ultimately depends on what you're utilizing it for. As far as the religion and sorcery has a very negative connotation. The connotation is, well, you're doing certain things to harm people. And religion is doing things ritualistically to help, right? But that's kind of where the difference lies in these terms. One is there, at times can be done without knowledge, but because of what they've been told is capable of, people blindly do it. And on the end of sorcery, people know exactly what they desire to happen or occur. They intentionally do things, right? So it's almost like this.
It's a matter of intent, right?
Your intention, yes, but not intention as in the sense that your intentions is the everything, or this is the main recipe for what you want to happen. Intention and action, right? Intention is, I want this to happen. Action is what I'm going to do with the knowledge that I have to make that happen.
So, for instance, if I say, God bring death to all my enemies, which would be something that actually happens in the Bible, where it says that I will bring death to your enemies, or that there's a thing in there, like to all your enemies, blah, blah, blah. Now, if you do that and then you light a candle, now that's sorcery. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Because you're manipulating energy to create a change that you desire.
So we have a person that's in the chat that is actually atheist, right? So Scam Chan is an atheist, and he believes that all that stuff doesn't really exist. Magic doesn't exist. What would you say to the average atheist?
He needs to. Well, the average atheist. What would I say? Well, if Haiti wasn't in the situation it is in presently, I would say they would make that person into a believer.
How would they do that?
Well, let's just say this. In my country, we have a thing where we say, marche sous 13 pour pas piler 14. Walk on 13 so you don't step on 14. Which means when you fuck around, you'll eventually find out. So that's basically what it is. If you don't believe, and let's just say you want to be a troublemaker, then you're going to find out. If you are in that type of area. See, again, there's different ways. They say in English, there's many ways to skin a dog and many ways to do a cat. So I would say, if you're over there or you're in a community where people are into the nonsense, then you'll find out, or you'll find what you're looking for.
Wow. So what is the difference between voodoo that's in Louisiana versus the voodoo that is in Haiti versus the voodoo that's in Ghana?
Now, I would say this is definitely different in Ghana, because Ghana is a whole nother practice whatsoever. I'm not even familiar with Ghana. But now in Louisiana, I would say historically that you can trace the Haitian roots back to Haiti via the Haitian Revolution, because they say that a lot of plantation workers brought, a lot of their Africans or quote unquote slaves with them to America because of the things that were happening down there, right? So a lot of the traditions a lot of things or knowledge that was in Haiti was brought over to Louisiana, New Orleans.
Okay. So a lot of people would say, well, if Haitian tradition was so strong, why are they in the position that they're in right now?
I mean, just look at the politicians. I mean, listen, it's a dog eat dog world. I mean, in Haiti, it's what's chien mange chien, right? Dog eat dog. You have everyone striving to be rich. Everyone wants power. I mean, listen, this Haiti is, let me just say this. Haiti has been on a path of self-destruction for decades, right? And, there's a lot of people that don't like this, but that's the truth. If we look at what we did to Jean-Jacques Dessalines, you mentioned what they call him, the 1804 documentary. We talk highly about Jean-Jacques Dessalines, but what did Haitians do to Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the man who gave Haiti its freedom? They chopped him up into pieces in the marketplace, right? So you look at it, what happened to Jovenel Moïse, the recent president? They assassinated him. I mean, I would say this. If you've seen the pictures of what they did to the president, you would be like, oh my God, you would not be able to sleep for a couple of days because it was that horrific. So when we say if Vodou is so powerful, I'm going to say this. Haiti's Vodou has turned in on itself. People have used it for their own riches and own personal benefit. I mean, look at it. Look at the gangs today. I mean, there's guys getting shot and the bullets are not penetrating their body. And what do they do? Because of that, they resort to machetes and gasoline. So they're setting people on fire. So at the end of the day, witchcraft and sorcery is powerful in Haiti. Religion, I would say it has taken a back step. If anything, the religion of Vodou has, let's just say, a lot of the practitioners, a lot of the priestess and priests, let's just say they have sold the religion for their own personal benefit. Where are these gang members getting their power from? A guy gets shot 4 to 5 times and he's still walking. You don't even see any blood coming out of his body. Where does he get the rag that he has wrapped around his arm or the magical rings? He's getting it from voodoo priest and priestess. So at the end of the day, Haiti is on a path of self-destruction, right? Well, let me not say everyone, but a lot of people that are into the practice don't care. It's like a Haitian Fidel Pharisien said, right? My brother Fidel Pharisien. Well, he doesn't speak English, but for those of you who are Haitian, you've probably heard of him, right? He said that Vodou has become something to enrich one's life. The average Mombo today is worrying about her Brazilian hair. You know what I'm saying? That Wuga today is worried about, he's like, his care is for the amount of cars that he has. He wants 4 to 5 cars. He wants 3 to 4 houses in Dominican Republic, right? So that's where Vodou is at today. You have people that are enriching themselves, and there's nothing wrong with having great and nice things. There's nothing wrong with that. But where it's at today is on the path of self-destruction. Hello?
I'm sorry. Chad is asking, do you know a priestess Miriam from the Voodoo Temple in Louisiana? And,
no. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And also working with different light workers.
I don't work with none of them, and I'm not familiar with her. See, one thing I would say about this. A boko mange pour compte, right? Let me explain what that means. A boko eats by himself. Rarely do you ever see a boko or a quote-unquote, I don't like to use this term, but I would say this, a malfecteur, right? Let's just say a person that doesn't do nice things. You rarely ever see them sitting in the midst of voodoo priest or priestess. What
is a boko though? What is the difference between a boko,
let's just say
mambo,
and someone? Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, boko, mambo, and what's the other one? Hogan. What's the difference?
Well, a Wuga is a voodoo priest, right? And that person is associated with light and doing good things, helping. At least that's what he should be doing. A Mambo, the same. Now, a Boko is someone who does all the dirty work.
And when you say dirty work, what does that mean? Dirty work.
What does that mean? I would say extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities. Let's just say let's just say this, right? I would just say this. There's you know what? Okay, let me do it like this. Sometimes you may have an individual, right? Let's just say you have a person assaulting 1-year-old children. You have someone that's known for beating women, or you know someone, that's been accused of heinous things like rape. What happens at times is that certain people may take complaint to people that are into the extracurricular activities, right? And let's just say, or this person may have been into a whole lot of things. Now what happens? You see this person begins to fall into a lot of problems. You may see that person, you look at them, you just see the changes happening with them. Sometimes they even fly to distant countries to get help. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, sometimes what eventually happens at times is that their body begins to break down. Sometimes people may even accuse that person of looking like they have AIDS or something. But listen, in reality, that's just one example, right? But the thing is, you find people that are doing evil, right? And they're hurting people. And then sometimes people go to a boko to fix that problem. And you may find that person is no more. Again, there's many ways to address the situation. Mm-hmm.
Right. So, what about like Ogun? Would you say a Bokor would be similar to Ogun in this community where, like, almost like the police, the community where, hey, you like justice of situations?
Yes. They would say that that could be looked at as like that, but most of the people who are associated with Bokor are associated with Bawon Samzi, the god of the dead.
Right. So it's like, sounds like similar to Palo practitioner. So you have like Santeria, then you have Palo, which
something
is like
similar, but not quite. But yes, we both are on the side of working with Zombie Muerto, the dead. We both on that side, yes. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But there's definitely differences.
Okay. So would a Bokor also be able to work with spiritual light, or is it just like once you get into that, you can't go into
of course they can. But a lot of them are associated with more of the left side of voodoo. See, when I was coming up, they broke things down to me like this, right? There is the cool side, which is Rada, and there is the hot side, which is called Pitwo, right? Now, this is what they call rites, Rit, right? Of course, there's different other rites, but when I was coming up, this was what was explained to me. That's the hot side and the cool side, right? Rada, Pitwo. Pitwo is where you find a lot of aggressive spirits. And a Bokor is usually associated with that side. And those of you who who know of Max Beauvoir, may he rest in peace. You know that he basically mentioned that himself. Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you deal with these hot spirits, so you're really dealing with the dead. Because what I've understood is that when a human being like passes on, right? There's a certain amount of time before they actually go to the light, right? would you say that you're dealing with the spirits that are on earth that have not gone to the light, or would you say that you're dealing with even deeper spirits than that?
Okay, here we go. There's different categories of spirits, right? There's the Loa, right? And the Loa can be either on the left side or the right side. And then you have the, how can I say, the Zonset, the ancestors. And the ancestors can fall into, let's just say, well, they can fall into zombie category, and they can just fall into just Zonset, right? They're ancestors. So you have the Loa, which are the deities, pretty much like Orishas. They can be good or bad. Then you have the Zonset, which is the ancestors. And the ancestors can be broken down to ancestor or a zombie. A zombie, I know there's a contradiction in that because most people think of zombie as a human being that has been risen from the dead, yes. But its root is the souls of the dead, which comes from the Congo word in Zambia.
So speaking of zombies, I've heard that there were certain herbs that could take an actual human being, that's alive. And they bury that person, and then they come up out the ground after a certain amount of time, and then they're considered zombies. So is that the same thing, or is that like a different thing?
I would say this. There's two types of zombie, right? When people speak of zombie, there's two types they speak of, right? Zombifié, right? You can say turn them into a zombie, right? But zombifié is zombified, right? And then there is zombie, which is when a person is talking about the spirit of the dead, right? Now, when we're talking about the person who has been poisoned, we call it Tutsi. You're not necessarily dead. Yes, your senses may appear to be inactive. That makes you appear as if you're dead, but you're still alive, right? See, the difference between Haiti and America and why this is so common in Haitian culture is that people can get buried within the same day or days after, right? Because of the situation, there is no medical, like hospitals like that for poor people. So usually, you die, okay, they'll put your body, they'll take care of you because of decomposition. They don't want that to happen. So they bury you right away, right? So now you find malfecta, or basically evildoers that choose to manipulate this to their advantage. So let's just say you stole someone's land, or you are a problem. Someone may hire someone to do something to that individual, but they don't want that person dead. They want that person alive. So when they bring that person up, okay, we kidnap you. It's a form of kidnapping. You're taking someone to a specific location and having your way with them when they come back to life, or they wake up from their slumber.
Wow. Okay, and that exists right now.
Yes.
That is creepy. Oh my God.
I'll tell you, Haiti is a place that is unbelievable. When I speak, for me to speak to people in America, the stuff that goes on in Haiti, you will not believe it. You would not believe it at all, period. So I don't blame anyone for not believing it. It's a reality that exists over there. It is an unbelievable place.
So here's another question: is that you have people that are getting initiated in America into Haitian voodoo, and I've heard people come up missing. What would you say is going on in that situation?
Well, I'm gonna say this. Listen, you got to definitely know who you're dealing with, because listen, there's a reason why for me I don't attend no voodoo ceremonies, because I know how people can be. Yes, I'm a voodooism. What I got from the elders, I keep to myself. I don't try to mingle and go to voodoo ceremonies because I know people are very messed up. There's no friends in this thing called voodoo or spirituality for us. See, maybe in Wicca, maybe in, Ifa, it's safer, but voodoo is not a place where you want to be friendly with people.
I avoid ceremonies for the most part. I do, unless it's a ceremony that I'm involved with or I'm working the ceremony, I do not just go to random ceremonies.
I don't care how much, how many years they got, if they're Asogwe or the highest initiate, people have ill intentions. And, some people, listen, the thing of body parts, the thing of sacrifices, listen, there's people out here that will do that to better their position in life. If you go on my Facebook, there's videos I've shown that people have human bodies buried under their voodoo temple.
So I heard of a story about a person that's out here right now that said they're a voodoo priest. That's pretty well known. I'm not going to mention their name. You know what I'm saying? But, they said they were a voodoo priest. Her name starts with a J, and she said she was a voodoo priest. And it came out that, she had a grandfather that actually did human sacrifice and got exiled out of the voodoo community Is that what happens when a person does human sacrifice, or is it
Again,
accepted?
I mean, listen, that all depends on where they're at. You know what I'm saying? In the voodoo community, I would say there is no morality in the voodoo community. I would say in the Haitian voodoo community. See, I would say this. Comparing what's going on in America and what's going on in Haiti is totally different. In America, you have rules and regulations, you have standards, and you have people trying to make it seem as though there is some type of structure in order. In Haiti, it doesn't work like that. You know, there is no, oh, well, yeah, you know this person got how many bodies to his name, but you're still going to fuck with them. Yeah, overseas, that's how it is. See, in America, you have people like, you know what, I'm going to disassociate myself from those kind of people because I got Americans that are aiding me, they're funding me, and I don't want that stigma associated with me. So a lot of voodoo in America is very commercial. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but some people, they have foreign clientele, and some of these people have sponsors, and they don't want to lose that sponsor being associated with the extracurricular activities.
So, you know, so a lot of people did not realize that even on Sean P. Diddy Combs' back was Ursuline or something like that, which is a voodoo actual deity that he had as a tattoo on his entire back. And we're gonna get into that.
So to be honest, what it comes really down to is when you get into voodoo, is dealing with kind of a spirits that like can get dark and there's aspects that can be light, but really it's their darker spirits. But it really is about justice. But you have other people that can exploit that for their own personal gain.
Yes.
Now let's get into. Man, this is crazy. I didn't expect what you were saying here. What in the world? So a lot of children have become missing the last hurricane that happened. Is it okay to practice child sacrifice in Haiti?
I would say for myself, that is crazy. That is insane. But again, Haiti is a dog eat dog world. I mean, listen, you know, for them, people are going to do whatever they want to do. You know, I can't stop what they're doing, but I'm not going to deny the existence of such ordeals that occur. That's there. But am I to say, you know, this is good or bad? I wouldn't personally do it. But there's people out there that will do it in a heartbeat and not care. I mean, if you look at my shorts, you can pretty much see about the baby. That tongue was cut out, the throat was slit, the fingers were chopped off, and the toes were chopped, and the feet was chopped off. I did a short about that, and I talked about that. I did a review about a case that happened in Haiti. Basically, it was a young girl who, let's just say, I guess they didn't like her. The family didn't like her. So, you know, she went to Dominican Republic with her boyfriend, and when she came back, she found her baby's eyes bulged out, tongue cut out, both thumbs chopped off, and both toes chopped off. Now, the police came, the lady claims, I mean, you know, but then again, I don't want to get too much into that, but stuff like that happens. Just to talk on what we're speaking on, that happened.
So what about like the whole thing? They're killing the dogs, they're killing the cat, eat the cats. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know all about that part. You know, as far as a Haitian doing that, I can't say that we are like that. You know, like you know, I don't know, but you never know. You have some people that are, you know, that I don't know if that's true or not.
Are cats and dogs a part of any ritual in Haiti? Like, are there any rituals in Haiti where dogs and cats are like sacred to do that, to make a certain?
I would say this: everything goes in Haiti. Everything goes. There's no restriction. Everything goes, and it all depends on who you're dealing with. Because there's some people. Not everybody's malicious and evil. There's certain people that are good. They have good hearts, and they don't want to participate in such actions. But then again, there's other people that don't care. Everything goes.
Let's talk about the spirits of Haiti. You know, I've heard stories of like, you know, can't go outside, or you see a person and they're like, oh, I saw this person, and then it turned out that person wasn't there. But everybody knows that if you go outside a certain time, you're going to see a certain spirit. What is that?
See, if you have the gift of clairvoyance, maybe you'll see it, right? Maybe you will see it. But the thing is, when you see things, is usually within spirit. You have to be gifted to see that. Mm-hmm. There's certain things that I can't explain myself because I don't know everything. But I will definitely say there are certain things over there that is, not to be fucked with.
Wow. So, is it true that a person can become a zombie and be actually made into a slave to work someone's property?
It goes back to what I said. It's a form of kidnapping, right? It's a form of kidnapping. And most of the people that come out of that state, they're not there mentally. You know, they're moving as though a person who is high on heroin. So whatever manipulation that has to happen there happens there. But usually it's for the person's own agenda. They can have you there as a slave to do whatever they want with you. Some will make you work the field. Some would basically use you for whatever purpose they want to.
So when it really comes down to it, like, okay, we were talking about herbs, right?
Peace, Fundi. Welcome to the chat. If you want to come up and expound on some of this, I'm really just playing some videos of like some people discussing like witchcraft, and I'm trying to draw the difference between priesthood and witchcraft in African spirituality. So we're going over Bokor, and it's an earlier video I did with this Bokor. Because I have so many videos on my channel that people probably have forgotten that I've done. So I'm just gonna going over this, and like we're gonna be discussing, like we're just really just going. This is like just one video, but we're gonna really get into the difference between witchcraft versus priesthood in African spirituality.
So you have the ayahuasca plant that's meant for healing yourself mentally. What it seems like in Haiti is that people understand how to use these herbs in a baneful way. They very much mastered the.
Welcome, Fundi. What are your thoughts on this so far? Because I've just mainly been talking to him about like this the whole thing when it comes down to it. But lately, with this whole FBA movement, there's been like a more and more. There's more of a demonization when it comes down to African spirituality. Because of like the FBA movement. More and more people are saying, okay, well, like the Pan-Africans are dead. And so now you have more of the Christians like kind of going into Beyonce and the fact that she is like a Oshun priest and this and that and like that she's like this evil person, and she's practicing witchcraft. I'm gonna bring that video up and then I'm gonna get your opinion on it. Let me bring the video up. Give me 1 second. So you can just get some context of really even why I even began to like really want to start to just like go into like, okay, what are the misconceptions of African spirituality? So let me bring this video up and share it real quick, and then I'll get your opinion on it. Share this tab. All right, let's go.
Man, E5 don't make no mistake, bro.
What's E5? Because I heard of it.
A lot of people practice it like Santeria or somebody.
Beyonce.
Some people do. Beyonce practice E5. She a child of Oshun. She a child of Oshun. She got songs. She got songs like talking about her ancestor. Every time she dressed up like her ancestor. When she was pregnant, she dressed up as Oshun.
Oh wow. So have you ever spoken with the dead?
Yeah, I feed them.
What do you mean?
I feed them all the time. I take care of them for them to take care of me every day.
This is a religion that originated in Africa?
Yeah. It's the religion that they say all African Americans are supposed to practice.
Now that's a rapper, Stunner for Vegas, an artist that the baby signed back in the day, talking about the Yoruba religion and Beyonce. Once again, somebody else is talking about Beyonce being a witch. At the end of the interview, he goes on to call the interviewer brainwashed. Yet he's the one feeding dead people. Guys, pay attention to who you're listening to and the songs you're singing. Because a lot of different times you're singing to an ancestor or a different god you have no idea you're singing to. Why? Because you're choosing to listen to these witches and these warlocks. This is why I always say, be careful what goes into your eyes and your ears, because these are your portals. These are your gates. You need to hold firm at your gates and keep your gates closed and locked. Because once you open them to the wrong spiritual things, that's when you come into agreement with demonic activity. And believe it or not, you listening to Beyonce, you're coming into agreement with demonic activity. Why? Because just like she said in her song, she's giving off that Oshun energy. You think she out here dressing like Oshun for no reason? No, this is a whole ritual. This is her showing her allegiance. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not to Christ. Beyonce may have used to been a Christian. However, she got with Jay-Z. She started being around the wrong people. Now she's completely into spirituality, African ancestry. That has nothing to do with the one true living God. That has nothing to do with Yahweh. She's completely lost, completely clouded. Her judgment is completely crowded. She's completely in darkness. She's with Jay-Z, somebody who said that Jesus can't save you. Then in his other song, he said that I told my wife the spiritual stuff really work. What spiritual stuff you think he's talking about? This. May the Lord bring light. Hallelujah. May Beyonce even come out of that darkness.
So what are your thoughts on that, Fundi?
The parallels and the hypocrisy is crazy. It's demonic to worship, it's demonic to feed and or talk to or bequeath help from people who made you, people who you know who knew you personally, whose DNA helped structure the thing that you are. It's demonic to talk to the line that made you, but it is not demonic to worship a man that you hung from a tree, bled, and after he's dead and gone, you commemorate him by drinking his blood in effigy and eating his body in effigy. I will never, I shall never again. Because what they consider demonic is me talking literally to the selves of me that came before me. But it is not demonic to eat the body and blood of a man that I did not know and who did not know me. It's hypocritical.
Great point. You know, when you're doing communion, right? That is a ritual. That's a ritual of almost. Who would you say? Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's a blood flesh eating ritual. The only people I know that do that are cannibals. Oops.
Right, and they say blood of my body broken for me. Eat of it, the blood, drink it. You know, like that sounds like that if that person was there, you'd be eating his flesh, right? So why are we seeing that? Did this really happen somewhere? Like, why is that even like an actual thing? You know?
Does it happen somewhere? It happens every third Sunday in every place that says Christian. It's called communion. Now, when me and my people do communion, we bring food to feed one another, just like we bring food to feed our ancestors in effigy. But we're not eating them.
Right. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
I mean, as a matter of fact, let's go back into history a little bit. Isn't that what happened in colonial Virginia and North Carolina and South Carolina when the Christians got hungry? And anybody can go to Virginia and read the plaques. I did. When they got hungry, they started digging up the dead bodies of the Native Americans and roasting them to eat. So this is not outside of their culture.
You know what's even crazy? Do you know that they had this stuff called mumia, which was the actual dead like bones of like mummies from ancient Egypt, and they would put it in the tea and get high off of it or drink it or whatever. I don't know what they were doing with it. But they were like,
they have a book called The Delectable Negro. And if I'm not mistaken, Jesus was a dark-skinned Jewish man, and they're replicating eating him. Hence your book, The Delectable Negro. But feeding your ancestors and talking to them and having them petition for you on the other side, that's demonic. Well, I think eating somebody in effigy is demonic. And if he's going to heaven, I'd like to go to his hell, please.
You know, I have a question. Let's just do this real quick. Let's name 5 things because I have been, for some reason, inundated with a lot of like Christian talking points lately that is really hardcore going against African spirituality, calling the ancestors familial spirits. So it's okay. So when I look at the word familial, because at first I thought they were saying familiar, but then I said familial spirits. So they're saying that no, these are demons. They are familial spirits. What do you know about a familiar? Are you aware of that term and what that really means?
I do. In the craft of familia is a companion. It could be a dog, a cat, a person, a mouse, a frog, a bird. It is a familiar spirit. It is a companion to you. My dog, my cat are my familiars. It's kind of like saying family. These are entities that take care of you and that you take care of. You are companions. You are familiar with one another.
So wouldn't that be similar to a guardian angel?
Sure is, just like the old little cherub that every Christian wants. Exact same thing. Exact same
Why
function.
do you think that Christians, because I'm starting to more and more believe that Christianity is a cult. Why do you
No, it's a governance.
A governance, okay. I don't know what the difference between cult and the governance is.
A governance is a way to govern, have power and control. The Bible is a governance. It gives hierarchies. It gives levels of command. Servant, serve your masters well. But then takes a whole nother turn in the book where he's actually pulling servants out of the master's house. Interesting. So on one hand, the book says stay in your condition. But on the other hand, it says, I will pull you out. Just wait. Absolutely not. Not.
I want you to give your opinion on this. I thought this was interesting right here, what I just see. So what she had to say here. Check this out.
Sure.
Men created religion because they were jealous that women created life. So they had to make up an all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful sky daddy to make them feel better about their inadequacies. They then went on to create an absolutely ridiculous story that women came from a man's rib, which we all know is absolutely ridiculous. Everyone that has ever been or ever will be has come through the womb of a woman. And no amount of sky daddy stories will change the absolute fact that the XX chromosome is the foundation for all life. And the divine feminine has no equal opposite or superior. She only has her mutations and her creations. The Y chromosome is in fact and indeed the degenerated mutation of the X. And every fetus begins as female until it mutates into a male. And that, my friends, is facts, not male ego-driven religious fantasy. So to sum it all up, Your Sky Daddy isn't real. God isn't a man. Women didn't come from men. Men are not our natural born leaders, nor are they superior to us in any way, shape, or form. And ladies, we gave birth to all this shit. Act like it.
Thoughts?
I love Bay. um, she is right to a point, and I will back off of that. And she's right to a point where he is our evolution in his mutation. And that doesn't make him lesser.
Mm.
And that's something that I really need my sisters, as much as we're trying to reclaim our divinity. It does not mean we have to take his, because he is a product of us. And to take his divinity takes ours. We are the dark that gives birth to the light. And when the light extinguishes itself, it comes back to get another idea. So that idea can once again be formed into light and sent out and brought back in.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the beautiful cycle between the female and the male. I birth, we see you. And when you are no longer seen, you come back into me. And we form another idea, and I birth you again, and you show and prove. And when that show and that prove is over and you go out, you come back in, and we do it again. To take his divinity would be to take the light of the world. And we can't do that and be fair.
I agree. Welcome to the panel, Saranka. What are your thoughts on this subject?
ATE Emitab, Sanetu, Anquasta Jed, the both of you. Uh, it's a fact. Christians have been, well, first, you called them a cult. And in the beginning, that's exactly what they were, was a small cult. Um, when Pan-Africanism was the majority, in particular, Shamsu Asar and Shamsu Aset at the time of their rising. So when you get your first catechetical schools and all that, that's when Christianity starts to come on the rise, because Ptolemaics, Persians, and Romans eventually take over Egypt, and the knowledge that they were taught initially starts to spread out into things that they conjure for themselves or was taught to them. So when it comes to things like Jesus, as the sister was building, and I pointed it out several times, he's a knockoff of Asar. And then later, they also try to transcribe him towards Heru. But Necheru stories from Aset walking on water, to Jehuti, who waits for her in Kemet. And then you get stuff like Jesus calling out to so-and-so to walk on the water. And then when his faith fails him, he's got to go grab him and get him out the water. So all these things, even from the fact that they call you a pagan in the first place and turn around and there are three that bear record in heaven: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. So if you got Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and then you say they're one, and then I asked you which one got Mary pregnant, well, it couldn't be the Son. So that leaves the Holy Ghost of the Father. And the books say that the Holy Ghost rose over Mary. So that means that And they'll tell you clearly and bluntly, the Holy Ghost ain't the Father or the Son. So that means that Jesus is not the only begotten Son. The only begotten Son that they know would be Adam, which he made directly from their book. Anyway, that's how their story goes. And their story is kind of strange because that would make Adam a hermaphrodite if he's birthing women. But we all have belly buttons. So as the sister pointed out, if you could show us something that don't have a navel cord that came into existence, we'll give you props. But other than that, we got to give praise to one of the oldest natural or oldest gods, as people say, Mama Nana. Nana, one of the first statuettes that you see in the history of gods. A female with big breasts and big behind. It's a black woman. So we know exactly where the idea comes from. We know that we call the universe a female and she births things into existence, and Noon is the energy inside of her. Even when we go to the stories of Atum Ra, Ptah, and etc., all of these things come way of birth. Ra has a mother. That's a whole nother story, but absolutely. And then last, just to land the plane, when we talk about the curses, because that's what this show is mostly about, the witchcraft. When you talk about witchcraft, you have a lot of versions of witchcraft because Muslims, in fact, they did it to the Shias. They bring families together, and this family will curse this one and say this will happen to you, and the other family will curse the other and say this will happen to you. Let Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be the judge, and then they walk away from each other.
Isn't that where the evil eye came from? The Muslim, isn't evil eye a Muslim Islamic thing? Like from that region, the evil eye, because even like that necklace, the evil eye, is that like Turkish or
It's Persian.
Yes, it's the
It's
claim.
Persian.
Yeah. And so you have that, and then you have Christians who do the same thing. There's all types of curses that they will put upon you in the form of prayer. You know? So
Right. Oh my God. Let's get into the curses and the prayer.
yeah.
Because
So
like they will be praying for you, be cursing you at the same time, and don't even realize. It's like Christians need to realize if God says that all power comes into the tongue or is in the tongue, people don't even realize that the words that people say are curses. Like if you say the wrong thing, you could be cursing somebody.
yeah. Or if you start speaking in tongues, what are you performing? Since you always want to call out the Voodoo priest, when you get what's that?
What are you saying and who's saying it
And I'm gonna
behind you?
say on the Mapu
Precisely.
side, you know what I'm saying? And then they all have the same. I'm like, what language? What is that? And someone should be there to interpret that. You just don't just bust out into that. No one's there to tell you what you're saying.
And when the Holy Ghost get to taking over a whole church and they get to acting all crazy, dancing wild, and ain't that possession? That's spiritual possession, ain't it?
It sure is. It's riding a horse, though. Riding a horse, precisely.
Right, like they galloping, right?
So it's happening right in your church every Sunday, but you looking at witchcraft with a funny eye.
But here's the thing. I'm trying to determine, is African spirituality witchcraft? Because I heard priests trump witches. So what is
Yes.
the difference? Like, are priests more of the healers, and then the witches are just out there kind of, or is it because of initiation that makes a person a priest, and then that makes what they're doing a little bit more sanctified or whatever? Or what is the difference between a warlock? Because this guy pretty
I
much
was just
was
about to
calling
say that too.
Beyonce a witch and Jay-Z a warlock. And it's like, well, from what I understand, warlocks are European. So even the word warlock, I looked it up. The word warlock means traitor. I mean, are you guys aware that the word warlock means a traitor?
Yeah, I wasn't privy to that. I thought it was part of sorcery and augury, but that could be the case. If that's the case,
No,
you know.
it literally means. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna show you. It means
Oh,
traitor, warlock.
Listen to the word. The beginning, the sub of the word, or the prefix of the word is war.
and lock, which would be locking him out because he's a traitor in war. That could be the case. But I would
It means
definitely.
breaker of oaths, deceiver.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to. So in one instance, it'll say a warlock is a male practitioner of witchcraft. Let me show you this. Let me share this because when they start talking about this, I'm like, okay, are they trying to say that because they also call Satan the great deceiver, right? So the most commonly accepted etymology derives warlock from the Old English where loga, which means breaker of oaths or deceiver. The term came to apply specifically to the devil around 1000 AD. In early modern Scots, the word came to refer to the male equivalent of a witch. Now, this is where it gets interesting because some people believe that so-called Satan is a female, not a male. Like they always show the male with the horns and da da da. But if you go deeper into like the understanding of what Satan really supposedly is, if you do the research, what the most beautiful angel, the da da da. Why would God use beautiful when it comes to a male, right?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait.
Okay,
And here is where I have to ask for a little bit of consistency and congruency.
okay,
Lucifer was an angel. Can we agree on that?
yes,
If Lucifer was an angel, by pure cosmology of the universe itself, angels do not have sexual gender. They don't have genitalia. So they're neither male nor female. So no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna even put Lucifer as a freaking girl. We're not doing that. That's an angel. Women got enough shit to deal with. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no, I've heard that. I'm just bringing on what people have told, what I've found out, because there's so many different weird stories about the different things. So I'm like, okay,
As a woman, we have to delineate on this one. Lucifer goes back into the angel category. He cannot come here.
So they call him a he. Let it be a he. Well, the
It's an
story of
it.
yeah.
It's not a he or she. It's an it. Just like God is an it.
Well,
You-
a he she in the case of the God. But when you go back to the story of how they come into these discussions, it goes back to demiurges, uh, demigods, and venerated ancestors initially. So this is how we initially get that Lucifer situation with the demiurges, most of them being females with wings in the earlier stories before that Bible was written, which they basically took everything that was righteous in olden times, flipped it on its head, and they felt a certain way due to their treatment uh, at the hands of the Romans. But very silly because a lot of what they have foundationally is built off of what you would call a pagan system. It's built off of African ancestry. It's built off of African spirituality. It's built off of European add-ins, and you act so ferocious about things, and that, and he was working some type of spell. I had no idea what he was doing. And you're going to turn around and you're going to pray to your Palestinian ancestor in Jesus. You're going to pray in his name as a medium to get to Yahweh, who is your God, who received power from another God called El initially. And then you say stupid stuff like the Godhead, the 3 in 1, the Elohim, which is where Jesus comes into play. He's one of the sons of the Most High of Elion, which used to be El Kunisera when we go back as far as he dates to the Hittites. And we know where the Hittites got their foundation. So it's a vicious circle of demonization at some point in time, and it's about who's going to be in power and who's going to make power moves instead of its original nation or nature, where in Africa we were giving people power. We were showing them how to deify those who did well in their communities. We were showing them, you're like, oh, these guys are giving praise to their ancestors. Well, how do you think you say grace at your table, stupid? That's what it comes from initially. Saying grace at the table. And I'm talking about the old table, the offering table, before you get to the now Christianized table. So when we say DF Imitep Nisu Neteru, first we thank the gods, then we say Nkain, for the spirit of, and we give that to an ancestor. And we name several ancestors. And then we made a piety, because priests, when you do the altar work, is you giving offerings to different people's ancestors. You saying prayers for different people's ancestors. You being the priest that you're supposed to be. Not just marrying people, not just being a hymnetcher, a servant of the people's soul. So these are the different things that you do as a priest. This is what an Ifa priest does. Not just doing the divination. There are also offerings done daily for other people's ancestors and discussions with them. That's your job, priest.
So like I said, and here's the thing. With this whole thing of the music industry and everything like this, more and more you have people coming out and having these videos where they're, like I said, after the FBA thing came out, now you have more of these artists coming out and they're telling their stories. So let me show you, because they're all, and here's the thing. It's like, oh, I'm reformed. I was once a this, that, the other priest, right? So this guy was in 21 divisions. Now, if anyone knows what 21 divisions is, that's a Puerto Rican version of a Afro Puerto Rican version of, I would say, Lukumi. Then you had Voodoo, and then you had what's the one in Jamaica? I forget the Jamaican one. But what happened is that when Africans came over to the diaspora, because people want to pretend, I don't know why all of a sudden everyone wants to pretend like we were already here. But no, people came over here because there's proof of it, because the religions that came and popped up out of those diasporic things during slavery, right? So you have 21 divisions. You have Obeah in Jamaica. You have Voodoo in Haiti. You have Lukumi in Cuba. You have what's the one in Candomblé in Brazil. So you have all these different African. Then you go into Hoodoo in America, Voodoo in Louisiana, Voodoo or whatever. Now all these things tie back to African roots, but the thing is that we have this whole FBA movement that is trying to say that we have no connection back to Africa. But I believe that just in the spirituality alone that have come over to this diaspora shows that there was some type of a migration that happened. We were not already here.
No,
And
not.
so, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh, I thought you was finished. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
was
go
going to
ahead.
give you a clue. One of the precursors, which most people, and I told my brother Rob Bourne, we was having a discussion. When you look at the Zulu priest, it's a Shango. When you go to West Africa, you have another version of the same name. When you go to Haiti, you have another version of you got a Shango priest. When you go to Cuba, you have another Issy Shango. You have another you have different derivatives of the same term. How did
So, who
everybody
is
get this?
Shango in Egyptian?
Shango doesn't make it to Egyptian, but we would have a hymnetra which performs it. So these other cultures are basically derivatives of that. So when we look at Issy Shango or a Shango priest all of these people have this that term is South African. It comes from the Zula and the Xhosa language. So when you talk about the Xhosa priests and different people who speak click language and what have you over there, it makes its way there to my I'm a Congolese, to the Congo, and its way through Nigeria, and then it's still the same South African term. They just add something to it.
You
And
know,
so now
Shango does sound South African.
it is. So
It definitely sounds South African. Shango
yeah.
does not sound like the average Nigerian
No, not
like
at
word.
all. And it doesn't come from there. And if you know anything about their folklore, they tell you they start in the south, and now Nigeria is the new Ifa, blah 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 blah. So
I thought they came out of Nubia because I've heard they came from Sudan. The actual Yoruba people that started in Ila Ife. I've heard so many stories that they came out of Nubia,
uh,
right
probably
below Sudan, like in that region. So I don't know, like, but
so even to make Nubia or Nehesi lands, when you start talking about the Nehesi, you're still talking about an influx of Southern Africans going to West Africa and also going straight down north and them meeting as a conglomeration to make Nehesi people and to make Kemet or Egypt, if you will, and to make Libya. So when you start to look at the who, how, and what, like you have Fulanis that stretch from Ethiopia to Chad and a little further. So that whole the whole Fulani tradition goes from west to northeast Africa. But when you get terms that are old like that, you see how Southern Africans had a lot of influence. And so you can see a term like the Isishango make its way to West Africa, make its way to Northeast Africa, make its way across the world. And now you have those same types of priests in different countries. And so when they say, oh, there's no connection, that's the connection with the lineage. And when you take people from Africa over to North America, how do you end up with those same terms, same practices, and same actions? That's why the book Drums and Shadows is one of the important pieces of history that I had introduced to the community a while back, because it shows the original faiths that people came over here with. There were I think there were maybe a couple Christians, and one of them was black and Greek. They talk about him uh when I had did the research, and he started to baptize the people because his slave master gave him the opportunity to do so. Not most of us were like that. We would say there's a spirit in the sky, a spirit in this, a spirit in that tree. Go pray to the tree before you cut it down, all that.
All right, Pony, go ahead. I know you've been waiting. Did you? I know you wanted to say something way long before when I first got into like the thing. So go ahead.
My ancestors are screaming to the top of their lungs. I do understand that Africa is the mother of the cradle of civilization. I get it. I get it. But for some reason, we keep forgetting that there was an erasure, a genocide of peoples on paper, in blood, in disease, right here in the Americas. These people were not allowed to have their names, their land, their children. They were taken away from their tribes and reclassified as something that they never were, and were beaten and killed and bred like livestock and given a history that was not theirs. And everybody just glazes over when we talk about there were civilizations right here in the Americas that was coming up right alongside Africa, right alongside Australia, the Polynesians, China, Japan, Russia. Here too. We were mound builders here too. We had our own ideologies right here too. Were we inbred? Sure were, with everybody. And somehow my people, while y'all sit on our land, still ghost us like we didn't exist. And keep telling us we're African, when even Africans are telling us we weren't Africans. What is a FBA anyway? And forgive me, but y'all are forgetting a whole side of yourselves that independently came up and was erased. But yet we're still here. And y'all feed us back a history that was not ours, and we're supposed to just eat it. The awakening is us remembering who we were before we were bred like livestock. Please don't forget us. We bled on the land that we gave you. Yes, African you might be, but you are an American from the Americas. You are USDA product, bred, born, died, loved. You never left your land. You were beaten into a history that was not yours. Absolutely not. Not when we're in the middle of trying to define what an FBA is, a fundamental Black American. But I patiently sit while we talk about Africa. You do know we're about to get some reparations around here, right? And that's why everybody wants to cling to what we are, but nobody wants to ever be us. Why? Who wants to be erased? But in our erasure, we just keep creating, keep creating, keep creating, and we keep giving our creation over to Africa. Don't get me wrong. Hey, bruh, how you doing? But this happened in the Americas. And I still don't see an African boat that came to save us. We have no friends, obviously. And though y'all talk about Africa as wonderful as it is, it still ain't came to save us. And they keep telling you, you not them. You're not their brother. How many times you got to sit at the table and get mushed faced and have your plate thrown back in the kitchen? You can go eat in there. Come on, family. We had these same practices right here. Because we are one people, aren't we? Come on, family. Don't forget about you while giving your accolades to somebody else. We had a little Egypt right here. We had a Nile, 2 of them. Pyramids, there are more pyramids here than there. We're prisoners of war on our own land. And we don't even see it because they beat it out of us to look somewhere else. When even Jesus said it's within you, around you, and all about you. Because he came to the Americas too. We kind of got it. We let him make it. So much so that we felt bad because we knew when he left, they were going to kill him. But we never talk about how Jesus walked around the world, right? Thank you for my diatribe.
Asar and Ka, like, so you you understand the Egyptian. What part of the Egyptian aspect comes from America? Like, are you aware of like the connection of Egypt and America, South America, the Mound people? Where do you find the connection between those two?
Well, if we looked at any anything built over here on this side, that would be African. That would be black people who would either travel with Mongols when they first came over here to inhabit America, which would make a Native American, which is what you see in their gene pool. And when you go back to the scientist who was looking at some of the original inhabitants, it would be no different than the Aborigines, as they call them, who walked over to Australia, your first Australians who were black and looked just like New Guinea people. So any habitation would come from that. The second habitation would be around the 1300s when we talk about Mansa Musa's brother who took a trip through the Atlantic. Uh, Arabs record most of that. And one of the ships, one time when he went, he just never came back. And then recently, I think we found the Manique people or whatever I believe is their name. The preacher tried to go over there with his book and they knocked him off. They don't want that. They have what they have. They have their own spirituality. And it's all black people on that.
Central Islands in India?
In North America, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
So
okay,
yeah,
I didn't know about that.
they over in North America. So we know about them. We know so there, I mean, there in those cases, you have your original black people making travel, because pretty much what we know when it came to creating people, we see where it was done in Africa. We don't see it in other locations where people just popped up out of the blue, or a hand of God act, if you will. The second part would be, I mean, you know, when it comes to Uh, and so in that, because obviously Mansa Musa's brother traveled to Egypt, and a lot of people make their exit out of Egypt to go to different localities. Uh, this is where you start to get that situation and people going here and having the idea similar, central, and what have you. And you start to see pyramids. But as far as, you know,
Well, hold
Africa.
on. I would ask this: is that okay?
I can tell you exactly where you can find it.
Egyptian pyramids seems to be, because you have mounds, right? So I would say that if people begin to build, right, they would first be building, there would have to be I would say like you start from something and then you build up to the structure of a pyramid. So that's why
Can
I
I
would kind of agree that they probably started here, because those mounds would be the beginning of building. And then when they finally made the pyramids, now you have a perfect structure, right? Because that would show like
No,
as a
no,
human. Go
may
ahead.
I?
Go ahead.
May I? May
go
I?
ahead,
Okay.
sis. You know,
I'm gonna point you straight to the Grand Canyon where you can find Egyptian artifacts, Egyptian mounds, Egyptian everything. There's a reason they took the water level down in the Grand Canyon. Y- Just check anywhere. The Mississippi. They actually demolished the mounds that were there. And what we have to understand about construction is you have to understand leveling, the ground that will be holding the structure, and what you are able to actually build with if you want it to last. This ain't Egypt. This is America. It rains, it snows, we have tornadoes, we have things that happen here that don't happen there. So the structures have to be different. But then again, land itself has risen and fallen in, well, there's an underground pyramid right over there on the side of the Bermudas, hence why they call it the Bermuda Triangle. It's actually 3 of them, but they're underwater. We got another one in Antarctica. There's another one in Canada. Matter of fact, there's a black pyramid in Canada. So I never said that anybody spontaneously showed up anywhere. People have been traveling the world since forever. People have imported, exported, gone on collisions, never came back from places. We know this. Why don't we give our ancestors a little more credit that they were a little more smarter than we are? They had technologies we don't have anymore. They were able to build things we still can't fathom. I can give them that. But I also know that land masses were a lot closer. Land masses have come and gone. People have come and gone. When we talk about Earth history, we're talking about a long history, a lot of which we don't even know. We only know what was given to us. And we also know what has given to us is a big fat lie. And trying to decipher what part is true and what part is the lie, that's what's got us in this tailspin. People have migrated all over the world with the knowledge that they had all over the world. I just find it kind of funny that, the only people that were here when the pilgrims got here was the Asiatic Indian, when even the Asiatic Indian met people when they got here, and they got here way before Columbus.
So,
So,
okay.
well, I was going to ask, like, so what do you think? What are your thoughts on the theories of a Tartaria, and in that there were actual buildings when Columbus got here to America, that he didn't see a bunch of teepees and people just like kind of living off the land, that he actually came to a place that had buildings and structures that were similar to the current structures that exist right now, but they've been renamed because of like some mud flood that happened. Are you aware of that story, the Tartarian Empire?
I
Yeah,
do. That's what makes the difference between a builder and a founder.
so yeah, well, one, Columbus never lands in America, right? He doesn't get here. He lands in North America, Jamaica and some other parts, but he doesn't get to America itself. This comes with later situations with different slave traders. When it comes to us being here early on, like I said, that's a matter of migration. So we have migration. But what I won't do is drop those who came over on boat or jumped off the boat in the water to stay there. So when we honor the ancestors, we're gonna honor all the ancestors. And especially the ones that were in West Africa, the ones that had to go through that middle passage, the ones who come around from Egypt and Punt, who got taken to IAT initially and still tell their story. When we talk about the rape of Africa, we talk about the whole rape of Africa. And we make sure that it's known that every part suffered and it needs to stand back up. And I don't start my history on a boat. I don't start my history in chains. We come from the kings and queens that taught the civilization in the first place and made the original migrations. So, yeah, I'm a Black American and I've actually started some things out here. I'm actually the first Black mixed martial arts promoter in Colorado. That would be one of the foundational things that I've done, but that doesn't take me away from my African roots. And nor would I ever sacrifice getting away from those roots, knowing that there's money to be made between the both of us that could easily make me a billionaire and others that I know, my partner Robert, who is the richest Black person in America, billionaires off of Vistaware and software. And he do business in Africa for a very smart reason. And so when you look at other cultures, a white person ain't going to tell you that they not Irish. He going to tell you he a Irish American. If you look at a Mexican, he going to tell you he a Mexican American. And his people will label him Chicano and throw shade on them. But they still won't deny Mexico. And so, as a Congolese, I'm not about to deny Africa, knowing I'm doing business over there, knowing we got land over there, knowing I'm clicked up over there and the homies is over there. And for the most part, from what I'm seeing, is people who have never been to the continent who would say that, or don't even have African friends over here. Now, that doesn't mean that I go over there, bend the knee and hand the foot. I go over there with a certain demand and command because, hey, homie, you sold us and I'm back for mine. So I think the thinking is incorrect concerning the family in Africa and the treatment over there. If you haven't been there right now, my man, brother Jeff is in Senegal with us right now. My partner Ahmed is over here. I taught him English with one of my old rhyme books. He in turn would teach me French. We in turn got land in Senegal. So I think the connections for some of these people is incorrect. Like some of these cats is the one you African booty scratcher when they was younger and kept that mindset. So yeah, if you deeming you black as hell, you look like a crunchy bar, or if you thinking like that and think that some of the Africans who was here didn't get in their feelings and had their feelings hurt. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, some of them is going to feel that way. All of them ain't going to feel that way. The majority of them don't. So it's not a matter of tethering anything. It's called options in business and connecting with your people. Mexico do it. Europe do it. Asia definitely does it. And it's time for black people to start doing it again. Right now, the FBI is looking at me because they claim I funded some terrorist group that was jacking up the Christians in Nigeria. When in reality, all I did was pay a guy to color one of my books. And so they're doing that now. They just did it to the church in Chicago. The church was helping out some members of Somalia, who now Trump is calling a terrorist group and a Muslim organization, and you see Republicans touting that that's a problem. So they're mad because we're doing business back home and not doing it here. But if you want empowerment and you want to start big companies, you're a billionaire to a millionaire over there. Billionaire in a lot of parts with very little money, like Zaire. Set up shop, make your business and your dreams and opportunity churn, and in turn, you got labor over there. You're helping them. You're helping yourself, most importantly, because self-preservation is first, and your people is second. This is only the smart thing to do.
Well, honestly, I was having a whole conversation about that the other day, and I got really I got demonized for saying that we need to do more business in Africa, but
that would be smart, especially while the cost of doing business over there is cheap. Because remember, the Pan Africans, Ibrahim Traore and them, and a couple other countries just found 30 trillion in gold. So if you don't think Africa is about to be on the come up, you're dead wrong. It's smart to get connected. Nah, I've been connected regardless because it's always been love for me. I ain't never had some of the issues other people had. And the few times I did, it was some beef, So it for me, it looks like this. You're not African. You're not American, brother. I'm not American. Or even an England dude saying this, right? So what it looks like is, here's the Crips, here's the Bloods, here's the Disciples, here's the folks, here's the Decepticons. All of them are black, but you claim in a different gang.
Right.
The National Guard is coming to whoop your butt. You're going to unify or die. And so they not making sense. And right now is for me, I stay connected. I could never be disconnected at any point in time. I could never praise Jesus again at any point in time. I don't mind if somebody does it. That ain't my God. I could never praise Allah again. That ain't my God. My God is the black God, the perfect black they call us all. So I stick with my God and give praise to Ifa, Odu, Oduala, all that. Before anything else, it's family first. I know the white people in my family. I know Indians and other people's family. I know these Indians push really hard for black people not to get any part of that land, even though they was mixed Indian. Rest his soul to my boy Apache. Shout out to the homegirl Pocahontas in the Long Island Hempstead Reservation. They made sure if you was black, you wasn't getting none of that land. You wasn't getting none of the money from their reparations, and you still fighting hard to get it now. For my boy Sinetta and the Watchita people. Tell me what reparations you got from your Indian land. Tell me how difficult they made it for you as an Indian, part black, part Indian, to get your reparations based off your lineage. Pushed you completely out. I know people who got the reparations. Why? Because they was connected to that massacre in Florida that took place and took out the second, what you would call Black Wall Street, and the one in Oklahoma, which they had to give reparations for that because you went over there and you took out a whole economic system in Black Wall Street that was started. Plus, you took their clothes, you took their items because jealous white people didn't think that you should have it before they got it, but they wasn't thinking like you and creating like you at the time. So never could I put no. It would be hard. I got 0.03% of the whites in me, and I know my European family directly. They the homies. But I know one of the grandmas who hated the rest of my cousins, she only liked me for some reason. So these are the things that you think about before you say, "Oh yeah, I'm claiming that I'm fine." You do that, but they put you in slavery too. I see you pointing the finger at the black side. You gonna point it out this Indian side who did you much worse? When right now you could get free citizenship in Africa and get a piece of land in Africa for little to nothing, $300 a month, and you live like a king. Go ahead, let me put the mic down.
Definitely send me that information. Hit me up in the back chat so I can get in touch with you because I definitely want to get some land for $300. But I want to go into this conversation because we don't get back on subject on topic because, like I said, with this new FBA movement, there was a whole renaissance before this where you saw more people getting into African spirituality, at least African Americans. But now, more and more with the new movement of FBA, you're seeing that people are beginning to demonize African spirituality. And let's go into this thing right here.
They all started with a gathering in the circle, doing prayers, trying to bring the spirits up. And I was intrigued. I was like, wow, this is so dope. I never saw this in my life. And you could see, spirits going into people and they will start manifesting. And if you don't know what manifestation means, is when a spirit comes inside of you and it starts becoming that person. The spirit becomes them and they start doing rituals, smoking cigars, drinking, talking about your life and who you are in life. And there was one spirit that came towards me, and he says, "You don't know who you are." He says, "You're very powerful, and we could use you." And I said, I was intrigued by that. I was like, yeah, I want that power. I want that. I want that fame. I want the money. I want the riches because I just came from getting released from baseball, and I lost everything. I pretty much lost everything. So I wanted the fame. I wanted the money. I wanted the lights. So they said, okay, we're gonna start doing these rituals with you. You start getting baptized, start doing the perfumes. So when they started doing the perfumes and stuff like that.
Now I want to say this. Now I don't know if this is something specific to Puerto Rico, but everything he's saying, what is he talking about? So I do have to say that I have never heard of this ritual as he's speaking of it. It might be more specific to Puerto Rican 21 divisions brujeria, which, like I said, witchcraft, priest, and brujeria. So brujeria, I don't know. You know, I'm still learning about what that really is. You know,
like a monster, like a werewolf, a ruggaroo. So, and
yeah.
it's
Like, what
funny,
is
he
going on?
started off talking about beer and drinking and smoking. That's the only spirit he could find that would come into him. Yeah.
Yes, let's go. Yeah, right. So let's go.
The spirit started coming inside me. And as the spirit started coming inside me, I started getting this anger, this rage, and I became somebody that I wasn't.
Listen, when he's talking about the perfume, I remember when my uncle was giving his testimony when he used to be a warlock, he would say that in order for him to invoke.
Once again, see how they're like using these words like warlock. Okay? Warlock. First of all, warlock is a European term. So you cannot use warlock for African spirituality. Warlocks are not. So I don't know. So I'm going to let them finish, but I think that. So what they're going to be talking about is they're going to be merging European and African spirituality. This is where I was like, what is going on here? Let's go.
A genie spirit, you know, he would have to drink many bottles of perfume. And when he would drink the bottles of perfume, it would invoke a genie spirit, right? Now, if you go get a random perfume bottle, you drink it, that doesn't mean you're going to get a genie spirit. But there was a certain ritual that he was told to do by a witch doctor in order to receive the ability to fortune tell, divination, right? And that genie spirit entered him when he drank those bottles of perfume.
What is he talking about?
Wasn't at all. When I was growing up, I was raised by my mother.
He
I
was
was raised by
drinking
my
perfume
sister.
and became a
I became this
warlock.
angry
What?
man that started selling drugs. That started gang banging because I wasn't gang banging yet. I started gang banging as I got older because a lot of people that would come to these meetings were rappers, drug dealers, and people who want the same power. And I didn't know that because they made it seem like it was God because they also believed in Jesus. They also believed in other things. And I didn't read the Bible. I didn't know. I didn't know the difference. The Bible says that we should not be worshiping idols. I didn't know that at that time because I was so lazy not wanting to read the Bible. So I was so intrigued. I was like, yo, I just want that power, like that same power that you have, how I can just walk on fire, how I could just speak to people's lives. And I want to help people, but I don't know how to do it. So they started teaching me how to read cards. They started teaching me how to do spiritual baths and baptism and stuff like that. And I became this warlock. Throughout this whole thing, I became this warlock. But before I became this,
Fucking go with this word warlock. You know, it's like I became a warlock. What the fuck is a warlock? But what are you talking about?
Disrespectful, yo.
Like that. I don't even know if this is a really true story, guys. But it's like these new younger people are coming up with these stories, and I don't know. Maybe something's happening wherever the hell they are, and they're calling them warlocks. But first of all, guys, I just showed you earlier. Warlock is a European term that they use in Scottish, and that is like almost like it means the devil. Straight up, that's what warlock means. It's the devil, the great deceiver, and it goes back to the Christian church and the demonization of the. I mean, I'll go back. I'll bring it back up, but the fact that these black people, and I don't know where they're getting whatever. Let me just let it play. Let me be quiet. That's why I wanted to play this. Like, where are they getting the term warlock from?
this warlock, I started being disobedient. I don't know if you know what disobedient is, but disobedient is basically like I was doing my own thing. I wasn't following orders. You know, the same thing as gangbanging, the same thing as you were in prison. You have to follow order of a leader or anything. And I didn't want to follow their order. I wanted to do my own thing. So what they did was they put a curse on me. They put a picture of me into a pot and made me sick. So after a couple months later, I lost my kidney. I lost my kidney. Never. I don't have diabetes in my life, in my family's life. I don't have none of that. Heart disease, yeah, but I didn't have no heart problems. The only thing that they found was I lost high blood pressure. I had a lot of high blood pressure, and I was going to work. And when I went to work, I was getting these bad headaches, and I was telling my foreman at the time I was doing scaffolding.
Bro, you had high blood pressure. You lost your kidney. I mean, what are we talking about here?
No, the
High blood
warlock did
pressure
it.
untreated will make you lose your kidneys.
So why
warlock.
are we blaming this on being a warlock and there was a picture and a thing and like this is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, and I wanted to show people this because people will watch this and really like, yeah, but Christians will watch this and see that demonic.
Well, it even goes a little deeper than that. And you're drinking perfume. Perfume is made out of isopropyl alcohol. It is not ethanol, which is what's drinkable. It's isopropyl. So if you're drinking that, of course your kidney failed, you goofy. Of course you have headaches, you goofy. It had absolutely nothing with them putting your picture in a pot, but everything to do with you drinking isopropyl alcohol, probably at 92%. I really hate to bring this down to a medical thing here, but
right. I was a warlock. We were you had to drink this perfume. Bro, you're drinking out straight alcohol, bro. What are we doing here? And I didn't even know about the isopropyl alcohol. I was just thinking, like, dude, you're probably drinking alcohol, and that's probably why your kidneys fail. You had high blood pressure. Who's drinking perfume? Like, where is this? Where is this happening at? What is this group? Like, who's drinking perfume? Okay, let's go.
It's like, I got a lot of headaches. I'm about to go to the hospital. He said, all right, go to the hospital and tell me like what's going on. So when I went to the hospital, they found out my blood pressure was over 200. And when I went there, they were like, you know, they did my blood work and they were like, you know, you lost your kidneys. I was like, how? Like, I'm fine. I'm healthy. Like, how's this happening to me? You know, like I was one, I didn't understand about kidney disease. And I want to encourage people like right now, like take a yearly checkup of your body. Please check your body yearly to see what's going on with you. Because I didn't know what kidney disease was. And I thought I was going to be fine. Okay, I got kidney disease. Am I going to go home now? Like, no. You have to do a emergency surgery to get a catheter so that we could do dialysis and take out all the toxins out of your blood and all the fluid that's inside of you.
And all of this happened because they took his picture and put it in a pot and performed rituals. Like, we see the spirit of infirmity in Luke chapter 13, verse 10 through 11.
Do you see how ridiculous this is?
The spirit is in the alcohol because alcohol is called spirits, right?
No, he said all this happened because they took his picture and put it in a pot. Not because he was drinking some kind of alcohol that causes kidney to fail. No, it's because they took his picture and put it in the pot. Like, listen, for anyone out there, African spirituality is not hocus pocus. It's science. So whatever the frick is going on here is not African spirituality. It is, he was drinking alcohol, whether it be from a perfume bottle or from straight up alcohol, and he fucked his kidneys up. But then he wants to blame it on, oh, they put my picture into a pot and that's why my kidneys failed. You understand? This is not spookism. African spirituality is not spook. It's not spookism. I mean, done correctly. I would say there are some people that want that like to feed on people's ability to, like, you know, use old wives' tales and be superstitious. But it's pretty straightforward if you actually really do the research and really think about it in a practical manner, and not so much of a like spooky dooky wookie. Like you when people want to bring the spookism of Christianity into African spirituality, and it's like, bro, no, your kidneys did not fail because someone put a picture into a pot. Your kidneys failed because you were drinking alcohol. Go ahead.
I said, no, that's just called a divination.
What are we doing? You know what I'm saying? And this guy, you see how he's with conviction. He's got his hands pressed together. He really, and all this happened because they put his picture into a pot. Then he's gonna bring up Isaiah 27 says, you know, what are we doing here? You know, and this is the type of stuff. I don't know why it's coming across my For You page,
But I have to show people like how ridiculous this sounds. Like we're gonna skip past all this alcohol of perfume drinking warlocks that they call themselves. We're gonna skip past all that and just say, oh no, it wasn't all that I was doing. It was that picture in the pot that did it. What? Let's go.
And all of this happened because they took his picture and put it in a pot and performed rituals. Like, we see the spirit of infirmity in Luke chapter 13, verse 10 through 11. Now he was teaching in one of the synagogues on the Sabbath, and behold, there was a woman who had a spirit of infirmity for 18 years, an evil spirit. We see in the book of Job, chapter 2, verse 7, so Satan went out from the presence of the Lord and struck Job with painful boils from the sole of his foot, the crown of his head. So I'm telling you, the kingdom of darkness does not play fair. When you go against them, when you don't follow the rules.
People get the quote in the Bible verses, jumping from one thing to another, and try to somehow combine these two different situations without no context into the whole story. You went from Luke chapter 13 to Job, and what are we talking? What are we doing here? Why does this connect? Like, show me the context. Read the rest of the chapter and tell me how that Luke and then Job over here is making a correlation into what his story is. People need to stop piecemealing the Bible together and making up a story of what they wanted to say. See, just like they said in Job chapter 3, and then you go over here to Isaiah chapter 5, then you jump over here to, such as Ephesians chapter 1. And I'm like, bro, those are 3 stories about 3 different things. You're going to take a verse out of it and then make it mean what you want it to mean. You understand what I'm saying? Come on now. That's why regular people was not meant to read the Bible. I believe that it was only meant to be read by priests. The Torah, I don't know about the New Testament, but the Torah was not meant to be read by the general public. Because you don't just jump around and grab what you want out of it and then make a point.
I would say this: if you read that book, the last people in that book you would want to be is the Hebrews. Number 2, if you've read that book, you see it's just a conglomeration of a bunch of different stories. Number 3, when you get to researching the book, and I've read it, I read the Bible all the way through 3 times, and then I've studied different verses extensively to see where they took the information from. Which, when I started to get a hold of that, if you've seen me debate before, especially some of the older debates, you see me pull out and put Ptahhotep next to certain hymns, right? Psalms 104. You seen me pull Quranic verses out, which, because I gave a promise to one of my brothers, I haven't done often. I pulled the Quranic verses out and put them next to things like Kagimnai, such and such, where they line up exactly, and we say, well, where'd you get this from? And then at least one of the Muslim brothers who did a video was responsible enough to say, well, yeah, we obviously took this from the original. So when you start to see this type of stuff, and then all of a sudden you hopping from here to here in that book, and you trying to put this verse with that verse when there's 3 different stories happening, no.
Thank you.
For that.
And all this because he put his picture into a pot. Come on, get out of here, bro. Let's go.
You don't fulfill their assignments, what they want you to do, they'll strike you with sickness and disease.
Why?
And then you could
there's no loyalty in the kingdom of darkness.
Be much better. So I was in the hospital, and as I was in the hospital, I was there. They did the surgery, they did the catheter, and I'm going into the dialysis center that they have in the hospital, in Jamaica Hospital in Queens. And I had to be there for 4 hours in the machine. Within that 4 hours, my blood pressure dropped from 200 all the way down to 64. And when it went down to 64, I caught a cardiac arrest and I died. I went black. They had to re-rise me back to life. And after they re-rised me back to life, everybody in my family started crying. They were telling me, you know, you passed away, you died. And I didn't understand at that time. Like, are you serious that I died?
This is a spirit of death. This is literally a spirit of death.
I didn't know about that.
They put this picture in.
So as I was there in the hospital, you know, my grandmother came, my aunt came, and they was like, you know, you have to give yourself to Christ. And I said, okay, I'll give myself to Christ. You know, what is it? I almost died. So we did the prayers and all that. And I was in the hospital for a whole month because I didn't have insurance at the time. So within that time, that whole month that I didn't have insurance, I was just there sitting in the hospital, constantly getting dialysis, 4 hours, 3 times a week, 3 days a week, 3 days out of the week. And finally, I got a chance to get out the hospital. And nobody from that I was going into witchcraft, and none of them came to visit me, none of them checked on me or asked me if I was okay, which that was weird to me. That was real weird to me. So I end up, you know, getting out the hospital, going to this church. And I want to talk about this, like spiritual warfare is real. Demons are real. I went to this church. I went to go visit my grandmother's church. And when I went to my grandmother's church, I saw a witch there, which I knew because I was a warlock. So there was a witch there. She's not supposed to be there. She's going to church. So when we went to the church, I saw her. We locked eyes, and we said hi to each other. And as the service was going on, you know.
Here's a question: the witch is not supposed to be in the church. Why can't the witch go to the church too? Didn't it say everybody can come? Like why? Okay, she's a witch. She's not supposed. I'm a warlock. She's a witch. She's not supposed to be there. Well, you're not supposed to be there either. Like, why is it she not supposed to be there? Like, right? I'm trying to understand like how people want to conflate this whole Christian thing and then try to make it into like this judgmental. If she's a witch, she probably should have been going to church. If you want to convert people over to Christianity, wouldn't the witch want to? If she, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't that be where she should go? I don't know.
Certain churches, if you go to a Pentecostal church, I don't know if you know about Pentecostal churches, but certain Pentecostal churches, you know, they dance and they screaming hallelujah, they're going crazy. But this specific day, this woman was there, I was there. She started manifesting into this demon, and she started speaking in demonic tongues. And then everybody around her started manifesting in a bad way. Like nobody didn't understand this. Like no churches knew about this.
First of all, okay, let me.
And everybody around, they thinking this is God, and it's not God. And that woman is having everybody else turn into demons.
So he's judging.
And then me, I'm watching this. I'm thinking this is cool. I was blind at the time. Like I didn't know like this wasn't a good thing. I thought this was good.
This is why the Bible says, do not believe every spirit, but test every spirit. Even though people may say Jesus, they say God, they may say this. It doesn't mean the Spirit of God is an operation. It does not mean it is.
So I started seeing people manifest, and I started tapping my cane because I was a warlock. I tap my cane, and I'll have other people manifesting around. The pastor starts seeing in this, he says, this is not good. So he shut down the worship. He shut it down. He stopped it. When I saw that, I looked at it, I was like, oh, okay, this is not for me. This is not for me at all. So I went back into the lifestyle of being a warlock, but I left 21 divisions.
So first of all, so he's saying he's in 21 divisions. Can anyone, I don't know if anybody knows about 21 divisions. Are there warlocks in 21 divisions?
I don't know what 21 divisions is.
21 divisions is the Puerto Rican. Foodie, do you know what 21 divisions? Because I might just be talking. But from what? No, he's not 21 divisions. No, there's not. Okay. I think this is Brujeria he got into in a bad one, as in ill intent and ill equipped. And he says, okay, all right, no, he's not 21 divisions. No, there is not. Dominican voodoo, maybe. Right. So I'm saying, so he's saying he was tapping his cane at the church, and I guess the pastor stopped it, or maybe you know how people get the Holy Spirit and then the pastor gonna wrap it up. They can't do that throughout the whole church. He just probably stopped. Sometimes people will tell a story, And if you've been to church before, when people get in the spirit, whatever, at some point the pastor stopped us, just wraps it up, Everybody, you get everybody riled up. They get the music going. You know what I'm saying? and then okay, all right, everybody, just bring it on down. You know what I'm saying? All right, and then they just chill out.
They think that's the Holy Ghost, and that's so. Watch this real fast, right? In order to give yourself to Christ, there's about five key steps.
I don't know. There's more. There's another people.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead, go
I'm saying
ahead.
the whole thing, guys. If anybody thinks saying I ain't, I'm just going through it and talking about it throughout the video because we're gonna go through this. Because first of all, he says he's tapping his thing. He's at the church. People are getting the Holy Spirit. He's judging the witch because he's like, she's not supposed to be here. Now you're a warlock. You ain't supposed to be there neither, god dang it. But you up here pointing your finger at her. She ain't supposed to be here. She gets the spirit. She feels the church, right? And he judging her. Look at her. And she's getting demons on her, everybody. Or whatever he's doing.
He done lost his kidney, but she came
Right.
in.
He up there like pointing the finger at her. Look at her. She's over here. She's doing some kind of witchcraft and making everybody get demons on them. Well, first of all, at a Pentecostal church, that's the part where people get the spirit, get the Holy Spirit. Same thing happens in when you go to Lukumi ceremony. The music kind of gets hyped, and the spirit will come down, and people will get possessed. So there's no difference between what happens in the church than what happens into
a house of light or Buddha temple, and that's exactly why I was going to bring this up. Because what do you do? And I seen a girl on the internet that and they was inviting. Don't you know that the natural rule have to enter your body? Well, no, duh. You want to walk around with the spirit of the righteous. So when you, like I said, to give yourself to Christ, you believe in Jesus, accept that Jesus Christ is the Son of God who died for your sins and was resurrected. You repent and confess, no different than doing ma'at or being iwapele. So now you invite him in through prayer. Invite Jesus to come into your heart and life, making him your Lord and Savior. So you invite the spirit of Jesus inside of you. No different than you would a Necharu. You just think the Palestinian ancestor has more power than a Necharu or a Ifa for whatever reason you have. You inviting him in your life to control your life. That's possession. You invite the Holy Spirit into your life to control your actions. That's possession. So why you try to, when they bug out, oh, he said Olodumare. Well, that's an African spirit. That's one I could trust. Of course I'm gonna bring it into my life. Asar, of course. And he black. Of course I'm gonna bring him into I know who black people are. So when they say this crazy stuff and oh, he's possessed by such and such, and you in here possessed by the Holy Ghost dancing around, we know where it comes from initially. But now you want to demonize one over the other just because you've been forced to in the first place.
And let me just say
was
this.
black.
Yup, Asar, Lord of the Perfect Black.
Asar was always green.
Asar is the great green when you speak of him in terms of land. Asar is Kim Ware, Lord of the Perfect Black in most cases. And when you die,
Tell me where he's black.
something where you mentioned earlier, well, when they say he's Kim Ware. So that in about, you can find a bunch of scripts where he's black. One, they say he's great. He's black and great, like a great
Show me where he's black.
I just showed you. This is where he says Kim Ware. So the other one, when you go to the hymns of Amen, you'll find him great and black like a great Nehesi. That's the exact terms. So Him where? Physically being black, you can see him black in too many pictures. Pull up Black Asar. But Anar said is black. But you have mentioned something earlier. When they died, and the Roman and the Greek converts, who were also Shemsu, followers of Asar, they would put black vitamin on their skin, as me and Smash had covered, so that Asar would recognize them in the Amduwa, in the field of gold, in the field of reeds, in the Aru, the heavens, the pet. So when you see that and you know that and you understand these things, it's I'm good. I'm here. I'll let whoever do whatever. But if we're gonna put something and invite something in, I need to know where it's from. And I know where black people is from. So I ain't inviting no this in there or that in there. I will invite a SAR in there. I invite some Ether in there. I'm Congolese, but we go ahead.
So let's finish. Well, let's listen to the rest of this. I thought it was very interesting. Let's go.
I ended up doing Orishas. Orishas is, you ever heard of Beyonce?
Of course, yeah.
You know Beyonce, right?
Yeah.
So Beyonce worships Ifa. Ifa is Achun from the Orishas.
What the hell are you talking
That's
about?
who I had. I had Achun, which is the goddess of the ocean, of
Ifa
the lake,
is
excuse me, the
Achun.
goddess of the lake. And there's another woman called Yemaya.
No, first of all, he's wrong. He's saying all this wrong stuff. Oshun is the goddess of the river, not the lake. Oshun is not Ifa. So this tells you that he doesn't even know. See, right there. So it's almost like any spirituality would know when a person does not know what they are talking about, because they will just be saying stuff and not know what the fuck they're saying. Watch this. He's going to just muck up everything when it comes to the Orisha. Let's go.
That's who I had. I had Achun, which is the goddess of the ocean, of the lake, excuse me, the goddess of the lake. And there's another woman called Yemaya. She's the goddess of the ocean. So I transitioned from 21 divisions Dominican voodoo, into African voodoo. It has African, Cuban, and Haitian voodoo. And when I went there, that's when it got real. That's when I started dealing with big time drug dealers, big time.
First of all, how are you dealing with African voodoo and then dealing with drug dealers? Listen, Obatala, one of the biggest Odus is not to deal with white powder. That's why everything is done with herbs. That's the biggest taboo, is the white powder. Most people that have a Obatala on their head are not allowed to deal with anything with the white powder, like pills and things that the white powder. Like, so all it is like whenever you take a herb down and you break it down into a substance, and you mass produce what's the thing when you produce it or whatever, like when you how you, whatever you do to break it down to create the pharmaceutical, the processing of it turns into a white powder. So he's talking about drug dealers and this, that, the other. I'm like, no one that's going to be initiated is going to be like drug. But there are people that do this. I'm not going to lie. There are people that are really crooked and that are into this. So I don't know. Maybe he was into some weird people, but it should be taking your life into a better trajectory, not into drug dealing. So that tells me whatever house he was in was in all on the wrong stuff. Like, what are you doing? First of all, you think that Oshun is a lake goddess and not a river goddess, or Orisha, because all the lake is your bloodstream and your blood, and your you know what I'm saying? Your blood is the Oshun represents your circulatory system. And what does rivers look? Their circulatory system of Earth. So let's go.
When I went there, that's when it got real. That's when I started dealing with big time drug dealers, big time artists. I'm not gonna say who are they, but they were big time artists that were paying. They were paying the high priest that was going under, paying him so that they can get fame.
Bible says, what does a profit a man to gain the whole world but lose his soul? There are people that are doing this stuff. Satan stood before Jesus and said, all this I will give unto you if you bow down before me, and worship me. All of the kingdoms, all the wealth, all the everything I will give unto you. All the people I give unto you. Stuff is so real.
First of all, why do they associate wealth and prosperity with Satan? So that means that you're supposed to live on this earth and be poor?
Because money is the root of all evil, let them tell it.
The love of money, right? I thought it was the love of money, right?
It is the love of money, but remember, you're dealing with people who cannot read. We're listening to somebody that probably reads on the 5th grade level. Hence, his understanding and pronunciation, may I say, is on the 5th grade level. I toned this dude out so long ago, it was ridiculous. I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
I didn't have to play it because I couldn't believe it with my own eyes. I'm like, this guy is just so convicted in what he's saying, and the pauses and and what Jesus said was, and Satan came into the garden. I'm like, bro,
Leviosa.
And when the people came, and then there was a
So you're saying when you contact certain spirits,
what I'm saying is this guy is lying.
Evil?
What I'm saying is he's lying or he does not know. Either he was in a group of people that was thinking they was doing something, because that everything he's saying is so I don't even know, discombobulated, that anyone practicing in this would know immediately that he's not telling the truth. That's like a person saying, I went to a Christian church and everybody had to bow down and touch the square in the center. They were all circling around the square and they had to like put their head into the square. And they were, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, that's Islam. That's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not even, and not even doing that. He's not even doing that good about it. He's
This is like saying, this is like going into a temple of Sophia while all of her worshipers are there. And you say, yeah, I worship Sophia too. Who?
Sophia.
Who? Who is this person talking about? Because Sophia is here. We don't know who Sophia is.
Yeah, Ashun.
I was like, is he
pronounce the word wrong?
Bless you.
Ashun.
Every time he do it, I went, bless you. What was he coughing? I thought he was sneezing.
Achu. He worships Achu. That's who I got, Achu. And she is the goddess of the lakes. Wrong.
That would be like somebody saying, I worship is. See how everybody went blank? You tried to figure out who is was, right? But if you say ISIS, do you know who that is?
Right. And how could you be a warlock about it? Like a warlock would be like in this context would be like the high priest, right? No, he don't even know. First of all, there is no warlocks in this tradition. It's no warlock is a European thing. So this guy's either he's lying or somebody had him completely misguided. Let's go.
And they would use the music of the African beats as samples into their music to conjugate people to like their music.
What? Conjure what?
Listen, I'm African. I'm gonna tell you this. A lot of the music and some of the dances you see in America, they be taking it from Africa. A lot of it, they just.
Let me go back. See, and then this guy, this dude is just so he just gets so bent out of shape by what he says.
Stuff is so real.
The African drum.
And they would use the music of the African beats as samples into their music to conjugate people to like their music.
To conjugate.
What is that?
What does conjugate mean? To conjugate people to their music. First of all, he's using words that don't exist. The whole thing is ridiculous. You know. Let's go.
Listen, I'm African. I'm gonna tell you this. A lot of the music and some of the dances you see in America, they be taking it from Africa. A lot of it, they just taking it from Africa, right? And just a lot of it be demonic.
So they're taking the dances from Africa, and it's just demonic. How are we taking dances from? We don't even watch African TV, nothing. Like, what are you talking about? They see all these dances from in America. They're taking it from Africa, and it's demonic. What American person is watching African TV? Listen, we're gonna do that dance right there.
TV, and I watch some African TV, but what's demonic about the dance steps? It's just dance.
Right. Music plays, your body moves. It makes sure certain things, it's because it's hitting certain points in your body. So if you hit a bass thing, it's gonna make your lower half move. If you move the treble up is the head, the center is like the mids. So you combine all that, you got like treble, mids, and bass, and then you just go and your whole body will move. So what are we talking about here? Well, that's they get it from Africa. Like, no, they get it from natural ways that the body moves because of like waves and frequencies. And never mind.
A lot of it, they just taking it from Africa, right? And just a lot of it be demonic. A lot of African spirituality, a lot of beats that are dedicated to water spirits and the spirits in the land, spirits in the forest, spirits in the air, and they're dancing and whatnot, and they're conjuring up spirits, and they're taking those beats and those samples and they're putting it in the music, the popular music in North America, and y'all listening to it, getting demons, being all of a sudden you feel influenced to want to smoke weed, get high, drunk, fornicate, do something lustful, kill someone, all this stuff.
Now he's from Africa. Now, I just want to just make it plain here. This guy's from Africa. Why would an African person?
Are they so superior?
It's not about them being superior. No, I'm talking about colonialism and the brainwashing of the Christian church in Africa. Because Africa is majority Christian, other than Muslim, right? Like the actual like
Muslim, I believe, is the majority. Yeah.
So I would say majority Muslim, right? So traditional African spirituality is demonized in Africa. It actually took, even for Ifa and Oshun Grove, it was a white woman that actually tried to preserve that grove. You know, it was a white lady that started to preserve that Oshun Grove. You know, Fela Kuti was one of the people that came back from America and went into Africa with Afro beats and tried to bring the original religion of Ifa back into the African fold after he went in the civil rights movement that was happening here, that people were into like African tradition and religion, because it actually got regenerated here before it got regenerated in Africa. So he's saying, well, I'm from Africa. That makes it seem like he's validating, like, oh no, see, I'm from Africa. I'm an authority in this. Well, no, back up, because you know what I'm saying, y'all wasn't even preserving y'all own traditions. You guys were colonized,
That was
Christianized.
done.
Go ahead.
The conditioning that was done very well.
Yeah, look at their homelands.
Precisely. But again, you must get people to demonize their way of life in order for you to come in and save them. And instead of your ancestors, we have Jesus. And again, we must remember that they weren't just given Christianity, just like we weren't just given it. This was something conditioned, beaten, traumatized into us. Beat them within an inch of their life to let them know you control it. You ain't got to do nothing else after that. Genetics take care of itself. Survival means you a Christian. You a good one too. Everybody
How come they don't remember the atrocities out there?
Are they taught it in school? Everybody's taught a different history. I'm learning. That's why we have different school districts. And that's why if you live somewhere, you're not allowed to go to school somewhere the hell else. You're being taught something that you're not supposed to know from your district. Hunger Games.
Exactly. So let's I'm gonna try to like endure the rest of this. Let's go.
It's bugged out, but it's true. And then the drug dealers, they would pay off the high priest to protect them from the cops, protect them from the ops and stuff like that.
Now it makes sense why so many drug dealers and whatnot, they go unnoticed and they're successful and they make multi-millions and whatnot. They understand spirituality. They understand the spiritual things, how life is spiritual. And if you want to advance in this earth, it's either by God or the devil. Now, there are some things that you can do naturally in terms of working hard and whatnot, but usually it's either God or the devil. So these drug dealers, these musicians, these celebrities, they're of the devil, obviously, because what they're doing is sin. All these celebrities, think about it. Now, I don't have the full video to this. My wife just sent me this TikTok. I don't have the full video. I don't have the full interview. You can go look it up. I don't even know his name. So if you do, you can let me know, but I don't. So don't get upset in the comments. All right.
See here. So he says I don't have the full video. If someone else has the video, please send it to me. But me too. But I'm gonna say this, okay? For this guy to equate musicians, people that can sing, to the devil, people that have a talent that God gave them, to the devil, what are we doing here?
This is also somebody that didn't see the correlation to success being you have the cops and judges in your pocket. We're gonna blame God and the devil, not
right. Like money, influence, all that stuff doesn't matter. No, it's because you can sing really good. That's the reason why. But what? Yeah, and this is the
ignorance is bliss.
That's the type of rhetoric that's going on right now, and I listen. Between that and the whole things about but so I don't like. I would be remiss to not also show you guys the difference. Okay, according to Ifa, what is the difference between priesthood and witchcraft? I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I'm gonna get a little bit into it because I think that people get it misconstrued about what is a priest versus a witch, Because when we talk about witchcraft, we talk about warlocks, all this stuff like this. People are calling themselves a warlock, saying, well, I was a warlock. But they're in 21 divisions in African spirituality. No, first of all, warlocks do not come from. There's no such word as a warlock in African spirituality. That's a European word. It's not even there's no word for warlock in African spirituality.
Of course there is.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
Okay, what is it? What is it? What's the word?
There's different variations of it in different countries, different languages. A warlock is a wizard. It's not have to do with something evil.
No, it actually does. I just earlier.
No, warlock is a wizard. That's it. It's a magician.
No, honey, it's not. It's not.
Hey, all right, make it evil.
You tell
Everything
me
is
what the
evil.
definition of warlock is.
A warlock is a damn magician. It's a wizard.
A wizard. That's all.
That's it. People want to make it evil because of Hollywood.
No, that's not the truth.
Okay, sure.
Okay, let's go into the etymology of warlock. Okay, because I don't like to just like say something and not give the true meaning behind it. Okay,
Not everything is
a
evil.
warlock is a male practitioner of witchcraft. Okay, all right, sounds good, right? Let's go. Let's go into etymology and terminology. The most commonly accepted etymology derives warlock from the Old English warloga, which meant breaker of oaths or deceiver. The term came to apply specifically to the devil around 1000 AD in early modern Scots. The word came to refer to the male equivalent of a witch, which can be male or female, but has historically been used predominantly for females. The term may have been associated in Scotland with male witches owning the idea they have been made pacts with all horny, the devil, and thus betrayed the Christian faith and broke their baptismal vows or oath. From the use the word passed into romantic literature, ultimately into the 20th century. Warlock is also another word for the devil and traitor, oath breaker, deceiver. That is what the etymology of warlock is. So when people are calling themselves a warlock, they're pretty much calling themselves the devil.
According to Wikipedia.
According to listen, Wikipedia.
Get out of Wikipedia with that CIA stuff.
No, listen, it's not. Listen, this is also in the where is the what you call the
Hello and good morning.
Yes, I want to go into etymology because it's one thing you're saying Wikipedia, but we're talking about etymology of words, not just the dictionary. Okay, see, look at this etymology, Middle English warlogi. Oh, can you see this? I'm out of Wikipedia now. I'm into the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Etymology of the word warlock, Middle English warlogi, from Old English warloga, one that breaks faith, the devil, from where faith trough logan to lie, akin to Old English true more of at very lie. Okay, so all right. So now we're out of Wikipedia. We're into the dictionary now.
That's true. I actually stated that earlier. So I actually came up as trained through with traditional witchcraft, and that term is a derogatory term for people who basically were snitches. That's people who broke their oaths for whatever reason to the rest of their coven. So it means snitch within the witch community. And I come at this from like just from a traditional witchcraft standpoint and as like a hoodoo practitioner as well.
Right. Okay. So you practice hoodoo. Would you ever consider yourself to be a warlock? And do you think that anyone that's practicing any African spirituality, 21 divisions, voodoo, any of those, not to name a condoble, anything, would consider themselves as a male priest, because we don't consider ourselves to be witches or warlocks, why would you is that a known practice in those traditions from what you know?
No, in fact, actually, so one, those are European terms, and two, in most of the African traditions, traditional religion and diasporic religions and practices, because there's three different things. What you have is usually you have like a priest class, and you're still dealing with Black people, and Black people are still very church bound, even though they're on the outskirts of the church, and so they still carry the church bells for witchcraft. So if you say that even to like a voodoo priest or a hoodoo practitioner, they're gonna look at you like you're crazy. So they don't even want to be associated. That's more of a newer thing. So newer generation, like millennials, Gen Z, some of us, you know, kind of going through that reclaiming of certain things. So you might hear hoodoo, like witch or whatnot, but that's not kosher with like a lot of the elders. You know what I mean? It still carries that same stank on it. So like even like Europeans, like when they did their reclamation of the word witch, that happened like in the 90s. We're just not getting to that word now, but it's still not common practice. But warlock, that's a no-go. That's completely an oath breaker, even on both sides, white and black. So no.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that plain. And then first of all, most well, I know in African spirituality, we don't even believe in the devil.
No. Actually, I was speaking with someone about that earlier. So no. So the oldest religion's animism, right? And then from animism, you then you get into like Kemet, and you get into Orisha, and then you know you get into the Voodoo. But like we don't delineate like how it like in European Christianity, angels and demons. We just spirit. So this is a hot spirit. This is a cold spirit. This is the spirit of the river. This is the spirit of the car. This spirit. We don't get down into like the demon angels situation.
So there are not certain spirits that people should not contact.
So what we call them, so again, it's like African traditional religion and diasporic religion is very nature bound. So it's like in nature. So in nature, you have hot spirits and cold spirits. You have wolves and you have deer. Now, wolves help cold, like sick deers and stuff like that. And you know, a deer, if you pick on it on the wrong day, you can hit you with their horns. But like, they're neither is good or evil. But like, it typically takes a priest or elder, but typically they're a priest, because most again, African spirituality is tribal. And so it takes a initiated priest with a certain amount of knowledge to help guide you of what spirits to commune with when and what's the proper protocols.
So Eshu wouldn't be a malevolent entity?
No. So again, so Eshu is the adversary, right? And it gets back to like if you remember John Milton's Paradise Lost. I mean, so it gets back to he's like the adversary, like he's kind of more like the prosecutor. His job is to basically like to teach you lessons and things of that nature and like roads, but he's not a listen, now he's not someone you would want to play with, you know what I mean? You know, but people even say that God has a sense of humor. But like, you know, when God tells a joke, you may not think it's funny. So it's kind of like on that nature type of that type of thing.
And also, it's like, you know, it's a lesson. Like, so okay, like you have blessings, you have lessons, right?
Yes.
So you could like you could either go through life and be fully blessed, or you can go through life and learn life with different lessons.
Right.
So sometimes in human nature is that what Eshu does is like, oh, okay, well, you were told not to do something, but you did it anyway. Well, guess what? I'm going to allow this to happen so you can learn the lesson behind it.
Correct.
And it might be a jacked up situation where you might have some things befall you, but the whole reason behind it is the story, the whole overall like lesson, overarching lesson behind it, you know?
Yeah, and all over the world, every religion all over the world has this. These are like the same archetypes. So if you go from West Africa to like America, East Africa, Asia, like the archetype of the adversary is basically what you would say like Satan falls or the trickster spirits or whatnot. But their job is to test. It's not seen as strictly good or evil. They all work for God and they all have a job. You know what I mean? You know, you might not think the tax person is your best friend on certain days, but when your tax return checks are ready, then they're your best friend. You know what I mean? You know, everyone hates the cops until you need them.
Right, but if you don't pay your taxes, then you get like audited.
Correct. Same concept.
So people who contact Matt Kalfu, are you aware?
So yeah. So
you shouldn't contact him, right?
Well, again, so this is not this. So African spirituality.
I want to be clear though. There's different personifications, like you're saying, archetypes of certain entities, but there's ones that there's different personifications that should be left alone. Correct?
For the general public, yes. Like again, like with some of these spirits, it takes a lot of experience, and like that's why there's priests. You know what I mean? But these like there's hot spirits and cold spirits, and then some of these spirits you shouldn't even touch unless you're initiated. So it'll be dangerous regardless. But like even with that one, that's an extremely advanced spirit that is particularly a hot spirit that I wouldn't recommend anyone touch without an extraordinary amount of experience and knowledge.
And DJ Genesis, are you aware of the word Obanje?
No.
There's certain levels of the spirit realm with these whatever, if it's Ifa, what if it's Iwa, the Petros. There's certain levels that the common practitioner would probably just leave alone. There's another side.
No, I think that okay. So with all spirit, okay, all these things, all these different spirits are meant to explain a situation, right?
Duality, yes.
Right. So yeah, a child could be born and die young, and then they're saying that the spirit is meant to torment their parents, right? But the
So you're looking it up. Thank you.
See, here's the thing: is that there's an Odu behind each spirit.
Yes.
There is, and then the practitioners that work with that spirit understand that spirit and how to work with it. So if a person has a child that dies at a young age or whatever, the torment would be the trauma of losing that child for the rest of that person. Imagine that can be very tormenting to lose a child. I lost a child at 2 months, right? The child lived to be 2 months. Now, you have some that would say, oh, that's part of your egg bay. It could be an Obanje as well, right? If I would have been mourning that child. So then you would have a priest that understands that spirit that would be able to remove that energy of grief away from me.
Correct.
But the bottom line is like all this stuff is really meant to explain situations that happen in human life. And then there's people that are able to take whatever that energy away from you. And that's why you have certain priests that work with those spirits. It's not about good or bad. It's about like everybody. So this life, this whole world, this life is full with trauma and different things. So yeah, you're gonna have a spirit of disease. You have a Babaluaye, right? Who was a king, but I think he also represents the Black Plague, right? So there's also a priest there's an actual Babaluaye priest, right? So when a person is sick and got illness, that you could go to a Babaluaye priest and they would know how to deal with and remove illness. And that was kind of like the thread that they had within the community is that not only were people it was a community of priests, it wasn't people had different gifts, so to speak.
Yeah, you have to remove like the construct of good and evil. That's a European construct. Like in African spirituality, Native American and Asian and Hispanic, it's more we see nature, we see like the whole board. So we look at the world more like even light and dark is a little bit more nuanced. That's why you'll hear more hot and cold within our.
I got you. Like that hot and cold.
Like I can give you some mandrake, a certain amount of mandrake, and it actually can cure you. Or I could give you enough mandrake and it will kill you. So the same herb, given a certain, if just like if you're given a pharmaceutical, I can give you the right dosage of it, or I can give you the dose that'll off you. So it's a matter of, and that's what the job of the priests is to know what dose to get.
There was a man in a purple robe who was always known as Josephus, and he was a rich man according into the Bible. And so, an extra biblical lore, this man Josephus was involved with the crucifixion. And when that glass was supposed to be vinegar, it was supposed to be a glass of mandrake. And to make the body look like it was sleeping on the cross and obviously taken down. The tomb was a sepulcher of some sort. And 3 days later, the body is removed. Everybody is hysterical. He's walking around town. I seen him. But there's always biblical lore that this body was never dead.
Yeah, he was probably put in a state of stasis.
You've heard of something like this?
Yeah, you hear about it a lot with like Haitian voodoo, like with like the whole zombie thing, which was like Hollywood. But like, what happened is they would have a lot of Haitian priests, the best ones, are well versed in the use of like herbs and like poisons and healing modalities. And what would happen sometimes is that someone would be put under, and the person would think that they were actually dead, but they weren't. They were just put at a I don't want to say what's the word for like hibernation. They were just placed in like a state of deep sleep, but then they would wake up, and then the person, and then people would freak out because they're superstitious and think the person was dead, but they were actually not.
Right. Same thing with scopolamine, right? Scopolamine could have you, someone will tell you, oh, look, do this and do that. And you're like a zombie, and that person's able to tell you to do this and do that, and you're going to do it. But if you give a person the right amount of it, they're going to die.
Right. So a lot of it is like Hollywood, like putting extra sauce on some things, but there's like a nugget of truth. So that's kind of like the nugget of truth about like the whole undead zombie thing. It's not the whole like Walking Dead. That's not how it works. And most of the time when you do see like a zombie situation, it's more like they're so, I don't want to say I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. They're so under the influence from various herbs that they basically lose like their ability to like cognitive ability to like function. They're getting Cosby basically, but like it was with herbs by like people who are well trained.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Exactly. So let's like play a little bit more of this because I think that he breaks some of this stuff down.
Land there and to understand what herbs to use to do certain things. Now, I wanted you to get into the herbs. I know you can't probably much go too deep into it, but what's the difference between like herbal medicine when it comes to healing versus herbal medicine when it comes to harm?
Well, I'm gonna say this: when you're studying medicine fée, which is medicine of leaves, right? That's exactly what it means. There are plants that can be used for good, and there are plants that can be used for bad, right? The good can be for healing, it can be for skin abrasions, it can be for vomiting, it can even be for poisoning, to stop poisoning from happening. It's all about what you know of or how to utilize that for that purpose. Some plants that can be used for medicinal means can be used for lethal activity. So as far as the herbal stuff goes, yeah, a lot of people drink tea for healing. A lot of people drink tea or do teas and stuff like that for various purposes. But a lot of it, again, most of the time it's for healing, for betterment of one's, santé or health.
So when it comes down to being able to say, be shot and not pierce, is that an herbal thing or is that like a spiritual?
That right there is, I would say this, that is a very mystical thing. Because yes, there is knowledge of plants. There is a knowledge of mysteries too. That is something that is beyond human comprehension. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So recently, okay, isn't Mami Wata one of the things within Haiti that people like?
Mami Wata, that is not a spirit in voodoo, right? But the symbol I would say is that would be la sirene, or in Spanish la sirena, right? That is the mermaid spirit.
So
I wanted to get into that there is a certain level of consciousness that people are able to achieve where a bullet will not pierce you. You
The
know,
body sealing the body.
a lot of I think that a lot of that's done through music. You know, when they play certain things, get themselves hyped up, whatever, taking certain herbs or whatever, combine that, and they're in a super consciousness because that the music combined with the herb creates a certain vibration. The person is vibrating on a certain level. They go off. You try to shoot them, they can't be shot. They are able to slice themselves and not be cut. So the thing is that is that evil or good? It's subjective. But the
Where do
thing
you think
That was a
someone
good
like
video.
myself would be able to find Mandrake at here in the United States?
Etsy. I had bought some, but I threw it away though. But I did have it at one point.
I've
Yeah,
always,
probably.
yeah, just even like as a souvenir or whatever.
It's
You
on
would have to go
Etsy.
to like
Okay,
Etsy or
excellent.
like some botanicas or like some like new age
I can
shops.
never find it at any botanicals around here, but I got you though. I got you. Interesting.
That was actually a good video. I actually was in that live because I do like Boker Lid. He's funny to me, you know what I mean? From the Haitian side. But just to go over, Betkefu is Haitian voodoo. That's not African or 21 Divisions or Louisiana voodoo. That's a strictly African voodoo. Typically, you deal with like you're saying if the Rada, which are like the lighter spirits, the spirits, and basically when each branch of voodoo came to each land, the spirits of voodoo mixed with the land spirits. So that's why the Louisiana branch has different spirits than the Haitian, and Haitian spirits have different spirits, 21 divisions, and they have different temperaments.
Right. Okay. Interesting. So a bokor, do you know what the actual thing of a bokor is? What's the difference between a bokor? Because like I said, we're getting into witchcraft, brujeria, witchcraft, and priest. So
The
what a
male
bokor be? What are you saying?
That's the male version, right? The male version of the Bruja.
No. So a bruja is more there's the diasporic practice, right? So for America, we, Black Americans, we grew up here in a more Protestant country, so we didn't have the same flexibility that some of the Catholic colonies had. So like Caribbean and Latin America, they have more flexibility. The Catholics were a lot more lenient with their slaves, so their spirituality looks different than what ours looks like here in America. That's why with hoodoo, like we don't have like particular names for our spirits. We deal with more spirits of place within hoodoo, root work, and conjure. Ours had to be more DL, right? A Bokor is basically like a sorcerer for hire. You ever seen like Princess and the Frog, that Disney movie, Dr. Facilier? So a Bokor would be someone who you could go to and you pay them a fee or whatever, and they would do a working for you, good or bad. They're morally neutral, versus a priest or a priestess, a Hugan or Mambo. They I'm sorry, what's your name? The main content creator was saying is they have to like, it's stricter. They have to abide by the rules of spirit. It has to be justified. It has to be, there's spiritual laws that they have to follow. So they're not going to do, a love working, or they're not going to do a left hand working just because you feel like it. Versus a Bokor, you give me $100, I'm gonna do it regardless of it. There's no morality. You know what I mean? It's transactional.
I'm glad you brought up something to the left hand path. Do you believe there's a left hand path to Ifa and all the rest as well?
Okay, so for instance, I could I'll speak from like the American diaspora, right? In hoodoo work and conjure, because our practice is a practice of survival, it wouldn't make sense for there to be a left hand path or right hand path, because our practice was literally meant as a means to survive like slavery and to protect our loved ones. So it's kind of like a handgun, right? So left hand, right hand, that's more in lines with like European mindset, especially from like a hoodoo standpoint, because our practice was designed to give us the ability to survive unimaginable circumstances. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. However, it seems that the new generation that is being spoke of, they're more attracted to the left-handed path of things, and
The left-handed path in Ifa would be Palo, at least for the Lukumi side of things. So you have.
I'm glad you brought that up, DJ Genesis.
I try to be careful with that.
So you have the Orisha, which are go ahead.
I say I try to be careful with that, with Apollo, because I don't want them mad at me, but I try to be careful with that because sometimes Apollo people get a bad rep, and people say Apollo is like the evil sister of Orisha. It's not. But what I can say is that with the Orisha you're dealing with like elevated spirits, elevated ancestors, and like primordial spirits. Like you have the Odus and stuff like that, and there's a lot more restrictions versus Paulo. You're dealing more with terrestrial spirits, which are like graveyard spirits, cargo spirits, which are not afraid to get their hands dirty. But Apollo could heal just as much as a Centero could whip you. I know both. I've seen people on both sides. So again, there's nuance to it. That's what I would like to say, because I know the Apollo girls get hit pretty hard. That's what to make sure I.
Well, no, yeah, I didn't mean it like that. I meant more like Muerto versus the Orisha.
Yeah. Yes, but like
you're dealing with the dead versus like
the Apollo side is a little bit more aggressive. I would not try to make those
more way hotter spirits.
Yeah.
And there is also probably less control of those spirits as well too, because once something is done, it's done. There's nothing you can do about it. That's the thing.
I won't speak on it because close that's close practice. I try not to overstep, so I won't speak to it.
If it's justified and you go into that and you.
Well, but I can't speak from my standpoint. From a hoodoo work and conjure standpoint, I don't do anything unless it's just with at least with a lot of the African spiritual practices. Let's start there. Everything we do has to be justified and sanctioned by spirit, by your ancestors, and then once it's justified and sanctioned, you don't got to worry about that backlash. Versus with a lot of European practices, they're working directly with energy, the sky, the elements, or whatnot, and so then you deal with their cosmic laws, like their universal laws. Versus in a lot of the African spiritual practice, at least within for instance, hoodoo work and conjure, we're dealing with ancestral law, spiritual law. So there's differences in how we are able to affect probability and what are the effects within the universe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So Owaski said it is not aggressive it is not aggressive. It is the driver that determines it being positive or negative.
Correct.
Can you see more quote unquote Africans or people who are in the Americas practicing more left-hand path? And in the name of where we're saying, hey, this is not Orisha. Y'all practicing something different now.
For instance, left hand and right hand path is typically not used in African spirituality. It has a different connotation. So that's a European occultism term. Left hand and right hand path, traditionally, if you talk to a lot of old heads, one hand's your receiving hand. It's one hand's to give, one hand's to take. You know what I mean? So even so we use different terms within our different cultures. Does that make sense?
Right.
So in America, we are a European-centered country, so a lot of people have to deconstruct that. So within the ATRs, the ADRs, we are working within the African cosmology, and so we we have deconstructed from the European Christian mindset, which is the default here in America. So that's one of the big hurdles people have to shift.
I want to show you Azaria Banks, being a practitioner of Apollo, she broke some things down. I want to show this video. So let's go.
Yeah.
Now, I just wanted to come here to you in the Witch Cave today, because I've been talking a lot of shit today, and just wanted to give you guys a real peek at what it's about. And what it's about and what it is. And, this is specifically for Black people. I hope you guys are online, especially my Black girls. I hope you're online watching right now. I'm here in the Witch Cave with Chola Wenge Chola. And today I just want to teach you a little something about just two of the main African traditional religions that have traveled with us from the motherland to the Americas to, Central America, South America, United States, Caribbean, etc., etc. Hold on, wait, let me turn off the damn thing. Okay, I'm not about to teach y'all no brujeria, but I'm just gonna give you guys some insight. Shit. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys some insight on what's happening. You see my shirt here, stolen from Africa. I got my fucking Chola Wenge here with the embele.
Oh, she sold it. Oh.
And everything. So
not supposed to do that, right?
No, this is so bad. This is not sanctioned. Oh my God.
A lot about Chango, but nobody ever talks about Paloma Yombe. I've been initiated in Paloma Yombe for the last 4 years of my life, and I love it. I originally came into the religions through Yamaya. Of course, she called me first. And I came, and every santero that I saw, everybody that I went to was like, Azealia, you have to go work with the dead. You have to go work with the dead. You must go work with the dead, right? So this video is not about it's not here to complain about anything. I just want to give you guys a real insight on what.
Now, I gotta say this. So when she's talking about Yamaya and working with the dead, the first cemetery is the ocean,
Mm-hmm.
And then you had the cemetery on Earth. And so me being Oya, so in my head is the cemetery on Earth. She's dealing with the cemetery underneath the ocean. Because, all the fish, when they pass on, what do? Boom. They die. There you go. So that's why she had to be scratched, because she must have some kind of her path in Yemaya must be like a path of like the cemetery of the ocean. That's normally how that goes, right? So she could probably be a death doula, help people to pass on things like this. She could probably go into like a old folks home, and when people are like in hospice, be able to work with them and help them to like go see the light, whatever, things like that, or just work with people. So that's just another thing. So let's hear what the rest she has to say. Let's go. Oh, hold on. She keeps showing it though. She keeps showing it.
And then you have Ocha. So you can't even see that.
Osha is Orisha. Osha, Orisha.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so in Ocha, you have what they call you have Ochun in Ocha. In Palo, the name is Chola Wenge.
And I think Palo is about a Congo, right?
Then you have
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The name in Palo is Kalunga.
I think that Palo is out of Congo.
Yeah. So it's Congo based. So like for instance,
Congo.
Yeah, so Paulo deals with Congo spirits, and then also conjure within the American branch. So like I'm a graveyard worker, so I deal with graveyard spirits from the American expression of the of Congo.
Then you have Chango in Ocha. The name in Palo is a Sasi. This is really hard for you guys to read, right? So, oops. Palo, you have Chola Wenge Chola, Ocha, her equivalent is Oshun. Kalunga in Palo is Yemaya in Ocha, and Sasi in Ocha is Chango. So we can just start by talking a little bit about, the difference between Palo and Ocha and what it is, right? So Ocha is a Yoruban religion from Nigeria, from the city of Ile-Ife and all over Nigeria. It's a more celestial religion that has a lot more to do with spirituality and kind of like saint, like the idea of a saint more than a natural earth current and a natural earth energy. Yemaya is considered to be a real person who died and went to heaven and became Yemaya. But in Palo, the Kalunga is a natural force of energy. It's like a natural force of energy. It's a natural force of energy. So here you have Cholawenge and you have Ochun. The difference between Cholawenge and Ochun is like night and day, respectively. Like Cholawenge is nighttime. If you want to think of her as nighttime, you can think of her as nighttime, and you can think of Ochun as a daytime. The difference between Palo and Ocha is that one is for creativity and one is for destruction. So Ocha is creative, and Ocha is also a colloquialism for Santeria, or regla de Ocha, Lukumi, however you want to call it. It's a colloquialism, synonym, whatever. And Palo is for destruction. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't do good things with Palo, right? So if somebody's sick and they come to a palera, the palera is going to take sickness away from them. If somebody is sick and they go to the santera is going to bring them health. Does that make sense? Let me turn on the chat a little bit to hear you guys. Okay, so that makes sense to you. Can you get scratched if you're gay? You're not, in the traditional sense, you're not supposed to be scratched if you're gay, but there are all other different paths of Palo. There's, Palo Monte, Palo Quimbisa, like there's many different paths of Palo, but the purest, rawest form of Palo Mayombe, gay men aren't allowed into our homes, into our houses, but there's a trick, there's a way that you could get into Palo Mayombe. You have to come through a sign. So you have to come in as an herbalist, almost as a nurse, almost.
You have to go through a sign.
And that's how you get to work in Palo Mayombe, right? Because the reason, and this is like a thing in Palo that I think is very strange, that women can't build prendas, we can't do all kind of shit, like we can't work on our period, all kind of stuff like that, but with good reason, because these are blood hungry vessels, Chola Wenge is a blood hungry vessel. And the reason I have Chola Wenge here today is because she's been coming up so much. The energy is, there's no sides to a circle. So even though Chola Wenge and Ochun are two completely different deities, there are no sides to a circle, and Chola Wenge is coming up, like she's rising. She's trying to get her face seen, and she's trying to be heard. Yes, so if you are a gay person, you can come in through Osai, which is, the herbalist. In Palo, we call him Guru Finda, and you can come in as an herbalist. Basically means that you're, a nurse almost.
So could you pause that? So the gateway or the pathway through Orisha, with Hossein, you can get into Palo, correct?
No.
That's what she's saying.
No, what she said is that if you're gay,
right,
the only way that to get into Palo is if you're gay, you have to go through Osign, and then you would be a nurse. You would be an herbalist.
Who Hossein is an Orisha.
Correct.
Right. So what I just said was correct.
Wait, so what did you say? Say it again. What you said? I forget what you said.
The gateway, the pathway in through Hossein, the Orisha, is how one of those homosexuals, as she's speaking on, would be able to get initiated into Palos.
Elijah, can you because I don't really know that much about Palo.
That's I knew this for a while though, because I love Hossein.
I'm trying not to. I don't want to make my elders upset. What I can say is, it's widely known that people who are like LGBTQ, unfortunately, cannot knowingly go into Palo, but you would have to go to like a Polero or Polera to have that conversation about their initiation rights. But it is widely known that LGBTQ people cannot go into Palo for those particular reasons that she stated.
So yeah, so is she saying that you could only be a doctor or nurse in the path?
She's talking about like a backdoor way in, and
yes,
and I don't know what house she's working with or whatnot. The elders I work with very like traditional elders, and so I have not heard elders are not going to teach you like the ways to like break rules. You know what I mean? And
yeah, most people I know would like, no, you can't be in the Palo.
Correct. And so
period, point blank. But
yeah.
she's saying that if you do it this way,
Mm-hmm.
now, I've never heard this before. This is my first time hearing that, but
yeah, that's my first time.
What I was also going to add on is that's how come I was trying to clear up. I've noticed that a lot of the newer generation are coming through these loopholes and what she's speaking on, and it's almost like left-hand path now to them. They're skipping over stuff.
So I wouldn't say left-hand path, but what I will say is what we're dealing with in a lot of what we're dealing with is the same that the European traditions have had to deal with. We're dealing with like kind of a generation of like the TikTok witches, the Etsy witches, and like we're dealing with like the TikTok hoodoos, there's like trends. So years ago it was hoodoo. Right now it's for a period of time it was Santeria and Nukini because it's so global. And now right now the hot trend right now is Polera. But people are learning from people who are not actually trained, not actually initiated, and they're learning wrong things to do things, and that you can definitely FAFO. You know what I mean? You can definitely hurt yourself and everyone around you doing some of these things incorrectly and end up conjuring things that you have no business conjuring. And so I would strongly recommend that you do not try to like pick up a book or watch someone do a ritual on TikTok and think that it's gonna like end up correct. I would strongly advise to not do that, and I would strongly advise that some of these content creators, you know what I mean, some of them may not actually be doing what they say they're doing, or you don't know what the spiritual effect is going to be on these people. Like people get cancer, car accidents, their families, all kind of like these are regular things that happen. Like spiritually, there's a rebound.
And lastly, good morning to everybody, Grand Risings, and shout out to Papa Ozane, and also Azalea Banks. You've been ripped off, your IP, Doja Cat, all these people have taken your style.
what I can say about this is I'm very happy that we're living in an age, even though like a lot of these practices might be going back underground, but we're living in an age where African spirituality is taking taking center front again. A lot of people globally in the diaspora are awakening. I'm very happy, like Taraji P, Azalea Banks, Michael B. Jordan. I think I've got Forrest Whitaker. So like, there's a lot of yes, there's a lot of us that are like coming out of the shadows, so to speak. We have Bible
Not Danny Glover.
Yes, yes.
And,
So
and what I was gonna also say too is like for me, and I'm from here. I'm foundationally from here. But what I've always noticed is that the Hispanics, so to speak, they've embraced the African spiritual sciences more so openly than folks from here in the United States. Yet they love Orisha and Ifa, but they still despise Africa, or I mean Africans. And I could be wrong with how I'm saying it, but I believe in 2026, more people from the United States will kind of feel more the same way. The spiritual sciences are cool. That's what's embraced. But the Africa continent itself, no.
Actually, like I said, I kind of mentioned something like that earlier. What I can say on that is, for instance, like earlier, I talked to you about like the difference between a Protestant country and African spirituality and a Catholic country and African spirituality. Is a lot easier to hide spiritual technology within Catholicism because it's so ritualized and there's so many spirits. It's easier to do so versus Protestantism, which is a little bit more strict and there's only like so many. That's why hoodoo is a foundational Black part of the diaspora, right? So hoodoo, you have to be Black American to practice hoodoo. I'm sorry, but that's how it works. And basically, what I can say is that I think for a lot of people in America, because we've come under like slavery, Jim Crow, and the construct of Black and white and like the erasure of identities for both peoples, is that we don't own Blackness, right? Globally, that's what we hear diaspora, or like it's kind of like a nod to Pan-Africanism, right? Because the African diaspora spans the globe. There's Africans in Asia, there's Africans in Europe, there's Africans, here in America, Africans in Africa. So there's a thing where like we don't own Black. We're of African descent here. Like for instance, here as foundational Black American, I'm of African descent primarily, and I have a little bit of Caucasian in me. You know what I mean? And then the same thing for Latinos, they are of African descent too. Now, is there anti-Blackness in the Latino culture? Yes. Is there anti-Blackness, but they're still utilizing African spirits? Yes. Is there anti-Blackness and they're using African spirits and they're lightening the spirits? Yes. And we're dealing with those things within behind closed doors. But yeah, so a lot of things you're saying are happening. I'm not saying across the board, but is it enough that is very present in our African Americans acknowledging the anti-Blackness? Yes. But we do have our own practices here within the diaspora, which hoodoo and conjure rootwork are. You know what I mean? Also, within hoodoo, rootwork, and conjure, you have to acknowledge the United States is massive. So we do have regional branches or whatnot within our system. And we've had a lot more tribes that blended. I mean, like I think it was about 12 tribes that blended their technologies into what we have here, right? Within those 3 different tracks, versus some of the other countries where it was more limited tribes, which means it was more consolidated knowledge. And so there's different nuances to how these things kind of like are presenting themselves now. Does that make sense?
Right. I see that the faith that we're speaking on is is gaining more ground openly.
Yes, and
Here,
also a
here.
good thing about like in hoodoo and like first I just go back to this. Hoodoo had to be a lot more DL than the rest of the ADRs and ATRs, but a lot of people hoodoo is so embedded in African American culture. A lot of African Americans practice it, don't even know they practice it. The Black church came from like is a product of from Black spirituality from hoodoo. There's the Black spiritualist church, for instance, which is our branch of what you would hear of like you heard like Espiritismo in like in Latin America, which is like spiritualism. So there's European spiritualism, spiritualism. There's Espiritismo, and then there's the Black Spiritualist Church, which is kind of like a gospel of the Black version, basically, of spiritualism, with Mother Leafy Anderson that predates the Latin version. And what else did I say? There's like there's so much. A lot of people
I
here
haven't even heard it like that. That's interesting. That predates the Latin.
A lot of our people here, because so Black people, we had to be, like I said, extremely DL. It's so embedded in our culture, you wouldn't know it, but like hoodoo is so embedded into our culture. So it's kind of like it's like explaining water to a fish. You're already in it and you don't even know you're in it. You know what I mean? It's like, even like our baptisms, like the water, stuff like that, that's like a hoodoo practice. There's so many things that are like, I could go down the list of things that like come from hoodoo, but like one of the things that do come from hoodoo is the Black church. And so when you see like people catching the Holy Ghost, you know what I mean? That's just same spiritual technology for mounting. We even have a different face. If you hear like a conjure worker, you might hear like my grandmother, she would say, oh, she was a prayer worker. She so we use different masks than our Latin counterparts for our stuff here.
Now, when it comes to like blues, that's definitely hoodoo.
I wouldn't say that, but blues is definitely Black. I mean, if you're talking about like the hoodoo,
The
like
old sound to it, the old sound.
Yeah, there is hoodoo embedded in that.
It's almost like when you might hear the juju sound and with the guitar over there. It's like slowed down.
What I can say is our people are very tenacious, resilient, and we're able to maintain our spirituality through incredible odds and traumatic events, and we're able to show ingenuity and adaptation, and we were able to hide it in a very different way that our Latin counterparts within Catholicism. And what I can say is we may not have names for our deities because we grew up because America was had a more Protestant background, and so we work with a lot more like generalizations, like spirits of place versus names for better words deities than other ATRs and ADRs, because we had to be, we had to combat like lynching and like you know what I mean, and, things of that nature. And so it was what, a few decades ago, where like you had to register in like Louisiana to be a spiritual worker, where like, so it was a lot more strict here for a longer period of time. Shout out to my our Obia cousins.
See what you just said. What do you think about that?
About what?
Obia.
I mean, it's kind of like our cousins.
Now, them two, they have always had to keep it DL.
Correct. They're in the same boat. They've had to deal. I mean, their limitation is more recent than ours. In America, freedom of religion kicked in a while ago, but Obia, they just got the ability to kind of, it's still pretty like taboo there, but they use basically the same spiritual technology as us, just within their land.
And every just like every block out there, there's a church. Right there in Jamaica, there's like bunch of churches, but in the center, Obia has always been just wicked, bad.
And listen, Elijah, please put your information in the back because I would love to do an interview with you on root work and hoodoo. I talked to every other group but hoodoo practitioner about the origins. I want to get the origins and everything. So please put your information in the back. But let me listen to some more of this because he breaks down a lot of different things about this whole thing that we call like voodoo because people have named it all voodoo. So let's go.
Yeah.
Recently, we've been seeing like a bunch of like reports about UFOs coming about the water.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this is really tied to that spirit? Like, really, is it really a spirit, or is it really like a ancient civilization that was here before time, and it's really like how much of this stuff do we really like know is really spiritual, and how much is it really like a real thing that exists, like based on like ancient alien technology?
One thing I will say is this: I'm not outruling the existence of creatures that are from other galaxies, because according to astronomy, there's hundreds and thousands of other universes that we may not even know of. But I would say this: when we're talking about spirit, we're talking about spirit. Now, anything that comes out of the water, that's in the domain of the sirens, or the spirits of the ocean or the sea, the spirits of water. But again, when you're talking about Lwa, you're talking about an energetic being that is immaterial. It is not material. Because I know some people try to link extraterrestrials with spirits. Spirits are spirits, and extraterrestrials are physical. If they exist. I've never seen one. But when people speak of extraterrestrials, they're talking about something terrestrial. There's celestial and there's terrestrial. Terrestrial is like physical, right? In voodoo, or just in general in spirituality, there's spirit and then there is matter. That's a totally different ballgame.
Okay, so do you feel that? So you don't feel that this actual I don't know what to call it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that that's a deity. If there is a being that came from the water, okay, cool. That's a being that came from the water. But everything in the universe is governed by different forces. So regardless if it is an extraterrestrial, it is always going to be under dominion of forces beyond them. Anything on this earth, whether it's plants, whether it's rocks, whether it's human beings, whether it's animals, everything has a rulership.
So okay, you say you are a Bokor and you deal with the darker spirits. How do you stop those spirits from attacking you?
I would definitely say, stay protected via prayer, whether you're burning or serving your ancestors or the Lwa. Continue, because that is your best defense. That is your best defense. And sometimes the best protection is abstinence, staying away from what can be a potential problem. For me, I don't go to voodoo ceremonies, not at all. For me, I'm not going to put myself in a position where I'm going to allow something like that to happen. Who knows what you're going to put in my food? Who knows what you may put in my drink? So why put myself in that situation for something like that to happen to me? And not only that, you don't want to be messing with people. A lot of the times when people end up in these situations is the fact that they're bothering people. Most of the time, people end up in the situation they're in because they're messing with people. If they would leave people alone, they wouldn't find themselves in situations that they're in.
So what do you mean? So when he says leave people alone, do you find as a hoodoo practitioner that you have to be isolated?
Okay, so what I will say is this, right? I try to be as traditional as possible, and I definitely, what I would say is there is a risk because there's a lot of people who are baneful and petty, and it's a lot easier and lazy to do baneful work than it is to take the higher road and to work in concert with spirit, with source. And so what I would say is there a risk? Yes. But like, would I feel the same risk going to like a voodoo ceremony? No, because like that is a religion of spirituality of source of light. Now, if you're making someone upset to that point, that is it possible?
You said he sees things the way he sees it because he's a Bokor.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. And I don't want to speak on Lenny in that situation because I know he's.
Well, I'm not talking about like him in general, but
Yeah,
the Bokor are people that do
no, I'm
things
saying
for money.
I know he has his relationship with the priest structure. You know what I mean? That's well documented, and so I won't speak onto that. But as a Bokor, he's gonna have a very different perspective on this than a regular person or even a voodoo sant or a practitioner or even like someone from the other branches. But being a Bokor, you got to think about what kind of work he's doing. He's doing contract work, right? And so how many people is he?
He's like an assassin. He's like
yes.
He's like an assassin. So
yes,
people might be like, "If you did that to me, you never know." You know what I'm saying? Like they might be like, "There he is,"
Right. But even solid elders, from students, like maybe this is real. And so you have to be careful here. You have to keep your protection up. You have to take your spiritual baths. You have to, make sure that you don't slip, and you just got to be careful with like. That's why a lot of people don't usually come out the gate and say, "Oh, I practice this, I do that." This is supposed to be very stealth, very covert, because you don't want to kind of like show your hand. Like you don't walk around with showing like you have mace on you or a taser on you. You know what I mean? And so it's just like you got to walk with some kind of with some kind of common sense.
Welcome to the panel, Riley. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I had a couple actually. I mean, doing my own research, confidence. Anyway, so I've noticed that hoodoo is an ancestral based faith. Am I correct?
It's a African American ancestral based faith, correct? Tradition.
That is honestly so like I came in like mid show, so I'm like kind of lost right now. But it seems that I am practicing my own ancestral faith and noticing that it is as well and like a purely and almost purely an ancestral faith. The amount of similarities between the two is staggering. Like what rituals, what's different in hoodoo that could be seen in another faith of these sorts?
So what are you saying? Are you practicing? What do you practice? I mean, what is your faith?
Where are your people from, Tusa?
My people, like, I am West Slavic.
So would you be considered like Wiccan?
No, I would be pagan, but my branch is of the west of. I am a Slavic pagan.
So you say that you see a lot of similarities in the practices of hoodoo and Slavic paganism?
Yes, because it's an ancestral faith. And understanding something that is similar to that is allowing me to see, it's allowing me a glimpse, basically. So, yeah. Yes.
All right, Elijah, you want to address that?
Yeah, so what I can say, because hoodoo is a close practice, I don't be careful what I say. But what I can say
Yes, true.
What I can say is hoodoo, if you from the very outside, can be, you might see similarities with ancestral practices, but the difference is within most ancestral practices, you're normally dealing directly with your relatives, directly with your dead, versus with hoodoo, which comes directly from West Africa for the most part. You know what I mean? That's documented.
Right.
So with hoodoo, at least within the American expression of what it is, what the practice is today, we're dealing not only with you start with your direct relatives, but then you're dealing with also the spirits of place, and you're dealing with the entire domain of African Americans. So I have access to not just my family, but I have access to, like, if I needed Harriet Tubman, I have access to across like the entire matrix of African American spirits I have, like, is hoodoo is beyond my blood relatives, known and unknown, stuff like that.
So that is almost exactly what I had in mind. See, when I think of my ancestors, I think of primarily like it first starts with my relatives, and then it goes down my family line as far back as it can go.
Correct.
So here's the question: what is a male priest in your practice? Is it considered a warlock, or is it considered a blah blah blah, a school line, or you know what I'm saying?
Well,
blah blah.
so I'm not exactly sure, but the priests in my faith typically only deal with the offerings aspect. So like this has been documented, so if you want to look it up, it's not necessarily a close practice. But you go, right, there's certain days where the ancient Slavs would go in, offer like animal fat or animals, wool, string, honey, mead to the Zrets, and the Zrets would lead everybody in a sort of sermon, gathering, whether it be, I believe the ancestors were personal, and then the gods on very rare occasions were ever, unless it was a holiday, were ever called upon. So they're primarily just, I'm going to lead everybody in this offering.
Why do you guys think that African spirituality has more of a closed practice with through initiation or through bloodline versus a lot of like the other races where it might be more open?
Because
Gotta be reserved. We have to be reserved.
Because in Africa, you're dealing with villages and we come from tribes. So with
Right.
tribes, there's what, an initiation.
That's exactly what it was like back, since 1100. My ancestors were also in tribes, and up until the Christianization of, the entirety of Europe.
You gotta remember, like,
The Crusades and the
you gotta remember,
Crusades.
like, the Christians, like the Romans, they wiped out the European tribes. Yeah, historically, and so that's why there was a big break within like most Europeans, Western Europeans and Americans with their culture, is because the church was so effective in wiping all that out.
The only thing is with Catholicism is because it is the oldest, it still has a lot of remnants of paganism that were prevalent during its creation.
Correct.
So
and those remnants are what made it so easy for syncretism.
For syncretism. I got you. Yeah, no, when you guys were talking about Catholicism and having to hide, right? It's surprising the amount of people that are going back to their roots, especially recently.
Right. It's true.
So I want to play this video, and I want you guys to give your opinion on some of these stories that happen when it comes down to these witchcraft like situations. The main reason why I want to ask that is because I want to see how much of this is witchcraft and how much of this is like mind over matter. Let's go.
I don't know much about witchcraft. You don't want to. What is it? There are black witches and white witches. That there are witches that do good. Witchcraft is still witchcraft. It's the use of the elements, and there's alchemy, there's wizardry, sorcery, electricity, magic, use of blood, use of spit, use of sperm. I did it 2 times. Both of them worked, and then I went, are you serious? This is bigger than I am. That really fucked my life up, and it took years for us to get out of it. What were your hexes? One was something that had to do with the guy that actually punched punched me. What happened was we went to school that day. The guy walked up to me and just slugged me. The second bus shows up and we get in the bus and we take off. He's coming up to his house and he walks through the walkway in the bus and elbows me in the back of the head as he's getting out. And I was trying to fit in, so I had a mouthful of Red Man. And when he hit me, I went, and I swallowed that shit. That's it. I'm going to do something about this. So I looked through the book and I found something that would do what I wanted. I did that hex.
What did you want to happen?
I really don't want to get into it because I don't want anybody to be misled and try and figure out what I did. When you open up the doors to the dark, they're not going to wait to be invited in. They're coming.
Do you think you were possessed?
Oh, I know it was. When we went to San Francisco to go see the Filipino priest, he said that he laid hands on me and the head of a bull came out of my chest.
What are your thoughts about that?
I honestly, so I want to say this, like one thing that modern pagans think is it is the intention of it that matters. But all this, it honestly seems like he's a bit
He's a
in his
what?
head. He's a bit in his head.
He's a bit in his head. That is what I want to differentiate, right? Witchcraft versus spirituality. And even though we're talking about African spirituality, we have a European here, and he's saying a lot of African spirituality is similar. So this is not even, let's get away from the word African spirituality. Let's say nature-based. Or what would the word be? What would the word be?
We just go spirituality.
Right, that uses like certain magic stuff, because I don't think all spirituality have that
Animism, basically.
Yeah.
Animism. Would it be just are all these things considered animism? Is it?
No.
Is voodoo,
Well,
what would be a umbrella term for all these things that would span past Africa, Europe, India?
so it would still be just spirituality in of itself.
Yeah, we
The issue goes like when you dive into it, like, okay, so the gods, right? The gods be real, right? But Zeus isn't going to come down here and raise an entire village. Lightning is going to strike the village, and then the authors of the myth are going to give a reason why, as to tell people to be careful of said happenstance. That makes sense. It is the appeasement, the ritual, that is the spirituality. But when you are deluding yourself in myth, as it seems this guy has, he loses all intention, in my opinion, he loses all intention in his spirituality. He becomes a victim to it.
All right, so let's go to the next one. Here we go.
Louisiana voodoo story. I'm going to tell y'all a story today about my family and its Shreveport ties. And one of the stories that I heard from my uncle while in Shreveport, Louisiana. So y'all know that my dad is from Shreveport, and anytime we had a family reunion, it was always in Shreveport. So when I was young, we were always going back and forth from Oklahoma to Shreveport to meet up with family, to have family reunions. Sometimes we would just go down there to get local food from the local market. Well, one time we went down to Shreveport. My whole family went, from the ones that lived in Oklahoma. We all traveled to Shreveport to get ready for the family reunion. And I was young around this time. I was probably about 15, 16 years old. So we go down to Shreveport for the family reunion. And mind you, on my dad's side, there's 11 of them. So my dad has 10 siblings. So in total, there's 11 children. And I have an uncle, I'm not going to give his name, but a lot of the men in my family are kind of like womenizers. They're like, they have multiple women, they have different dealings and things like that, that's how they deal with women. So I have this one uncle, and while we were down in Shreveport, he decides to go out on the town, see what's going on the town. My uncle was probably like 30 years old at this time. So he goes out at night, one evening, he meets a young lady. So he thinks the lady, you know, she's a pretty lady. You know, he kind of wants to get to know her. So they decide to meet up. She gives my uncle her address, and she tells my uncle, hey, meet me at my home. We're going to hook up, meet up, and we'll get together. So my uncle's like, you know, she's hot. She's fine, dude. Like, I'm finna go holler at this girl. You know, this is what my uncle told my other uncles, his brothers. Like, man, she's so hot. I'm finna go meet up with this girl and see what's up. So my uncle says he pulls up in the driveway. You know, everything's normal. He knocks on the door, and she lets him in. So when she lets him in the house, you know, this is a black lady. My uncle said she's very beautiful, very pretty. So he was really excited to go out with her. So she lets him in the house. And when she lets him in the house, she says, oh, you can have a seat right here in the front room. I'm just going to go back and get freshened up. And then, you know, I guess they were going to go out or whatever they were going to do. Who knows? So she goes back. She's getting herself together. My uncle's sitting in the living room. He's just waiting. And he's just waiting like, okay, I'm trying to see when she's going to come out. You know, she's getting freshened up. So he says when she comes out the room, she is dressed up and she's walking from the back of the house into the front. Now, as she's walking slowly. And all of a sudden, you know, she's looking beautiful. The outfit she has on is beautiful. But he says all of a sudden, her face starts to change. So her face changes and she begins to levitate off the floor as she's walking. So it's almost like she's coming towards him, but she's floating. She's floating off the floor. I'm going to show y'all an image kind of like this. So she's floating off the floor, literally floating. So my uncle says, you know, he gasps, he's scared. He's like, he gets up, he gets his shit, and he gets out the front door. Oh shit, he gets out like just in time. He ran out that front door. He got in his car. He just said he just couldn't stop breathing. He hurried up and started his car and drove off. By the time he made it back to where the family was, where we all were, he pulled his brothers aside. He said, man, I went and met up with that woman. I don't know if she was a witch. I don't know if she's a voodoo priest or what she was, but that bitch was floating through the air and she was coming towards me floating and shit like that. My uncle said, shit, never again. Never again. I ain't messing with these Louisiana women. Even though they were Louisiana people too. He said, never again. I ain't messing with these Louisiana bitches. Not no more. It scared the socks off of my uncle. When I tell you it scared the socks off of him, oh my God, that was the funniest story. So of course it got through the whole family. My uncles told my aunts told my grandma told us. Like everybody was laughing during the family reunion, laughing about the story that happened to my uncle when he was running away from that woman. He went out on a date with, because she literally started floating in the air. So yeah, these are just some of the stories I have from Louisiana. This was in Shreveport, backwoods, baby, that voodoo shit. Gotta be careful.
What do y'all think about that story? Do you think that's a true story? You think that he probably was tripping or what?
I think he.
Have you ever? Go ahead.
I would say I think so. I would think I always try to start with the mundane thing first. It could have been he had too much to drink, too much to smoke, whatever. Or it could have been like, even for instance, like let's start with the witches, right? With the flying ointment and stuff like that. Witches didn't actually fly. They had flying ointment, which was typically like a combination of like usually like mandrake or like belladonna, things of that nature, or like henbane, which had hallucinogenic properties. So is it possible that she has some type of oil or something like that on, or that maybe something was slipped in his drink? I would say I would point more towards that than someone actually legitimately flying, if not him just having too much to drink or smoke or whatever traditionally. So that's just my standpoint.
Another option.
And this whole thing is to take away all this mysticism of this whole thing, because what You know what I'm saying? I'm like, when people think like witches and this, that, the witchcraft and the Louisiana women and that she's floating through the air. She probably did give him a drink and it might have had a little something in it, and he probably was tripping. You know what I'm saying? So I want to get people to stop tripping and stop spookizing like this African spirituality, voodoo, witchcraft, whatever you want to call it. So
Yeah, Hollywood did a number. I mean, I definitely love me some Charmed, but that's not how it works. Harry Potter's not how it works. I just want to,
this is not floating through the air, floating
yes.
towards you. Like
And,
that.
and getting to what's going on to me for like 2026, I do see a trend that as AI grows, almost like a religion, I do see the resurgence of folk magic, ancestral, pagan practice being rising up as well, because the religions today have been so against it at one point, against the AI, against the ancestral practices. And as AI becomes more attractive, I do see that the ancestral folk magics will rise as well.
Right, but I'm saying is that we cannot we need to differentiate from what's real and what's fake. Okay.
Correct. And also, just to go back to the AI thing, I want to like strongly caution using AI for, because you have to train AI. I work in tech, but also I speak with a lot of practitioners, a lot of priests, and the AI gets things wrong. The veves are wrong, the formulas are wrong, and you would definitely end up conjuring something that you don't want to conjure. And so I want to say be careful into like the AI is wrong on a lot of things. And so I would strongly suggest to people, we're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna unfortunately FAFO because like so as
yeah, the movie Lawnmower Man from back in the day. People are gonna, the average person who just might have been an ordinary, mundane person. Hey, hello, everybody. Good morning. Eventually, they're gonna try to arm themselves with AI to make themselves more stronger, more powerful, more dominant.
You can't be more powerful with something that's lying to you. AI lies.
yes, that's the problem.
Riley Reed, what were we gonna say?
What?
No, because you kept like interjecting, but you never got to do. Were you trying to say something?
Oh yeah, it was that it. You ever have a dream that feels way too real?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably something like that.
Right.
No, that's yeah. I always think horse before zebra.
But when it comes down to that AI, we can do a whole show on AI. You know me, I'm like a software engineer. I'm building the app right now and
Who's the new guy who's on the panel?
His name is Riley Reed.
Riley Reed. Yeah, it's being precognizant of what's going on. You might see something before it happens.
Like it was a warning that his wife was going to find out, or he's going to end up paying some major consequences if he, went through with it.
Right.
And he couldn't stop it.
All right. Here's another story. Let's go.
Beings, and that there is a spiritual realm. Why do you think so many people practice brujeria and voodoo and it works on people? Because it's real. And on this day, witchcraft is glorified. But Evelyn, it's not like that. It's not that deep. I know that there is a lot of evil at play in this day, not only because of the history, but also because there's people with bad intentions. that are getting a free pass to infiltrate your home on this day. It's the only time of year that we don't question what strangers are just handing out to our kids. Now, I'm not talking about blades or like stuff being stuck in the candy. My concern is the intentions they had giving this candy. Did they do witchcraft on the candy that my kids are about to consume? Or are they cursing this candy? It's a well-known day for evil to be at play. So what easier way to do it than to curse your kids with depression, with anxiety? And they eat it up.
Do you think that Halloween is a time for baneful people to put evil things in the candy?
Yes, I'm going to answer that. Halloween in the United States is the only day of the year where stranger danger is canceled.
I want to say that across the board, there's good and bad people, mundane or spiritual, and so unfortunately, it being Halloween doesn't mean that those bad people take a day off. And so the same people that are spiking the candy and putting drugs and blades, unfortunately. And so yes, I would say it's quite possible. Like, a lot of parents fear this, and that's why a lot of parents check their kids' candies.
And also, before you start the video, Sam Hain, also known as Halloween as well, if you go back 6 months before that, April 30th, that's a celebration of Beltane, and it's Irish as well. And these are the festivities, the pagan festivities, where children would be missing in between these 6 months of each other the most. They're 6 months apart from each other. Beltane and Sam Hain. So yes.
So being a Haitian is not for the weak. I could only speak for myself, but the things that my family and I have seen and experienced growing up was insane. I'm talking about like witchcraft, people turning into animals. Let me just give y'all one story. I told this story to like a few of my close friends, and they're just kind of like, nigga, what are you talking about? Since the world is waking up now and the veil is being lifted, I could say this confidently. My older sister, she could even attest to this. There was a raccoon that popped up in her room. How? 4 a.m. screaming. My dad gets up. There's a big ass raccoon in my sister's room. My dad pops it in his left eye, shoos it out the house, grabs a broom, sweeps that bitch out the house. This is in Florida, mind you. And the next morning, our next door neighbor, the grandmother, came and asked my dad to pray for her. Her left eye was popped. Exactly where my dad popped that eye on the raccoon. Why did you show up to my house, my dad's house, asking for prayer? Bitch, you know what you did last night? And my mom would always be like, don't eat at her house. If she asks you to eat, don't eat. Every time we'd come over, she would be trying to force us to eat. You need to eat, you need to eat. No, bitch, we're not eating. We're not hungry, actually.
All right, so what is that? What is that? Is that witchcraft? What is that?
Wait. Can we rewind for a second? Because I don't want the witches to drag me. So Samhain, I don't know. I don't know anything about kids in 6 months or anything of that nature. But to my knowledge, from witchcraft and stuff like that, Samhain is like the liminal period, and that's the end of fall. And Beltane is the beginning of the new year. Across different world religions, like it's more of a seasonal marker outside of like the candy industry. So I just want to put it there as for me, so I can say so they
right. What I mainly want to do is dispel like things, all the spookism of all this whole thing.
But you do acknowledge Beltane, right? And it's a festivity that's on April 30th. 6 months. Wait. 6 months later.
Two different cultures.
6 months later, there's a festivity in October 30th called Sam Hain.
So
and
Samhain
is in the same area, or is it two different cultures?
They're from. We celebrate a lot of things that are from Europe as well.
Right, because we're a European derivative country. But Samhain and Samhain,
Go ahead.
these are Sabbaths that mark the seasons. But like those most countries around the world, actually outside of America, actually like acknowledge and count the seasons in a different way. It's just America, we commercialize everything, and so that's just a different standpoint on it.
Right. So in this next video, he said that, listen, raccoon came up, father plucked it inside. Next day, old lady comes up, has a bruise on her eye, looks like the same eye as the dad. Now, so what would that be? Is that witchcraft, and what do you think happened?
Yes. Can I answer?
Yes.
In Spanish, it's known as ojo gordo, the fat eye, the evil eye.
But no. What happened is that
She received one.
Okay. What's your thoughts?
Can you recite the story again? Like,
so what he said is that his sister opened the door. It was a raccoon out on the porch. His father plucked the raccoon in the eye. The next day, old lady comes back and asks the father to pray for her, and she had a bruised eye or a plucked eye, same eye as the.
Okay, I get you. So you're asking about, do I believe in shapeshifters? Do I believe in shapeshifters or in spirits? Yes.
Is that witchcraft?
Have I seen it? Like, do I know anyone of that skill level in the modern era? For me, I would say no. But like,
But I'm saying, is there a witchcraft that has people that can come to your house as a raccoon? I don't understand the purpose. Why would you do that? But okay.
I mean, there's lore on it, but like, you know what I mean? Would that be my first choice? No.
Because I just want to clear things up, because people like me watching this TikTok and be like, man, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's these thing on witches,
Yeah.
And I think this is leading to a witch hunt revolution, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I think that when we start talk about stuff in this way, it creates fear. Let's go.
I don't put my business out there. I'm just not one of those people. But I've decided to share this with y'all on how my mom passed away from witchcraft. So she passed away right beside me back in 2012. She was 43 years old. And the person that put the witchcraft work on her was her sister, my aunt. We're going to call that Aunt Wanda. Okay. Mom and Aunt Wanda was favorite sisters, right? They actually got a house in the same neighborhood. We all lived in the same neighborhood because they were so close, and we would go to our.
First of all, the name Wanda is like witch. So Wanda is another name for a witch. She has a name because the wand, witch, right? So it's
Wanda house just about every day. So throughout my childhood, I've always seen spirits, forms, shadows, figures, heard things. But I'm a kid, so I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know what's going on, right? Fast forward, my mom was dating this guy. And he was our stepdad for years. Great man. He was our stepdad for years. I remember one time, y'all, we in the house and he ended up waking up and he was very disturbed when he woke up. So my mama had her bed. It was her bed, the mirror. You know how you had the mirror closet? It was the mirror closet and then the door. So he was like, when he woke up, he saw a shadow figure standing over my mom. Same house. Right? I'm at the computer. I'm like fifth grade. I'm at the computer. I look down the hallway. If you look to my right, it's me and my sister room. We had shared a room. Me and my sister room. I saw a figure walk across the door. Y'all remember y'all parents or grandparents? Remember those big behind pictures that used to make bird chirps and rainfall noises, and it lit up like the waterfall lit up? It was glass. A lot of people not gonna believe me. My mom had that on her wall. The picture fell off the wall, fell on the floor, and broke. I ended up getting my brother and telling my brother, like, hey, the picture just broke, da-da-da-da-da. He's trying to find a broom to clean it up. By the time he gets the broom and we go back to clean it up, it's back together. Believe it, don't believe it, I don't care. I know what happened. I had a lot of incidents happen like that. I might make another video on my incidents happening, but I really feel like a lot of this stuff was happening to me because of the work she was doing to my mom. Fast forward, my mom used to be a heavy-set woman, right? My aunt is still heavy-set to this day. But my mom used to be a heavy-set woman, and she ended up slimming down. She ended up losing her weight and slimming down to literally like my size, right? I'm 5'7", she's 5'6", we was kind of the same size. Out of nowhere, my mom's stomach started getting big, like real big, as if she was pregnant. Her stomach just getting big and big and big. So she goes to the doctor. The doctor tells her it's nothing wrong with her, but her stomach is big, but nothing's wrong with her. All right, so her health is getting really, really bad. She ended up going to another doctor, and they told her that she has high blood pressure, kidney failure, liver disease, and issues with her heart going on. All of these things. Mind you, she just went from perfectly healthy to all of these things going on, right? Okay. So one day we're at my grandma's house, and it has to be a holiday because that's the only time like all the family would get together at my grandma's house, and I'm 12. So we at my grandma's house, and by this time my mom's on a walker. So she's like looking really depressed, sitting in the chair. She's looking really, really depressed. So I have another aunt that's a pastor. We're going to call that Aunt Pam. So Pam was going to move back to where she was from, which was a different state. But she said God told her it wasn't time for her to move yet. She ended up taking my mom to a psychic. You know, back then, a lot of people ain't believe in psychics and all of that stuff. But she took my mom to go see one. The lady described Aunt Wanda, I was going to say her real name, Aunt Wanda and her daughter as the one that put the work on my mom. They put it in my mom's food. Because remember, we went over there every day just about. They put something in my mom's food and she ate it. And that's how all of this stuff started happening to her body. The psychic gave my mom this jar. It looks like swamp water. Like it was all different stuff mixed up into this jar or whatever, right? Every time my mom drank it, she would throw up. The psychic told my mom she has snakes in her stomach, and that's why her stomach was growing as rapidly as it was growing. So she's throwing up every time she's drinking this stuff. Any house we lived in, y'all, I saw stuff, heard stuff, felt stuff. Any house, it didn't matter where we moved to. Didn't matter. And in all the houses, my mom couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for nothing. Like we literally would have to rub her to sleep, like rub her back to sleep because she couldn't find comfort to sleep at all. So she ended up telling Aunt Pam like she couldn't sleep in the house before that. So one day, y'all, me and my sister were sitting in the living room. My mom was in her room. So it was my mom's room, the living room, all of our rooms. My brother's friend came over. He's like, I'm just going to wait for, your brother until he gets home in the room. I was like, all right, cool. Me and my sister watching TV in the living room. So he goes in my brother's room, y'all, and he comes out. He doesn't say nothing. He just sits down on the couch with like a deer in headlights. Look. So I'm like, what's wrong with you? And he was like, man, like it's something in your brother's closet looking at me. Like I said, it was a lot of stuff that happened in every house. I'm not even telling y'all half of what happened. Like I'll probably put that in another video. So fast forward, like I said, my mom is telling Aunt Pam, she can't sleep in the house. Aunt Pam comes over with like her pastor friends and stuff. They end up spraying all of this stuff around. They sprayed it inside our house. They sprayed it outside our house. They took this salt and they put it at my mom's bedroom door. So they didn't put it at the entrance door when you first enter the house. They put it at the bedroom door. Days go by. Aunt Wanda comes over because my mom and Aunt Wanda locked in as sisters. Aunt Wanda comes over. Do y'all know Aunt Wanda talked to my mom from the bedroom door? I'm in the room with my mom sitting on the bed with her. She talked to my mom from the bedroom door. The lady never crossed over the threshold of where the salt was at. Never did. It was so weird. And imagine seeing that as a kid. Okay, so fast forward, we ended up going to church because, like I said, my aunt's a pastor, but this particular day she's not preaching. It's another woman preaching, but Aunt Pam invited Aunt Wanda. So Aunt Wanda came as well. You know how like at church, the pastor will pick on whoever they're drawn to and ask them to come forward. So the pastor told Aunt Wanda to come forward. She went down there, y'all. I don't know what the pastor said to her. Aunt Wanda started throwing up green stuff. Like I'm visualizing it as I'm telling y'all. She's throwing up green stuff, right? That was her first and last time ever coming back to our church. Okay, so days go by. And my mom ended up getting extremely sick, y'all. She's extremely sick. She ended up having to go to the hospital. She's in ICU. It's me, my Aunt Pam, my other aunt and her husband. So we're all in a room. My mom machine flatline. She dies. Aunt Pam is like, you know, rushing all of us out the room. I don't know what she did, what she said. I don't know what happened because I wasn't in the room. But when we came back in the room, my mom was back alive. So when that incident happened, my Aunt Pam told my mom not to go back around Aunt Wanda. But it was, of course, it's going to be hard because my mom was like, that was her ace boon cool. Like Aunt Wanda, my mom was locked in. I'm running out of time. I'm not going to have time to finish this. I'm going to make a part 2 because I left out so much stuff, y'all. But I'm going to make a part 2 leading up to her death because I don't know why I thought I could cram this in 10 minutes. I can't. So y'all come back for part 2, man. Okay, y'all, this is part 2 on how my mom got alive from witchcraft. So the main question I keep getting asked is, why did Aunt Wanda do it to my mom if they were so close? So the main reason was jealousy and envy, being envious, y'all. So remember in the first video how I told y'all they both was plus size? Well, my mom ended up losing weight and slimming down. So she wasn't plus size anymore. So she's getting all this attention from men and everything else. And my Aunt Wanda did not like that. I have had conversations with my grandmother about Aunt Wanda passed and about my mom passing and everything. And my grandma, this is from my grandma's mouth, like she told me that Aunt Wanda always had a jealous, envious character, spirit. Like she was always that way. Even when they was kids, she cut off her sister ponytails because she had long hair. So while having these conversations with my grandmother told me that my Aunt Wanda daddy practiced all of that stuff. And my Aunt Wanda wanted her dad to teach her. And her dad told her no. So she went on her own and started like getting these different type of books that would teach her how to do it. And she started going to like graveyard sites, practicing within the graveyard, taking graveyard dirt from the graveyard site to complete her magic at home and just all type of stuff, y'all. Like me and my grandmother had so many conversations so I can get the backstory and everything. But originally it's because of jealousy. Okay, so to give y'all some more insight on some of the stuff that I saw as a kid, and to answer your question, yes, I still see stuff, hear stuff to this day. It's just not as frequent as it was back then. One time, I'm in our den, I'm on the computer. I'm always on the computer, huh? I know y'all remember them chat rooms. Yeah, I was one of them. I was in the chat rooms. Anyway, so I'm on the computer, and it's a knock at the door. At our back door, it's a knock. Everyone else is my mom, my brother, my sister upstairs sleep. It's a knock at the door. So I go look out the blind. No one's there. Mind you, it's like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning that I'm up. No one's there. So I get back on the computer, typing away. It's a knock again. I go look out the window. This time it scares me. That did scare me. So I just end up running up upstairs and getting in my bed. I never turned the computer off. I just ran away. Okay, so same house. So I'm getting home. I go into my mom's room and then I go into her bathroom. So when you come out of her bathroom and you look straight down, it's our bathroom. And it's pitch black because our bathroom didn't have no window or nothing like that. So I come out of my mom's bathroom. I look immediately down the hallway. Believe it or not, it's floating red eyes in my bathroom. So I immediately ran into my mom's closet. I'm a kid. I'm 5th grade. I immediately ran into my mom's closet. And I honestly don't even remember what happened after that, that particular day. Like it would be times, y'all, I would go to sleep and I would wake up with bruises, mainly on my back. I had like big bruises on my back. And when my mom saw them, she thought they was like dirt spots. I'm a kid. She thought it was dirt spots. And she took alcohol pads trying to like get it clean, but they would never go anywhere. So then it was a time my mom and another family member was in a car. They was going somewhere. So they was at an intersection. And they end up look to the left, they look to the right, nothing. As soon as they go out to drive, they got T-boned by a car. My mama had a scar across her chest because the seatbelt burnt her so bad, the EMS told her another inch, she would have passed away. Someone rolled by the accident. Someone rolled by the accident and told her to check under her seat. Under her seat was a doll. So some of y'all that was in my live earlier saw my cousin in my live. She actually had an experience as well. So my cousin, so she dated my cousin. So she's actually my cousin baby mama, but you know what we do. We call everybody cousins. So my cousin and his baby mama is at Aunt Wanda's house. And keep in mind, my cousin and his baby mama is living with us at the time. So they're at Aunt Wanda's house because my cousin is introducing his girlfriend, baby mama, to my aunt. So they're in the house, they're meeting, they're cooking, they're chopping it up. And you know how like older people have like a photo collage on their wall, like all the pictures is just like together closely on their wall. My mom picture fell off the wall in front of my cousin girlfriend. And it made her so uncomfortable that she didn't want anything else to do with Aunt Wanda or her house. She wanted to leave. And that's what they had left. Another thing I want to add in here, y'all, I don't know what my aunt was, I don't know everything she was practicing, but I've seen this woman move stuff without touching it. Believe it, don't believe it. Like I said last video, I truly don't care. I've seen her move spoons and cups without touching it by looking at it off the table, you know? So I'm getting all these comments about like, why do your moms to go around her? You know, you got to think about it, y'all. We're talking about 2009, 10, 11, 12. People don't really believe in that stuff like that. And I'm a kid. There ain't nothing I can do. You know what I'm saying? So it's love when you love somebody and you don't believe what's going on or you don't understand what's going on. You can't say how you would react until you're in a situation. You know what I'm saying? Like it's 2025 now, this in your face. We're talking about back in the day. Like, so I don't know why she still would around her, y'all. I don't. Okay, so fast forward, my mom's kidneys are starting to fail. So now she has to get the surgery to get the vascular access to start her dialysis. So at first she got it in her arm, y'all. And it ended up getting infected so bad. Like my mom's arm was so swollen. Think of like a shark taking a bite out of your arm. That's literally how it looked. Like it was just open. Like it was so bad. It was so bad. She ended up having to get it done in her chest. So her arm was really, really jacked up. She ended up trying to sue the hospital for whatever reason that never was successful for her. Okay, my bad, y'all. Just bear with me. So my mom was on dialysis for years. She was on the list for a kidney transplant, but that just never happened. And then I remember one day she came home and her arm just kind of exploded. That's literally how I can describe it. It just exploded. Blood was everywhere. Like she had to get so many blood transfusions, y'all, because she fainted. She passed out it's me, my stepdad, my sister, my brother, we're all trying to help her, you know, while calling 911. I'm just visualizing it as I'm talking about. This is hard, y'all. All right. So I remember seeing, like I said, we used to go to her house just about every day. I remember seeing like black figures, black shadows all around her house. And then I used to always get mad at my mom because like when we would go over there, like my little cousins was over there and they used to walk the block. You know, that's what they think. They will always walk the block. And she will always want me to come with them. And I'm like, no, like I want to stay at her house. She would never let me stay at her house. And I used to always wonder like, Dad, why can't I stay with my cousins? Like, why can't I stay at her house? She never would let me stay at her house. So, you know, normally, well, if you know or you don't know or whatever, after you do certain work, you have to bury it in the ground. If I had my folder with all of with the pictures of me and my mom, I would show y'all. Like, I have a picture of me, my mom, and my sister in my aunt's yard. She had so many statues, flower pots, ponds crowded in her yard, y'all. And I ended up finding out every little statue that she had in her yard was because work that she has did was buried underneath it. I'm running out of time again, y'all. I'm so sorry. I told y'all on live earlier, I'll do a part 3, 4, 5, whatever for y'all to keep this, to keep y'all up to date on what has happened in my life. It is a lot. Just bear with me, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna make a part 3 for y'all. All right, so this is part 3 on how my mom got unalive from witchcraft. So a lot of the questions I keep getting asked is if I still talk to her. No, I don't talk to this woman. Okay, I do have 3 encounters with her after my mom. This is after my mom had passed away. I will let y'all know that in another part towards the end. Another question is, do my family still talk to her? Yes, some of them still talk to her, but I don't know the nature of their relationship because I don't even talk to them. So also, I forgot to mention, y'all, outside of her having high blood pressure, kidney failure, liver disease, and heart problems, she also had thyroid
Is there
problems.
something about
Thyroid
the
problems,
high
like,
blood pressure,
they
liver
used to be
disease, and
so
heart problem
huge on her neck.
that's specific to this
A lot
whole
of y'all also was
witchcraft?
asking to see a picture of my mom, y'all. She was beautiful. This is her.
Now, this is the thing where it's like, she's not overweight. So here's the thing. I'm trying to understand, why is it always attacking the liver, the kidneys, and the whatever the witchcraft is that these people are going through is always attacking their kidneys and lungs?
Okay, so pretty much after her arm did all of that, we went to the hospital and she had to get 6 pints of blood. So when we went home, that night or that morning, whenever we had got home, I remember I ended up it had to be that night because I woke up that morning. And I had my mom had brought me a lot of books. Like, I love reading books, but I had them stacked under my bed for some reason. I'm under my bed looking for books and everything, and I feel someone behind me. So I'm talking to them because in my mind I'm thinking it's my sister, because my sister's room was right beside mine. So I'm like, this is my sister behind me playing around, like, girl, what you want? Whatever I was saying at that time. End up turning around, no one's behind me. So then I went and peeked in my sister's room. She's asleep. So I'm just like, okay, that was a little weird. And also, and this is the same house, the last house that we had lived in. I used to be scared to sleep with my closet open. It was my bed, and in front of my bed was my closet. And I used to be scared to sleep with that closet door open. Okay, so at this point, I really feel like my mom didn't want to be on this earth anymore. So me and her was in the living room, and she ended up breaking down crying to me, telling me she feels like she's a burden to her kids. She doesn't want to be that way anymore. She hates, she can't take care of herself. And honestly, y'all, in that
I don't even know no more.
I actually did. Okay, so our thing we used to write poems.
The reason why I'm showing this is because people will attribute things to witchcraft that are not witchcraft.
I see. I don't even mess around with TikTok like that, but I see.
It's like, what the hell are y'all talking about, bro? Your mom was sick. You're seeing things behind you. That is not witchcraft. Can we give an example? Elijah, how do you know? I'm going to cut out all doing the show and all this crazy stuff. How do you know if someone has put witchcraft on?
I do a divination. So for a regular person, you would go to a spiritual worker and they would do a divination. There's all kind of things they could do, like an egg cleansing. They can cartomancy. Depends on what practice they have, but I would go to a spiritual worker for a divination.
So it's not like a thing where there's you see something behind you, and it's creeping up. I mean, some of these stories that you've heard, how much of this is people just getting spooked out or witchcraft?
So if it sounds impossible, I would say it's probably improbable because when you do spiritual work, it's more like you're affecting probability. You're not making the impossible possible. So some of it sounded like work, but the moving stuff, the telekinesis, I can't say that I buy that one. That's pretty I don't know. I can't say that I buy the telekinesis thing, but or throwing up snakes. Have I heard of the snake thing directly from elders? Yes. I don't deal with people who do extremely painful work, but I do with the undoing, uncrossing. So some of it, yes, because what I will say is the spiritual and physical world are mirrors of each other, and work will find the weakest point on a person to manifest. And so there are physical manifestations, but a large part of this could be like, psychological. And I don't know what the health, I would have to like really know what the health of that person was. I like to start with the mundane before I go to spiritual, without a spiritual worker there to do a divination.
So you heard it right here. So him being a practitioner, a priest. First thing they have to find out, they have to go through a divination.
Correct.
So it's not like a thing where you're like, oh, yeah, I feel like this, It's like, no, you get a divination, and the priest will tell you, hey, there's something on you. You know what I'm saying?
It's just like you go to a doctor. Like you just don't go to WebMD or go to your neighbor. You go to the doctors who's been trained, and then they do a diagnostic, and then they tell you what they think it is.
Exactly. And so some of these instances, I want to make it clear, is that if you're experiencing some paranormal things, that's not necessarily witchcraft. Can you give like some ideas of symptoms of witchcraft being done that a person would say, you know what, this was happening to me. Something that you like had happened on a regular basis. Say, well, you know what, every time this has happened, I did the reading, there was something on that person.
It gets spicy because it's like there's nuances. What I will say is mental health is important. So what I will say is always go to your traditional doctor if you're having blood pressure or liver issues or like anything of that nature first. If you're suffering like from paranoia or schizophrenia, definitely consult a therapist or a counselor. And if you feel like it's something spiritual, then I would definitely say consult your priest or a spiritual worker for that.
One thing I would point out is when people get to this point of where they're ill like that and they call 911, what usually happens with the first responders is this vehicle called an ambulance arrives. Right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the symbol on the back of that ambulance, you'll see a logo with a staff with serpents around it. It's called Ecliphius. The Ecliphius. That particular one. Mm-hmm. Then you have the Caduceus. These doctors take a Hippocratic oath. And anybody knows about the Hippocratic oath, it still gets to the point of what? Snakes, serpents.
No, the Hippocratic oath, do no harm.
Right, but if you really know about who is the Hippocratic, if you go deeper.
Hippocrates.
Right, and this leads back to serpents. The further and further you go and look into
there is a snake cult or something like that happened that existed back in the day, but I think that at some point the serpent was meant a form of wisdom, and the actual Kaduki is with the snakes going up. It is like almost like a form of looking like DNA or whatever, something like that. But so yeah, the snake was meant wisdom, so
also.
Or higher knowledge.
And it still is.
Also, the mortar, also what we would use in our faiths, such as hoodoo, Orisha, Ifa. We're familiar with the herb mallet and the mortar, stirring it up, crushing it up. What do doctors also use? The pharmacist.
Well, a lot of these practices, like were the original doctors. Back in the early slave days, at least here, Black people couldn't just go to the doctor, so they went to like the neighborhood root worker, and some of the slave masters went to the root worker when they needed help too. And so, like that's a real thing. That's just a historical fact.
Right. So this is not like the spooky thing. All right. So this probably we're in like a order people, and that was their logo, whatever. It's not, I don't think it has anything to do with snakes.
There's a link to all of it.
Right, but I think that I'm trying. See, people, like I said, when it comes down to these practices, people make it into spooky. But
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't
in
be.
all actuality, these are the doctors, these are the nurses, these are your healers in the community. Now you would have a Boko who I showed a little bit of his video. Please go watch the rest of that video. Where he then that's a whole other thing. You know what I'm saying? If you feel certain, that when he's doing something, there might be some calamity, and you're like, I'm gonna fast forward it to the part where he discusses, okay, because I had a person get up there, and he was like, I don't believe this, whatever. So let me see.
Get into religions for the right reason. You want to get into it because that's their calling. One thing I see today with the trend of these religious practices is that a lot of people are getting into it for ego's sake, right? And I would definitely say that I see that a lot in. I rather not say that about speak on other traditions, but in some traditions, I see that a lot of people get into them so they can say, I'm this priest or I'm this priestess, right? And they do all types of things, and I would say that's for the wrong reason. See, in my world, where I come from, if you're just talking air, someone's going to show you. You know what I'm saying? Someone's going to show you what this stuff is really about. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so, what about sex magic? Does that exist?
I mean, sex magic, that's a very taboo topic. I mean, listen.
It's taboo? All this stuff you talk about Haitian stuff, that's really taboo. If anyone else wants to join, I put the
definitely can have an impact on some of the things I'm speaking about, because some of the things that are done are not necessarily magic. Some of those things are just knowing the knowledge of things that are lethal to the human health.
All right, hold on. All right, so here we go. So, all right, let's go into this. Here we go. I'm gonna try to start right here.
In my world, it's for a purpose. It's like we say boucante, right? It's like an exchange. You know what I'm saying? You want this to happen and that right there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hello?
Scam Chan, I'm sorry. Welcome to the chat, Scam Chan. He's been very active in in the chat room. So I wanted to allow him and whoever else, to come up and ask you questions. We're at we're into the first hour Marcus interview. After that, we allow the audience to join. So if anyone else wants to join, I put the link into your chat on Facebook, also on YouTube. So anyone that's on Facebook and YouTube on Bokor Elmira's thing has the opportunity to join as well. So go ahead, Scam Chan. Did you
ask him a question now? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
So the things you're talking about, are they just limited to Haiti, or all the things you're talking about can happen anywhere?
I would say the accessibility definitely can have an impact on some of the things I'm speaking about, because some of the things that are done are not necessarily magic. Some of those things are just knowing the knowledge of things that are lethal to the human health or human body. And if you're in a foreign country, you may have access to those things, where per se in America, you may not have access to those things.
Well, it's not about
such as certain herbs and things like that. So okay, let me just give you an example, Scam Chan. In Colombia, they have a specific herb called burundanga, right? So you might think that sounds crazy. You can't make a person into a zombie. But in Colombia, there's an actual tree that grows up it's called the devil's breath, right? It is called burundanga. And if you give it to a person and you blow it in their face, they'll do anything that you say, including walk into a tomb. And this particular herb was used for the kings in the Aztecs, that when a king died, they would blow it into the face of all his wives and they would just walk into the tomb and die with the king. So this is not just all just hocus pocus. Some of this stuff is just real, actual, practical things that just people knew how to do. You understand what I'm saying? So everything is not hocus pocus.
And it's like this. In slavery, when the slave masters, we have a guy named Macandal, Francois Macandal, right? He was burnt alive because of the rebellion he started in Haiti, right? Most people don't talk about Francois Macandal. But what did he do? He poisoned the water that the French were drinking. And he would lay certain things down in the bed of the slave masters' wives. And, you know, basically they would start scratching their body until they ripped their flesh off. There's certain things, there are properties of certain plants, there's certain animals that can cause certain things. And the knowledge of this stuff can actually be dangerous in the hands of the wrong people. So this isn't necessarily magie. This is something we can look at as, let's just say, biological. Are you with me?
Okay. I don't have much to say about that. I'm just listening. I mean, I can't prove it or disprove it. I just think it's just odd to hear it being spoken about when, you know, I'm looking around. I don't see any of that happening, but you say it's happening.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is arsenic poison?
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah.
Duh.
The bottom line is that okay. So the bottom line is that and so sometimes you could be so atheistic that it goes beyond just, you know, common sense, because to think that everything is just so explainable, some things, if you don't know the science behind it, then you won't be able to explain it. But if these people know the science behind these herbs,
I mean, even
they're
water,
going to be able to
even
make
water
things
can poison
happen
you.
that you can listen. They'll be able to make things happen that you, as a logical person, can't explain, right? And that happens all the time, all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So
it's like they say with the Native Americans, right? They say that the Europeans gave the natives of where the natives, I think either that was in North America, but I definitely know that, well, they say that they gave them blankets with smallpox. Now, atheists, do you believe that?
Blankets with smallpox? I've heard about that.
Right. Now, is smallpox, let's just say, contagious?
Yeah.
Right. So now, let's just say this. You have some cattle, you have their skin that has smallpox. Now, if someone places on the bed that you're sleeping in or places it on your clothes, do you think the chances of you getting, would you say that you can get smallpox like that?
Chances are good.
Right. So there we go.
I think that people, like, when they think about voodoo, they just only go into the aspect of it. It is way more deeper than that. It's a combination of things. There's
a level that's spiritual and there's a level that's scientific.
Well, I'm all about the spiritual part. I don't see the spiritual stuff people are talking about.
Well,
you're talking about diseases. You're talking about diseases and like they have a cure for smallpox. There's a cure for smallpox.
Because the thing about it is, you think of what you've been told about voodoo. You have a Hollywood perception of voodoo. Again, let's just say, yes, you have a Hollywood perception of voodoo, right? And it's not exactly that way. It's not. See, voodoo, again, we have to distinguish between religion and what we call malficte, the business of malficte. What does malficte mean? It means the business of evil doing. Now, the business of evil doing, that's some people have associated that with the religion of voodoo. That's why the title of this video is Haitian Voodoo and the Haitian Voodoo religion or sorcery, right? A lot of people they put into the category of sorcery are into the business of evil doing, right? And the business of evil doing isn't necessarily always magic in Haiti. And I specifically say that in Haiti because nobody in America is doing half of the stuff that's going on in Haiti. If you were, you would be arrested and buried under the jail.
Cap.
And I would also say, like I said, when people think about, even in Africa, right? They'll see a person dancing dancing and stuff like that, and be like, oh, well, that's But when you see, but it's so there's the overtone of the magic of how did this person do that? But then there's the undertone of the mystery of they know how they did it, but you don't know how they did it. So
the thing about
yeah,
okay, I'm listening to you.
I was saying, and welcome to Pot. So, the Pot is actually the reason why you're here, sir. So I wanted to like give her shouts out because if it wasn't for her, I had no idea who you were. And shouts out to the Pod. This has been the most awesome interview.
But you're saying it's cap. What do you mean it's cap? What part of what he said was cap?
Rewind it one more time because it was just and I'll catch it again.
That some people have associated that with the religion of voodoo. That's why the title of this video is Haitian voodoo and the Haitian voodoo religion or sorcery, right? A lot of people they put into the category of sorcery are into the business of evil doing, right? And the business of evil doing isn't necessarily always magic in Haiti. And I specifically say that in Haiti because nobody in America is doing half of the stuff that's going on in Haiti. If you were, you would be arrested and buried under the jail.
And I would also say, like I said, when people think about even.
So you're saying that what are you saying?
People are doing it just even more than in Haiti. And they're getting away with it. And they're making more money off of it too. Mm-hmm.
I don't know, bro, because
what's going on with these nurses hurting these babies and refusing these women to deliver their babies? This has been going on all year. People getting away with it as well. These are just the ones we find out about.
No, he's talking about people doing witchcraft on people.
Right.
A weirdo nurse doing stuff to a baby might not necessarily be witchcraft. It might.
It's just man. It's just human being.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of that. I think we just have a lot of sick. We have a lot of sick people out there, and unfortunately, we're in a time that's high stress. We're in a time where it's highly unstable. We're in a time where people don't know if they're going to be able to pay their bills, and so people are. Unfortunately, there's a shadow over the country right now. That typically happens when the economy turns.
So evil people.
Yes, we have quite a few of them.
Yeah, I mean,
so you're saying there's less evil people in positions where we need to be cared for than there are in Haiti.
That's not the same thing as a person practicing witchcraft. What he's talking about.
Not everybody who practices witchcraft is going to let you know they practice witchcraft.
He's talking about in Haiti, there's a lot more witchcraft prevalent. That if you knew what they were doing, they would be buried underneath the jail because it's like, dude, what are you doing? You're burying a person knowing that they're alive because you gave them some herb that makes them think that they're dead, and then they come crawling up out the ground 5 days later because they're not dead. Like shit like that. Like what the fuck is that about? Like you're talking about like a weirdo nurse that's giving people too much insulin or something like that.
A lot more people doing it. They're drinking that quartal silver, all that stuff out here, man. They're trying to wake up the dead people that they dead, but they still thinking no. Let's just try this herbal medicine stuff. No, they need to have professional help. There's a lot more witchcraft practitioners here in the United States than there is in Haiti, pound for pound.
So I work
way
in
more.
I work in healthcare, and they're
in healthcare too.
And the amount of first of all, the amount of oversight and the amount of cameras and the amount of check-ins, I have not seen that. And I worked in 2 major health systems. I come from a family of medical professionals, of nurses, on ambulatory and hospital side. But what I will say is the United States is huge and Haiti is small. So are you saying numbers wise, is there probably more people that dabble in the United States by sheer landmass? Yes, but as far as people who per square mile, you're probably going to get a more concentrated pool of people that are spiritually aware in Haiti than over the United States. I mean, the United States, like the concept of most Americans here in the United States, yes. So they like the spiritual world and the physical world are so separate here, which was part of the problem. I would be more apt that I could turn around, spin, and point in Haiti and hit someone with a stronger acknowledgement of the spiritual world than here in America. Now, I like most people here couldn't like do a spell out of like that a middle schooler could pull here, to be honest, or working.
And the ones that are working the spells that are doing like turning into animals and all kind of whatever the hell they want to call them. Like yeah, in Haiti where people like will turn into something and go out wreak havoc and come back type of shit. Lugal woo, all that stuff. There's way more I mean you hear it, but here in America I don't think it's happening. It's prevalent. But let's finish. Let's hear what he's gonna break it down. He's gonna break it down.
I remember she was she was dealing with this white man, and the white man was dealing with this black woman, right? And she wanted to separate them. The lady, in a year's time period, she caught cancer and she died. So this is what I say: when you start messing around with this stuff, you want to know what you're getting into, because the consequences can be great. You know what I'm saying? This is not no dancing around chakra healing stuff. No, no, this shit can really be fucked up. Excuse my language. So you want to know before you do things, what are the outcomes? What are you doing? What are you getting yourself involved in? Because there's rules and regulations in this, and you got to respect the principles. Like we say, faut respecter principe.
You know what? I appreciate that about you, because there are other people on the internet, just teaching people how to do these things, and they don't tell them the severity or the seriousness of it and the consequence. It was a pleasure to finally get to sit and have a bit of, one-on-one, not really one-on-one, but conversate with you. I hope to talk to you again in the future. I'm actually.
Well, you know what, Scam Chan, do you have any more questions? Thank you so much.
Bye.
Right. Now this is a person, he's a skeptic. He's like, I don't believe it. And you're gonna hear this conversation. I think we're gonna wrap it up, but I just wanted to show you.
Shout out to Red Brick.
So let's go.
Do you have any more questions? Do you have a question, Scam Chan?
The only question I had, wasn't really bothered by the plants and chemical aspect of it. I'm all about the spiritual part that I don't see evidence for.
Is there a question? Is there a question though?
Well, yeah. I mean,
that's a direct question.
You're talking about energy this and spirit that and spiritual realm this and that, and all this is all connected. And okay,
Let me tell you something. See, you are the perfect candidate for someone that's into that lifestyle. See, the thing about you is, listen, to not believe, who the fuck wants you to believe, man? You say that is. Listen, my thing is, you're the perfect candidate. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, listen, by you not believing, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? See, the thing is, I'm not here to convince anyone, because why would I want to convince someone that this stuff is real? Excuse me, not me. People that's into that type of working. Because everybody knows I'm a Christian. I've never done witchcraft a day in my life. But for people that are into that type of activity, you would be the perfect candidate. You'd be the perfect candidate. You know what I'm saying? Listen, it's great that you don't believe, because this shit is fake. Listen, trust me. Listen, I'm keeping it real with you. Scam. This stuff is fake. It's not real. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not real. You know what I'm saying? It's not real. Listen, it's not real. See, I would just say, in my world, listen, you're better off not believing. It's fake, brother. It's fake. Yeah, man. Yeah.
God, we need
Man, so I want to show you something really quick, and I want you to give your opinion about this. So hold on. All right. So what do you think about this? Right
now, that right there, they claim that it's Diddy, hit the tattoo that he has on his back. That would be, some people said Ezeli Dontor, some people said Ezeli Mapiyong. I mean, listen, it tells you everything right there. So what Diddy has been accused of, I mean, come on, that's like, hello, if you know what Ezeli Dontor is all about, and people who serve Ezeli Dontor, then I mean, what he's been accused of is not a no-brainer. Her head went through the windshield and she was bleeding. Listen, they're going to say to you, well, we're not responsible for what happens to you, right? So you should be able to read between the lines there. That's how Ezra-Lee functions. If you make an agreement with her, and let's just say you don't fulfill your side of the bargain, I mean, whatever you get is whatever you get. It's like she's not responsible for what happens to you, and you can read between the lines of what I'm saying to you. I'll give you an example. Years ago, there was this lady who got a connection to Dontor, right? So she had a contract with Ezra-Lee Dontor, right? She had to do this X amount of days, and she chose not to. So let's just say she went a couple of weeks, she was serving, and she got relaxed. Well, both her and her friend were in a very dangerous car accident. I think her friend broke her leg. Her head went through the windshield, and she was bleeding crazy. So, yeah, she just stopped her service. And, again, Ezra-Lee Dontor is not responsible for what happens to you, right?
Mm-hmm. So when you get into, so now let's get into some weird stuff. So when you have a person because what it sounds like to me, they were mixing a bit of voodoo, because I think that Puffy is Haitian. Is he Haitian?
I have no idea.
I know there's he was dealing with Haitian Jack, and I don't know why he would have.
Yes. That's what has been said.
There would be no reason why he would have a big old tattoo of that on his back unless he knew what he was doing. There's no way that you would do that, right? So he has to have some connection to the voodoo practice. But there's also a practice when it comes down to Aleister Crowley. And then that's why I was talking about sex magic, right? Now, Aleister Crowley and his people understood this thing about sex magic. And
let me say something about sex magic. I would say this. What you think of as sex magic is not what I think of when it comes to sex magic. Because when people are doing sex magic, well, what you call sex magic in my culture is never for anything of, oh, I'm having sex with you and I'm concentrating on this or reaching my highest level of spirituality. Fuck no. It's, bitch, you're going to suck my dick and I'm going to do what the fuck you asked me to do.
That's what sex magic is in your culture? Like, that's what it is?
I'm just saying.
Isn't that what he been doing now? And isn't that what Aleister Crowley was doing?
If you're in the game of, let's just say, evil doing, I'm just saying, you're going to have some people that's like that operate like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're going to give me this. If you ain't got this type of money for me, then, just like a typical drug dealer, you know what I'm saying? Then it's like that and shit get done. I'm just saying, if you want me to keep it real, Port-au-Prince real with you, that's how it is. So when you speak of sex magic, I can only think of it in that terms of how we, in my culture, how we know it as.
But
it's never
So what it sounds like to me is that if you want me to do this work for you, you need to suck my D. And that's sex magic. It's not so much about let's reach the highest height. It's like, well, if you want to get this off of you, then do X, Y, Z, and the sex gets you the magic. That's what it sounds like to me. I mean, am I wrong? Like, is that what he's saying?
That's what he's saying, but that's not sex magic.
That's not sex magic. That's prostitution.
Right. that's just lust. That's just
prostitution.
Thinking about that, what he was doing, right? What he's doing is throwing these parties, and he's bringing in kids and bringing in like prostitutes.
Yeah, that's not where I'm from. I can't really even speak on his stuff, but again, maybe it worked for him. But you're talking about spirits that are eternal. So whether you're utilizing urine or whether you're utilizing whatever, you're only bringing something into existence which has already been there. Kind of like Christopher Columbus, they're saying that he discovered he discovered America, the Americas.
Right. So you know what? All right. So you know what? We're getting into the second hour, about to end pretty soon. So one last thing I wanted to ask is about the Hadron Collider. What do you think about that?
Huh? Can you repeat that, please?
All right. So basically, I wanted to show that part where, Scam Chan was kind of giving pushback. Like, I don't believe any of this. He said, well, you know what? It's good that you don't believe. Why do you think he said that? It's good that you don't believe. It's even better. What do you think about that? Like that?
I could start. I don't really know this person, but again, there's a certain level where we're propping up these people, and it's only a matter of time in 2026 where a real civilian test these people to see, are they really about that life of magic and witchcraft and voodoo, or they are some bandulo stuff. They just a charlatan. They're capping. And 90% of these people that are showing their face, they're capping. They're not about that life. They're just not.
Well, I'm gonna say this,
and we're going to expose them
okay,
more and more. We're going
I
to
didn't say
expose
that.
them more and more in 2026.
I didn't say it. Okay.
I said it.
I don't want him doing no shit
I
against me.
promise you.
I'm not.
We're going to expose them.
Keep me out of it too, because I know.
Yeah,
shit. I know Lenny's work, and I don't need that.
Hell no. Nah. Like I don't. You can say that if you want, but
I said it.
Okay.
All right.
And I sent it out into the atmosphere.
Okay. Well,
next subject.
Good luck with that. You know what I'm saying? I do not. You know, when you have a person like that, that's like a sharp. Like what is it? Like an assassin? You don't like put your head where the red dot is. You know what I'm saying? You see the red dot right there. You don't just put your head there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. So that's what you want to do. But if you don't believe it, if you don't think it exists, okay, that's another thing.
It's not about it not existing. It's about showing and proving for real, for real.
Well,
it's just like how David Blaine and anyone else. There's people who have watched these things for the longest times, and they have figured out how these people are doing it and getting away with it. There's a time where people are in the audience. They're more powerful and more malevolent than you can expect. And we're going to pull the skirt up on a lot of these people in 2026. I promise you.
Okay.
This is what I will say. What I will say is that there's a reason why a lot of these practices are closed and a lot of these practices are underground. Most of the people who you would actually have to be concerned about are not going to be flashy. You're not going to be telling everyone what they do. That's just not that's not traditional to how this works. And
exactly.
You're not going to tell now, you know, Liddy is a different situation as a Bokor. Like his bread and butter is a contract worker. And so the more people who know about him, who like, you know, more clients he has, that's how he, you know, that's his bread and butter. Now, does he get an unimaginable amount of flack from the community for being so visible? Yes. Yeah. Does he care necessarily? No. Does anybody want to test it? I would
hell no.
Caution to not.
Much love to you, Bokor. I just was trying to play the video. Please don't get mad at me. Yeah. I didn't say it, you know. So shit.
So you guys are spooked by him.
No, I'm gonna say this: is that listen, why kick kick a lion or kick a bear or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Why hit a hornet's nest? You know what I'm saying? Why do that? Like if you want to test it out, go ahead and do that. But to me, if I'm not a practitioner of, I'm not a Bokor. I don't practice that, so I don't even have the tools that he might have underneath his belt. So I'm not gonna sit there and challenge that. You know, it's not about me being afraid of it. It's more like I'm not going to test it either. You know.
Yeah, and what I will say, there are levels to this, and like for the outsiders might not understand, but there's stuff that happens inside the community, you know, like witch wars and stuff like that you don't want, and you know that they're prevalent. And when someone doesn't working, that doesn't just affect you; that affects everyone that comes in contact with you, everyone around you. And you know, it's not as easy as just an undo. It takes time to unweave that working, and to find someone who's proficient enough, someone who's willing to stick their neck out for you to do that. I wouldn't open the door to put myself in a situation. That's what to anyone.
Right. So let's play a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna get up out of here. But I wonder, because of the whole thing, what's priesthood and witchcraft? Let's go.
Afternoon, who had posted something about Ifa, so a question about Ifa, and it was sort of an esoteric question, but it didn't square with the mechanics of Ifa, right? So to make it simple, it's like someone talking about a hidden letter in the alphabet, and so if you know the English alphabet, then there could be a variety of things. It's like someone's being esoteric about, some kind of I don't know, a letter combination that makes this sound as distinct to English. You know what I'm saying? And so in the process of me trying to understand what she was posing, there was misunderstanding, and I offended her. Now it wasn't intentional, but the nature of social media is you can't really get the tone of someone's voice or the intention behind it so clearly all the time, and so it's easy to be misunderstood. And so that was what happened. But the real standout thing was that the way she responded, which was by saying to me something to the effect that the witches love to eat the bones of young Babalawo, so I should proceed with extreme caution, and a host of other little things, just insults and innuendo about, the witches and Ifa, right? And so I took it as, with a grain of salt, like, okay, whatever. But there were a couple of things that stood out for me with that particular exchange. The first thing was that she had associated witchcraft with anger, right? That somehow her anger was going to translate to the power of witchcraft, right? So more precisely was that she was associating her anger with witchcraft and power. And I never really forgot that moment. And over the years, I've seen a lot of other exchanges, not just between myself and other people online, but just reading different threads. And you may have seen it too. And it just kind of is accepted as normal, that, if you're an angry woman, then you can summon the power of witchcraft and kill people or make people's lives miserable or something like that. It's interesting. And what I want to say to that specifically is anger is a poor substitute for power. Anger is a very poor substitute for power. And this is so important for us as African Americans to understand and internalize, because we inherited this magnificent civil rights legacy, right? We are in the immediate wave of civil rights movement where it looks like, through protest and outrage, we were able to disrupt the white supremacist order of the day. And the only thing we came out of it, is that we're disruptive, right? We can protest, and we think that protest is what moved the needle. But it wasn't just protest. It wasn't just outrage. It wasn't anger. It was organization, right? The civil rights movement was extremely well organized. And so that's why I say anger is a really poor substitute for power. Power is only captured, expressed, and sustained through systems. Power is only captured, expressed, and sustained through systems. If you have no system, you have no power. This is crucial, all right? It's essential for us to understand this conversation that we're about to have, actually. So what I want you to do, I want you to post something on your Facebook, on your Twitter, or anywhere on social media. Anger is a poor substitute for power. Share that right now. Just go on your social media accounts and share that. Anger is a poor substitute for power, all right? So that being said, let's get into this little chat we're going to have today. But before we do, let's make sure we know who we are and where we are in space and time. This is the Orisha Lifestyle Academy, and I'm your instructor, Obafemi Origuwa. Today, we're going to have a chat about the difference between priesthood and witchcraft. All right, priesthood and witchcraft. Now, in order for us to appreciate the differences between priesthood and witchcraft, and what I'm saying about what I mean about this the difference between that power and anger, we got to take a glimpse at the landscape of Yoruba spiritual institutions. The landscape of Yoruba spiritual institutions. All right, because there's a lot. Okay, this is a really, like, you're not gonna get it if you don't have this concept, this framework really clear in your mind. Okay, within our tradition, we're familiar with Orisha, and we just say Orisha, right? And we don't give enough thought to the variations and the layers of kinds of Orisha and ways we engage with Orisha. So real quick, you've got Orisha who are the most popular, Shanko, Batala, Okun, etc. Okay, these are Orisha that have initiatory rites That is, you can be initiated to those Orisha. You can be fully initiated. You can be a priest or a priestess of certain Orisha, Shango, Obatala, etc. Right? These Orisha have sacred groves. That is, if you go to any kingdom in Yoruba land, they're going to have a sacred grove, a forest, traditionally anyway. Some kingdoms are not as well off as others, and their groves have been totally decimated. But traditionally, there is a grove for Shango. There's a grove for Oshun. There's a grove for Obatala. And in certain kingdoms, each of those deities govern certain kingdoms. Oya governs a kingdom. Ira. Ogun governs Ire. Oshun governs Oshogo, etc., etc. Okay? So these are like the really prominent, super institutionalized Orisha. They're part of the fabric of the kingdom itself. Within that spectrum, that part of the spectrum of Orisha, then you have some that are specialized. You got some like Eshu, you got Oromila, you got Osain, for example. These are Orisha that are totally ubiquitous. They are everywhere. They occupy a very special space. They play a special role in everybody. All Orisha make use of herbs, for example. All. So Osain has a special role, right? He's not limited to the same kind of function as, say, Shango. Osain is a part of, you can't have Shango without Osain, but you can have Osain without Shango. You understand what I'm saying? Oromila is divination. All divination derives from Oromila's discipline. Everybody divines. So you can't have any Orisha practice without divination. Therefore, Oromila you can't take Oromila out. Eshu is the carrier of sacrifice. All Orisha involve Eshu. So there's some like that who are a part of everything that we do. Right? But they're still part of that, those institutionalized Orisha. Then you got another subset of Orisha. These are Orisha like Egbe, like Egungun, right? Egbe and Egungun are really widespread. Everyone has access to them, but they're different. They're kind of they belong to their own special category for two reasons. Number one, they are both plural. For example, when you're talking about Egbe, you're not talking about one entity. As soon as you say Egbe, you're talking about multiple. As soon as you say Egungun, you're talking about multiple. But they don't have groves, right? Egungun lived in the house. Egbe lives in the house. That's it. To my knowledge, there's no sacred grove of Egungun or a sacred grove of Egbe, right? They're special in this regard. And then you've got another category. I know this is getting kind of redundant, but I'm just trying to drive home a really important point. Different layers of Orisha practice and devotion. You have a set of Orisha who are like Ibeji, like Orisha Aje. Ibeji, Orisha Aje are icons that we receive exclusively for veneration. Nobody's initiated to Ibeji. Nobody's initiated to Orisha Aje. Right? These are a kind of Orisha that are exclusively for devotion. It's not for a priesthood, and there's certainly no grove for those deities. It's just for veneration. Okay, so we could go on and on. There are all these different kinds of Orisha, but they share a public face. They share specific, well-known, universally accepted rights and processes and personnel. Right? Who's you can designate. You can know what the insignia of Egbe are, even though there's no priesthood. You can of Orisha Aje. You know what their insignia are, even though there's no priesthood. You know what the insignia and the rights and the rules of Obatala are. Okay. So this is Orisha. All of those different categories are Orisha. Then you have another set of spiritual institutions that are not Orisha, but they do have a spiritual base. Okay, like Ogboni, like Gelede, like Agemo. Agemo is a special group of people that I think they only operate in Ijebu land, but I'm sure there are equivalencies in other places. These are societies, palaces. I was mentioning palaces earlier. All of the Yoruba palaces are spiritual organizations, spiritual institutions, and there is some Orisha influence, but all the rights and the spiritual foundations of the palace are exclusive to the palace. You got to be in the palace to understand and know what those things are. But everyone knows they exist. Okay, So these are what they call the original real terms for when people talk about a cult group. It's an exclusive knowledge. It's an exclusive set of activities. They're not secret in the sense that it's forbidden for them to be known anywhere. It's just that if you're not a part of it, it's like trade secrets. If you're not in this particular society, then you don't know what we do, and you don't need to know what we do, right? You could look at any kind of a trade or profession in a very similar kind of way. Medicine, law, engineering, it's like they have their own language, and they have their own procedures, and they have their own way of handling different things that is particular to their group. They have their own clothing, right? Engineers have their own ties, and they have their own rings, and they have, right? You know what I mean? There's so many ways for us to understand this from a Western perspective that is similar to Orisha in the sense that these are societies. It's similar to these other kinds of societies like Gelede, like Ogboni, like the palace, right? It's an exclusive group of people, all right? Now, all that being said, you have, outside of all that, you have a group of people, I shouldn't say outside of that, let me rephrase that. Within all of those different spiritual institutions, you have different functions, right? These functions are not titles, they're more like designations in how people operate. For example, Awo is what we call anyone who's initiated to any Orisha, not just Babalawo, but any Shango people are Awo, Oshun people are Awo. Mystery, right? They are keepers of a mystery, which is what I was referring to earlier. Then you have people, though, who are what you could call Alujanu. Alujanu are people who are what we would say are clairvoyant, clairaudient, stuff like that. This is what they do. It's not a title, it's what they do. Okay? So a person could be Awo, but they have the capacity to function as Alujanu. Okay? A person could be a member of Ogboni, but they function as Alujanu. They have the capacity to hear and with their third ear, or see with their third eye. I hope I'm being clear. Similarly, you have people who are we call Emere. Emere is I don't know how we would term that, but Emere is like a person who can send and receive messages, right? They can project and they can receive. That's Emere. And then you got people who are able to actually make things happen. They can make things manifest. These are people that we call Ajay. And Ajay is something that is synonymous with witchcraft, right? But in the real literal sense, Ajay just means one who can make things manifest. It's a neutral term. But if someone says to you Ajay, the connotation is negative. Okay? Just like if we say Iwa. Iwa means character. But when people say Iwa, the connotation is we're talking about Iwa, good character, Iwarere or Iwakwele, gentle character, right? But if you just say character, it's implicit that we're talking about good character, right? And on the flip side, when someone says Ajay, the connotation is negative, right? That's just how the colloquial understanding of the language has been, developed over years. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because Ajay is synonymous with witchcraft, and that prompts us to use a euphemism because
What do you think so far? What he's saying, Elijah? Are you agreeing?
I don't know.
So there's gonna be some of this. There's like a generational. I'm American, right? I'm foundational Black American, and I'm a millennial, and so some of this is gonna have a generational gap. Now, if you ask most elders, they're pretty rigid on the system. Versus a lot of millennials and Gen Z, we're a little bit more flexible and okay with the witch word, but like that's a generational thing. I kind of just feel like I like for a long time, voodoo and hoodoo, in the ways that we spell them here in America, were pejorative terms from their original West African roots, right? And so
And so people used to say that our spiritual practices were witchcraft. And so for me, it's crazy to then do the same thing to European styles in reverse and say, well, no, we're of God, but you guys are witches. You know what I mean? For me, it's just like I try to be consistent across the board. And so I don't even use, and a lot of people use witchcraft as like a synonym for baneful. That's why I don't even use, that's why I try to promote people saying baneful work, even when I talk to elders, especially elders of color. I try to say, please use baneful instead of when you mean negative or negative work or a negative witchcraft. You know what I mean?
So he broke down Iwapale, then he brought into Ajay.
Yes.
And he's saying that Ajay. Let me see where he goes with the Ajay. Let's go because I heard Ajay is not necessarily that bad. Let's go.
People who are most known to have this capacity to make things happen. Now, when I say make things happen, I mean they can make things happen. They don't need medicine. They don't need charms. They don't need tools. They don't need implements. They just can think it or say it, and pow, it happens. That is Ajay. And women are most well known for having this capacity. Not all women, but there's a particular category of women who have inherited this particular capacity. All right. We call those women iyami as a euphemism. What's a euphemism? A euphemism is social grace. A euphemism is etiquette. It's poise. If I run a corporation and I have 5,000 employees, I bring everybody to the cafeteria, and I'm going to say, yeah, because of economic downturn, we're going to need to downsize, and we're going to phase out certain departments, and we're going to lay off a certain number of people, and there'll be severance packages accordingly. Those are all euphemisms. Hey, we're shutting down business. I'm firing everybody. A lot of y'all getting fired today, right? That's too harsh. That lacks grace. That lacks poise, right? And it adds oil to the fire. So if you're responsible, you wouldn't talk like that. If you've been well trained, you wouldn't talk like that. You would use euphemisms, okay, so that people understand the meaning, but you're not, creating unnecessary unrest and discomfort. You're not offending people by being crass, right? That's why we use the word iyami. Iyami is not a title. That's everybody who speaks Yoruba, when they talk to their mother and they call their mother, they're going to say iyami, my mother, right? And that's why we talk about Ajay as iyami, because it's intended to evoke tenderness, nurturing, love, kindness, respect. Okay.
Okay, so if he's saying that women, when they reach a certain age, they have the ability to manifest things by thought. Is that what he's saying? Without even having to have clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, clear this, that at some age, that's when you become iyami as an elder woman, and you're able to create things out of just thinking. Is that what it sounds? It sounds like that's what he's saying. Let's hear some more. That's what it sounds like.
Why do you do that? You do that because no one knows who is Ajay. No one knows who has this capacity. We just know that it tends to fall into the laps of certain women. So we refer to those women as iyami to evoke a kinder, gentler, patient, more caring, manifestation of these women's capacity. Okay. Now that is crucial to us now being able to understand the difference between priesthood and witchcraft. All right. A person who is a priest or a priestess within the Yoruba complex of spiritual institutions has a really vast and complex set of opportunities or areas where they can practice their spirituality. But you've got to follow the rules. So all those things I mentioned before, all the different Orisha, different categories of Orisha and the societies and all that, those are all places where a person can express themselves spiritually. It's not only acceptable, it's expected. This is what we do. But there are strict rules. Those rules are going to be imposed by the deity. Those rules are going to be imposed by the other practitioners, right? We all know who we are. We're all publicly identified. If there's any problem between, the general public and the Shango people, the general public can go to the king, or they can go to the Shango people themselves, and they can say, hey, this is what's happening. This Shango person is using fire to burn down my farm, or, wage war against me because, my farm is doing better than his. My son is more handsome than his son. I can run faster than his, right? So they're going to be able to settle disputes based on the fact that we all know that you belong to this society and you're accountable to a certain code of conduct. That's what priesthood and these other spiritual institutions are all about. In the case of Ajay, these are people who operate outside of those institutions. They have inherited a secret power. They can make things happen without any kind of implements. And so people are suspicious of them because no one knows the real source of their difficulty and hardship.
Okay, I agree with this. I know what you're saying
So
now.
the society is structured in such a way that it discourages that kind of individualism.
All right, so you're agreeing. So can
Yeah.
you
So
kind of break it down what he's saying?
yeah. So this is like an ongoing ongoing debate or discussion happening within the community. This is not just within diaspora, but just within the spiritual community globally. So, for instance, within Black and Brown culture, it kind of intersects with like class and culture. So within the priesthood, there is a very strict framework of things you can do. Like, you have your Odus and your Ebos, stuff like that. And there's a very protocols that you have to follow that people outside of priesthood, like the Ajay, like hoodoos, brujeria, folk magicians, folk witches, we don't have the same restraints, and it's not as strict as protocols. It is not the same spiritual backlash when we don't adhere to those same rules. And so there's a class structure between like the initiatory practice and the priest and those who exist outside of the priesthood. Just like in white culture, you have your ceremonial magicians who have access to, a plethora of resources. And then outside of ceremonial magicians, you have, like the witches, right? On the diaspora side, we have, or the lower economic scale too, with the folk witches of their various cultures, with hoodoos, with brujeria. I can practice pretty freely, and I have a relational aspect with spirit. Does that make sense? Versus if I was a priest, I would have to do this at this time and be here at this place, make this offering at this time. It's way more restricted, is the best way I want to put it. And because there's that framework there, there's more of that trust from the priest class for each other. They're less trusting of people outside of the priesthood because they can't, I don't want to say police, but basically they can't there's not that oversight there from that structure. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So would you say like Bokor would be considered an IJ, even though he's a
Yes.
male?
Yeah, so like anyone, so that's the dynamic between Bokors and in their delicate relationship with like Hugans and Mambos or American side voodoo priest and voodoo priestess, right? Bokors, hoodoos, conjure women, root workers, brujos, I think Caradismo, folk witches. We exist outside of that priest structure, outside of that caste system, and so that's what it is. Is for me, it feels like it's more of a caste system, but like there is the priesthood is the priesthood, and that's they're one class, and there's those of us who are outside. We have two separate lanes.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. All right, so let's hear the rest of it. But yeah, that makes sense. Let's go.
Right? It discourages that kind of individualism, and a single person should not be wielding that kind of power and not be accountable to anyone else. That is the reason why we have this tension between people and between people, because Ajay are people. It's not like they're superhuman or something like that. They are people. Okay, but you've got different categories of people. You've got good people and you got bad people. Enian Rere and Enian Buruku. Just like you have, and Enian is a fourfold being. You have Enian is a human being. Okay, Enian is a human being. Enian consists of Ara, the body, Oka, the heart, Emi, the breath, Ori, the head. Most importantly, in that equation, what makes somebody good or bad is their Ori and their Emi. A person who's chosen a wicked head, Uriburuku, is going to have a wicked spirit, right? They're going to have a wicked head, and a wicked spirit will issue forth from that. Those are the ones who become wicked people. And those wicked people who also are endowed with the capacity of Ajay, they will become what we term witches or wizards, right? And more specifically, they will be termed malevolent witches, malevolent wizards. Okay? And that really is the fundamental difference. Okay, it really boils down to, is a person good or is a person wicked? You understand?
Wait, so all right, here's the thing.
Wicked.
So a person that is a wicked person, that would be considered a witch, and a person that is more following like the lighter path is considered a priest. That's what it sounds like he's saying.
That's very old school, and that's how the priests see it. It's very like wicked, like anyone who's outside the system. But I try to highly recommend
Like
that
the actual movie Wicked, like the good witch and the.
yes, it's
So who was the wicked witch? Was it like Elphaba or?
Yes, it was Elphaba. Because she was out, it was when they used the term witch, is which is they use it now. It was a
Elphaba was considered IJ. She would be considered the IJ.
And who was stronger?
It's not about.
Just answer that question. Who was stronger?
Elphaba was.
And she was the outsider, right?
Yeah.
Well, she was, yeah. So
what I'm about to say next is this, and I want y'all to continue. In 2026, it's just going to be just like how Billy Carson got exposed in 2024 by an outsider named Wesley. We're going to be doing this to all y'all old ones who really be thinking that you're some high-level people.
I mean this with love. Please stop doing that, because I don't want to catch a stray.
Yeah, I don't know why you're doing that. You need to cut that out.
It's just a given. It's just a given. It's what's happening.
Yeah, you do that on your own channel, because I'm not.
What happened to Billy Carson? The know-it-all.
What I will say is,
yeah, and we're gonna be doing this to everybody in 2026.
Listen. Why do you have to do that? Listen, go on. Create a channel on YouTube, and you can do that on your channel. But my channel is not about that. I'm just trying to try to understand the difference between the two, and come to an understanding for people that don't know that this is what's going on, right? And I'm still trying to learn myself, because I don't even know the difference by damn self, you know?
Yeah. What I wanted to say is what I try to do really.
Do you know what a go-go bell is?
One moment. What I really want to highly recommend is that when I work because I work between cultures outside of the diaspora, within the diaspora, is I want to try to get people to retire using witchcraft as a synonym with baneful work. You know, those are I try to build a coalition with like my brothers and sisters across continents and cross traditions. And so I try to like fight this battle with elders to like, use baneful when they mean witchcraft instead of saying witchcraft. And, just like around white practitioners, the word like, black magic has been retired as the way it was used prior. And now when someone says black magic, they usually mean someone of African descent versus baneful. And so I'm trying to cross the board, you know what I mean, to move the needle. So what I mean, so if someone wants to say baneful, don't say witchcraft, don't say black magic, and so across the board. So I'm just trying to move the needle.
Right. So the reason why I even brought up witchcraft is because you see these Christians, whenever they're talking about Ifa and African spirituality, they'll bring up Beyonce, Oshun, and then they'll talk about like, see, this is evil and witchcraft, and their ancestors, they're evil, and this is the devil, and you have people getting up here saying I was a warlock and I was a witch, and so I'm saying, you know what, this has nothing to do with African spirituality.
Correct.
But and I'm showing this video so I can like, because I haven't watched the whole thing, so I was like trying to find a video about that explain the difference. But it seems to me like what's going on is a demonization of one side versus the other.
Correct.
People that have a natural gift versus the ones that are probably gifted as well, but like they took the oath and they're following they have they're a part of an organization that says, okay, do it like this, do it like this. But the ones that are doing like the way that they want to do it, they're considered the witches and like the evil ones. And that is the type of thing I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
That's not right.
Yeah.
Is that what he's pretty much getting down to? Is that you have the ones that are. Let's listen to the rest. I think there's only a little bit smidgen of it left.
Yeah.
So let's,
You're all right. You're close to the money.
yeah. Let's go.
Depends on what side of the equation that you're on. And that's why we have the different spiritual institutions, right? And that's why we refer back to the sacred text. We refer back to the sacred text as we try to understand how do these people tend to show up, right? How do people who have this capacity of IJ and operate in secrecy, operate in isolation, how do they tend to show up in the society? Okay. We can look at it as a kind of a personality type. When you talk about witchcraft as a problem, it's a personality type. And it's a personality type that tends towards isolation, right? It's a personality type that tends towards isolation because not discretion, but they're hiding their motives, they're hiding their agenda, they're hiding under the cloak of secrecy to do things that are antisocial, right? That is contradictory to Yoruba ethos, right? The Yoruba, like many indigenous peoples, are collective in their mind. Anyone or anything. This is why greeting is so important. For example, you see in the beginning of all my sharing, I always greet you, right? Because this is part of the conditioning. It's part of having good manners. If you don't greet people, then they're going to assume that you're harboring some ill will against them. So you go out of your way. You say good morning. You say good afternoon. You greet people. You let them know that, hey, I see you. And I want you to see me. Little things like that drive home the worldview of the Yoruba people. This is so important because what has happened?
See isolation.
Earlier,
See, I cannot isolate myself. What if you're an antisocial person? Does that mean that you're this evil witch, evil person? This is sounding like Wicked all over it, like the actual Wicked movie.
Yeah. So
like that Elphaba had to isolate herself because she was being demonized.
Yeah.
So it's a misunderstanding of she's the thing because you're not a part of the community. Well, the community is full of shit sometimes.
It's because you're not part of this system. Then
That's what I'm saying.
You're like exercise basically. That's it's a balance, right? Because you want this organization there to kind of shepherd and make sure that people are responsible to someone, adhering to like spiritual law and rules and not moving crazy, right? But you also don't want to be so restrictive that you penalize anyone who just maybe thinks outside of your system, right?
Right.
And so it's like finding that sweet spot in the middle, but you definitely want a board there to make sure you don't got a bunch of crazy people doing crazy work. And at least within an organization, like within a house, Elay, you know what I mean, or a coven, whatever your body is, you are accountable to someone, and you guys are all tethered. So it's in their invested interest that they're watching out what their godchildren are doing, because that work will affect up the chain. And when someone is not in that kind of chain system, then there's less oversight of what they're doing, and then there's a little bit more chaos. So it's like that. It's that double-edged sword.
Interesting. Well, we're almost done with this video, and then we'll wrap it up. So,
the first story is that we have been conditioned to believe that we're trying to control, we're trying to sort of compensate for what has happened in the Western world, right? Witchcraft in the Western world has been treated in a certain way. Now and because of that, and we live in the Western world, we're inheriting this legacy of witch hunting, and we think that a Western witch and the way that the Western world has responded to Western witches is the same. We can use that to explain what's happening in the Yoruba world as we respond to witches and witchcraft. And there may be some similarities, but it's dangerous. It ends up confusing the issue, right? Witches, the way that the Western world has treated witches is not necessarily a grounds for understanding the way Yoruba people address witchcraft and witches. Okay. The driving concern and distaste that Yoruba people have for witchcraft is, like I said, you got to look into the sacred text to see what Ifa says. There's lots of examples, but it boils down to this one thing. Everyone has ample opportunity to practice spirituality openly, publicly. There's no shortage of spiritual institutions in Yoruba tradition. There's no shortage for men, for women, for people of all ages. There's so many ways for you to get involved, so many ways for you to practice, but all of those ways that have been institutionalized happen above ground. Okay, let's say, for example, banking. You got bank. You can go to this bank, that bank. You go to a credit union. You can go to check cashing places. So then, when you find people who avoid banks, people who only do their money under the table, this is going to give you, it's going to raise suspicion. You're going to say, this person has something to hide. Are you involved in some kind of an illegal endeavor? Why is it that you will not take advantage of the banking? Right? Why is it you will not participate in an institutionalized banking system?
I didn't know this was
so
I didn't know that this stock frame exists.
Okay.
This is crazy.
You have a good point
that's,
with that
that's
one, though.
kind of an idea, right? And it's difficult for African Americans, I know, because again, we live in the West, and all the Western institutions are white supremacist institutions. They are designed to discourage and disadvantage us, right? But that is not the case in Yoruba civilization. If you think like a Yoruba person, the palace favors Yoruba people. All of the Orisha pantheon, they all favor the people. The Shango is not an arm of imperialism, like the church is an arm of imperialism. The Ogboni is not an arm of white supremacist domination in the same way that the court system is an arm of white supremacism. You understand? So our attitude toward the institutions have to shift. We have to think like people who are accepted and actually a part of the systems. These systems have been designed by us and for us. So when we find people who want to practice our tradition, but they want to do it under the cloak of secrecy, and they want to operate outside of all of the parameters that have been established, that's a personality type that you want to understand. What is driving you to behave in such a way? Why would you want to be healing people, but you don't want anybody to know it? Why do you want to be, reinforcing or enforcing laws and rules, but you don't want to go through the proper channels that have been established for that purpose?
These are good
As
questions.
a personality type, right? That raises suspicion. Think about it in your family. We have a house, and in our house, there are family rules. And this is how we all do things because this is what maintains a certain kind of decorum and love and health and harmony between us. Why do we have someone who's coming into the family and doesn't want to follow the rules, wants to duck and dodge and hide from all the rules? What is motivating you to want to hide yourself that way? Right? That is the difference between priesthood and witchcraft. It is not exclusively based on gender. It's not exclusively based on what you do. It's based on how you do it and what's motivating you to behave in a certain way that is deliberately hidden. Okay? So there's a lot more that I could say about the subject, but this should be enough to get us started off on a really good, rich conversation. So I look forward to your feedback and your insights on the subject. I hope you found it insightful. If you want to know more about Orisha lifestyle and the priesthood and what we do and how we do it, I invite you to visit me at obafemio.com or orishalifestyle.com, and we can start working together to see how what we do in the Orisha Lifestyle Academy can take your work and your life to the next level, so you can live the medicine that will heal your life and heal the lives of those who you're destined to serve. I'll talk.
Wow. That was interesting. I didn't even know that. So a person that's really isolated NE5 would be considered a witch?
I try to be as moderate as I possibly as I can on this thing, and like I respect close practices, but you know what I mean. But anyone who knows me knows how I feel about Glinda and Glinda types, and so I would caution. If we're gonna respect the bounds of initiatory practices, one, then you gotta stay just within your house, right? If I'm China, then I shouldn't step foot on what Japan's doing, or what Philippines is doing, or what Taipei is doing. You know what I mean? And so if I'm gonna respect the bounds of your nation, right, your country, then you can't say what these other outer rims are doing. You know what I mean? So that would be my thing. It's actually the control factor, and I try to be as nice as possible on that. But like, I just don't like that. You know what I mean? I think we could respect the open practices and the closed practices. But for someone to say, okay, we're gonna have closed practices, and we want to shut down and say there should be no open practice options, to me that's crazy.
We're coming.
Yeah, that's interesting.
We're coming.
Well, let's give like some final words. This was a great show. Men in the High Castle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for tonight's show. Everybody hit the like button, subscribe, and share. From what I get at it is that there's a discussion where people are nervous, and a lot of the old school stuff is crumbling before their eyes. There's a paradigm shift, and I see it almost like how it is with like sports, where you have these people who have been legends for the longest, but now you have these newcomers who are shooting more baskets. They're learning mixed martial arts more quicker. It's supposed to be like that. And when it comes down to the spirituality and sciences, people want to know like where are your credentials from and everything like that. Listen, we're getting rid of the old scientist in 2026. It's just like how Cat Williams said in 2024. You're going to see something in 2025, and I assure you, this is what's happening with 2026. We're sweeping you all back up, packing you up. Thank you. Ashe.
All right, Ashe.
Shout out to Papa Hossein, the keeper of Ashe. And that's how I be. Like, so I could show and prove what I'm on, but I'm not going to talk that talk with people who I really don't believe they on it. A lot of people are on it for just show and tell. Me, I'm really on it offline.
Okay. All right. Next person. Elijah.
This has been a great show. What I would say to anyone who's interested in spirituality of any tradition is to be wary of trying to learn spirituality from TikTok and from books. I would always advocate trying to find your nearest elder or find elder who you can respect through a peer or whatnot. And if you read books, make sure they're books that are written by people who are from within the culture, within the practice. And, try to be as respectful as possible. And, Spirit will bring the right elder to you in time. And to just be careful and, just move through grace. That's what I would say.
Papa Hossein in the building. Shit.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This has been a great show. I appreciate everything that you guys have done. This is really awesome. Shouts out to the panel members that have come. Fundi Fee. Who else was here? Fundi Fee.
Really? Tim, Todd, something?
Yeah. Man. I forget who was here. And shouts out to the people that was in the audience. Much love, everybody. Thank you guys for being here with us in this. Man, it's been a 6-hour live, but shouts out everybody and much love. Hey, listen, Elijah, make sure you put your number in the background so I can get in touch with you.
All right, I'll keep in touch.
All right.
All right.
On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Trying to mission, I'm on a mission, on a mission. I'm trying to get it right, changing the way that I see life, transitioning.